Hey everybody, welcome here to Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Matt Monty. This is the Sweaty Brad Brown. How are you doing, buddy?
Man, it is a crazy morning, guys. It's a crazy morning. We couldn't get into the venue till this morning due to some venue issues.
Yep.
So typically we do set up on Friday night, so we've done everything today. We run into some problems. Also, just because of everything that's happened this week, it's just Matt and I today. No Wyatt, no Joe.
So
we're
excited.
trying to manage so much. On top of that, because it's Pioneer, we want to show you full deck list on Cardboard Live. So we're working hard. We're probably going to take a little bit of extra 5 minutes or so in breaks, and we appreciate you guys hanging out with us, but just keep that in mind throughout the day. We're trying to bring you the best experiences we can. We want you to see these full deck lists, and just remember to be a little patient.
There's a lot of sweet stuff going on.
Yeah.
It sounds like we've held them up a little bit, so we're going to jump down there. We're going to blaze a trail into Pioneer, Brad. How do you feel about that one? I've been saving it up all morning.
I'm feeling good, man. So I do need a little bit of feedback from you guys. I'm going to update the stream with Cardboard Live right now, and if someone could just let me know if that's working or not. It looks like Matt is going to help me out here.
I got your back, brother.
Sweet.
Looks good to me.
All right, and jump down in the match here. We got Ethan on the left, Matthew on the right. Ethan's playing this Is It Phoenix deck, popularized, I think, after week 1 of the Modern Challenge, or the Pioneer Challenge.
Wow, we're going to have to get used to that.
I'm going to be saying Modern a lot, guys. I can just tell you that right now.
Yeah. I'm very excited. I think Matt Hoy's playing a list that was similar to what actually won the Pioneer Challenge as well. So
this is almost like a finals rematch here.
It is, yeah. And I think Matt looks like he's in great shape here. He's going to go ahead and stick this Oko after Abrupt Decaying, that thing in the ice from Ethan. We see a lot of cross-format all-stars picking up across Pioneer here. So I'm interested to see how much new stuff is out, other than what's just ports of like existing Modern decks or old Standard decks that have been renewed. If there's anything that's busted because all these cards are allowed together now.
This is the wild, wild west of formats
Quite
right
literally.
now. I mean, we know fetch lands are the only thing banned. People are trying all kinds of things. Aetherworks Marvel, Field of the Dead, Dig Through Time, Treasure Cruise. All of these cards are legal again, and it's really interesting to see what impact it's going to have on this format as a whole. Nexus of Fate just won
yesterday night
Pioneers Challenge last night.
The PTQ.
The PTQ, right, sorry. The challenge will be this weekend. So, Todd Anderson lost in the finals playing Mono Green Devotion. Those strategies seem to be another really good way to kind of navigate this format.
Yeah, I agree. So we see these are like, if I was going to pick 2 decks that were like maybe the pillars of the format currently, these 2 would definitely be up there as like, if you're playing level 1 strategies this week, which is probably a pretty smart choice, these are definitely 2 that would be on my short list of playing playable decks.
I agree. And just to kind of give you guys the level of hype that's in this room now, I mean, we've got tons of people have shown up. Caleb Durwald's here. He doesn't go to tournaments very often.
Caleb Durwald plays like a 1 paper tournament a year, maybe?
Yeah, so to see him here is great. We had, for those who don't know the history of this event, this was a standard event as of like a week ago. But Standard's not really healthy right now. We kind of realized that players weren't liking it. We looked at our pre-registration. We had 2 players pre-registered, and we knew alarm bells were just going off. We decided to switch it to Pioneer, and in just 6 days, we had 160 people registered for this event.
It's really awesome. Incredible turnout from the players, and thanks everybody for hopping in and hanging out with us for the start of Pioneer. And it's a little early some places. On the West Coast, it's like 8:30. That's early for some people. I mean, we were up at, I don't know, what time, 6:30? Something like that. So, but you see Ethan going ahead and opting here. Now, Matt he's got a ton of Planeswalkers in his list, partner. He's got 9, just the original kind of like Oko, Narset, but he also has 4 Jace Friends Prodigy, but you see both of them on the field here. Right. Pretty tough to interact with.
Jace is a great card. It's going to help him filter through his draws, hit appropriate mana colors, because he's got some double black cards in here and double green as well. So pretty important. He does need to transform this card too, and that's going to take 5 cards in the graveyard for those that remember.
Oh, okay.
It's going to eat a Lightning Axe plus Fiery Temper here.
Yeah, so Lightning Axe goes after the Jace Friends Prodigy, and it pitches the Fiery Temper, which Ethan also elects to cast. So Fiery Temper has a ability where it can also, when it's discarded, you can cast that card, and it would shot down this Oko. So trying to do its best. You see Fiery Temper there with that Madness ability I mentioned. So you can pay 1 red. So if you discard this card, discard it into exile, and then you can pay that Madness cost, and it deals 3. So he 3'd Oko, brought back the Phoenix and tried to attack, and Matt was ready with a Fatal Push since his Jace was removed from the battlefield.
And since we didn't do much of an intro, I just want to let you guys know we are interacting with chat directly today, so we'll be reading out some of the comments that you guys post. We'll be modding as well, so make sure that you're keeping it clean. But yeah, if you have any questions for us about the format or what we're seeing today, feel free to reach out. Should be a good time.
Yeah, so if you're confused and you think maybe this is standard format still, because Oko's on the battlefield, this card is everywhere. I believe there was 4 of the 8 decks in the Vintage event this weekend, too.
I think it's going to get banned in Vintage.
Wow, that good?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's just everywhere. Artifacts are just so prevalent in Vintage as well. Like, I just can't imagine this card sticking around. I think at the very least it gets banned in Vintage, and I think WotC's okay with that. We'll see how they feel about Standard in a couple weeks here.
5 in the Vintage top 8. I've been corrected.
Okay. Wow. 5 of 8, yeah. That's starting to get oppressive, I would think.
All right, you see another thing in the ice come down for Ethan, and that one meets another Abrupt Decay. And Matt has 3 Abrupt Decays. This deck is, like, really sweet.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges of playing the Sultai midrange strategy is determining the amount of removal that you want to play. Fatal Push is great, but it's a lot harder to trigger Revolt. He does have these food tokens with Oko, as well as a Tireless Tracker that he could potentially pop some clues. So that's a nice little strategy there to make your Fatal Pushes worthwhile. But then also these Abrupt Decays versus Assassin Trophy, that's a really interesting one. So the upside of it not being counterable doesn't stop Veil. So Veil is still really good against that card. And Assassin's Trophy does answer more permanents.
Yeah. You see Ethan here is going to get, oh wow, it looks like he's going to get paid off here. So he's trying to slog through these couple of elk on the battlefield. Matt, I think, is down to 1 card, and Ethan has some gas left. He just goes for this Is It Charm here to draw 2 and discard. Now, he does have a Fiery Temper, but the problem here is he wouldn't be able to kill the second elk. So he's going to go ahead and Fiery Temper down one of these elks. And that's 2 spells cast. Now, he could, I suppose he could Wild Slash here. He also has a land, so he could clear out all of Matt's battlefield and then bring back Arclight Phoenix here. It's a pretty good turn.
Yeah, still this having a problem with this Oko. Another thing about this deck is how many copies, if any, does he have of Hissing Quagmire?
Matt has 0.
Okay. So some people are playing these Hissing Quagmires, which is actually really good if you're trying to just like deal with big problematic permanents. You can elk something, and then if you have to block to save your Oko or something, you can block with your Hissing Quagmire. So a couple questions here from chat. Do we think that in Vintage Oko will be banned, or do we think it'll be restricted? And I kind of forgot that Vintage does restricted lists, and I could see that maybe Ryan Overturf just turned in his match slip. We're 20 minutes in.
Nice.
Very quick. That's a quick match there.
Very quick, very quick.
Can we get NRG champ Phil Silverman on camera later today? I actually was sitting down with Phil earlier going over his list. He's got a little spicy one, his little seasons past, so that should be interesting as long as, you know, if Phil can put on a performance here and rattle off a few wins, I'm sure he'll be on our radar.
Yeah, like, so Ethan really putting Matt to the test here. So this, not the best here. I like Ethan's play, though. He makes Matt, he forces action on the Oko to decide what he wants to do with this Wild Slash in hand. Matt does. His last card was that Assassin's Trophy, so Ethan going to dig out an island, and I believe Ethan's left with a Steam Vents and a Wild Slash left in hand here. So I'd be surprised if this Wild Slash gets thrown at anything. Probably wants to try to get back this Arclight Phoenix next turn if possible.
So Sultai midrange, in my mind, from just like a card quality point of view, is really high.
Yes.
So your top decks are really alive. It reminds me a lot of like what Jund is in Modern, right? But at the same time, Is It Phoenix? If it can rattle off a few spells, all these Phoenixes start to come back, and that's really powerful as well. So Matt's in a good position, but he's got to be a little careful. If he floods out a little bit, it could kind of fall apart for him.
Yeah, definitely. So you could see Matt there cracks one of the... so fetch lands are banned in quotation marks in this format here. One of the only cards that are banned. So the substitute you have is like Fabled Passage here. So you can crack this, go get a basic land, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. If you control 4 or more lands, you get to play it untapped. So Matt plays an untapped island there. Going to go ahead and plus Oko, make another food token. And Ethan's down to a convenient 5 life here.
Jersey 986 asks, how well positioned is Sidisi Blood Tyrant in the format? It has the ability to fill graveyards for the Delve, while at the same time possibly filling the board with threats. So my problem with Sidisi is its power and toughness. It's a lot of mana, and it's only a 3/3, and there are a lot of ways to kill 3/3s right now. So I don't think that card's where I want to be. We don't have Bolt, but we do have like Lightning Axe, Fiery Temper. What's the Spell Mastery one? The Fiery Impulse. People
Fiery
are playing.
Impulse, yeah. You see Matt just leaning on the back of his Planeswalkers there. Goes for Liliana, the Last Hope, which is was a format all-star previously.
Yep.
Uses that minus ability to mill 2 cards and then snag a creature out of the graveyard. And the creature is also a Planeswalker in Jace Vryn's Prodigy. So Ethan going to pack it up here.
Yeah.
Matt's 3 Planeswalkers, a little too much to deal with.
Right. He's at 5. He can just make another Elk and attack for 6.
Yeah.
And that'll wrap that one up.
All right, cool. So I'm just going to look through here on these sideboards, partners. So we've got, and everyone can check them out on the Cardboard Live extension. Also, if you're hanging out, I'll give you Ethan's deck list. So does it get better for Ethan in his Is It Phoenix deck?
Yeah, so we'll still read them out. If you're on mobile, it's not as easy to bring up the deck lists. But so looking at Ethan's list here, we've got 2 Abrade, 2 Anger, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Fry, 1 Keranos, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Saheeli, and 2 Spell Pierce. So
okay.
I really like the Spell Pierces here. There's a lot of walkers that we just saw. It doesn't notably answer Jace Vryn's Prodigy, though. That one can still be flipped, so that's kind of interesting. You could bring in the Mystical Disputes, but I feel like the problem is, and maybe he'll look at Matt's last game and think that they're good, but it's like Oko, Jace, and then Dig Through Time, right?
Yeah, there's Dig Through Times in Matt's deck list here.
Kinda it.
Yeah.
I'm not in love with that. Dig Through Time often is just 2 mana as well, and you're playing in the late game, so they're likely just going to be able to pay 3.
Yep.
I think in this, maybe the Keranos comes in. It's a really grindy one.
That's the one I thought about. Keranos is the one real big haymaker, So it just kind of likening back to like modern experiences. I played like Grixis Delver, which is kind of like this deck, the Is It Phoenix deck in a way, where you're tons of spells, some creatures that you want to kind of protect and things like that. When you played against Jund or removal.deck, whatever it might have been, Abzan was kind of like the flavor. You really wanted some way, a permanent that could, deal with creatures, so it can deal with Elks, which is hilarious.
Right.
And can also draw you some more cards. So I think Keranos is definitely coming in. Everything else, I'm pretty ice cold on with you. I don't love anything else.
The only other card I think is reasonable is Brazen Borrower. You do gain some tempo, like bounce their Jace, make them replay it, stops them from looting for a turn, and then you have that instant speed interaction. So like maybe you help attack the Okos down. The problem I have with the card is it just dies to Liliana.
Sure.
So Saheeli's another interesting one, but again, like if you just start making 1 or 2 1/1s every turn, and he is an active Lily. I've cast many Lingering Souls against Liliana Last Hope. That card is awful in that situation. I cannot imagine Saheeli being much better.
Yeah. Just taking a peek here at Matt's deck list here. So he has 2 Noxious Grasp, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 3 Disdainful Stroke, Witch's Vengeance, 2 Pithing Needle, Mystical Dispute, and 2 Kalitas, Trader of Get. So Kalitas seems very good here.
Kalitas, I think, is just an all-star in this format. If combo starts to rise, we'll see his value go down.
Yeah.
The only other kind of downside to Kalitas is him being 4 toughness. Everyone knows Thing in the Ice is in the format, so like everyone's prepared to deal with 4 toughness creatures.
Sure. Man, I don't know. I don't think I want anything else if I'm Matt, really. Like
Scavenging Ooze, I think, is probably reasonable. If they pitch an early Phoenix, maybe you can nab it on turn 3.
You also get to cut. There's how many Treasure Crews? There's all 4 in there, I assume.
Yeah,
all 4 Treasure Crews. It's so weird because there's like some people are playing Treasure Crews, some are playing Dig Through Time. It's just kind of a push and pull. But I mean, Scavenging Ooze is definitely in this matchup.
Yes, I
think you want to try and eat the graveyard down, cut down the Treasure Crews. If you get a Phoenix, sweet. If you don't, kind of whatever. But man, I'm really interested in this list. We have other deck lists in front of us, too, which I won't get to. I won't spoil the backup match, but they're pretty sweet, too. A lot of really awesome people in the room, too. You mentioned Ryan Overture for already handing in a deck slip. Jeff Hoagland, Caleb Durward's here as well.
And we're seeing a lot of results coming in now. And, I'm watching a lot of players turn in slips. And got about 25 minutes left in the round. We started a little late for coverage as we were typing in these deck lists for you guys, but seems like kind of a fast format.
I was just thinking about how fast the format is. You and I kind of discussed it last night. There's no fetch lands, minus like these Fabled Passages.
Right, a lot less shuffling.
So there's not as much shuffling. There's not as much deck manipulation where you get to go get X card out of your, things like that. Man, it seems really sweet. Get a lot of magic in really quickly.
I think this format is fantastic. I've been enjoying watching it, playing it a little bit, and obviously doing some coverage today is going to be sweet as well.
Yeah, definitely. So we have 8 rounds today. 160 people said, you know what, we're going to play Pioneer.
It's so insane to think
crazy.
A week ago we had 2 players registered for an event, and now we're at 160 off basically the back of the hype around Pioneer and how excited players are to play it. And it really shows. I mean, I will say, You know, there were some card availability issues. There were definitely people walking the room this morning, like looking for cards. I need a single Nexus Fate, or I need, I need to fit 2 more cards on my main board. What should they be? It's kind of the wild, wild west out here. It's pretty sweet. I'm going to use that phrase a lot probably today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see like what kind of new decks there are, or if people just like kind of slot them over again, like we mentioned. I mean, Matt's deck is just mono good cards, like you said. It's just Thoughtseize is really nuts. I haven't been sold on these Drown the Locks. Those have been like a card that I haven't been really too interested in these kind of like Sultai decks. I just don't know how good it is, right? So how early are you able to like turn that card on to counter something or to kill something? There's not a ton going on and able to like fill your graveyard with this deck, in my opinion.
With this Sultai deck?
With this Sultai build, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I guess you have a lot of like 1 and 2 mana removal spells, but if you're not playing against those decks, Dig Through Time does get quite bad.
It gets pretty awkward, and
I think that's why we just see 2 of them, right? Because you're probably only wanting to cast 1 a game, and if the game goes really long and you can find the second one, you're glad.
Sure. Okay. Sounds like we're getting ready for game number 2 here. I know Ethan's on a mulligan, so we're gonna hop down there in just a second, and we'll get you kicked off with some more Pioneer action. I can't believe I get to say that. How sweet is that?
Yeah, and thank you all the viewers already hanging out. And if you're new here, hit that follow button. Really appreciate it. We are likely going to have some more Pioneer events throughout this year and certainly into next year. It should be really exciting.
Yeah, sounds like they're ready to roll. So we'll jump down there. All right. So
Ethan's going to be on the play. Looks like he had a mulligan here.
Yeah. All right. Looks like they're ready to roll. So get you started, and there's a Spire Bluff Canal. And Matt leads on Blooming Marsh. These lands are powerful.
Yeah.
The fast lands are very powerful.
Are good. I think the Eldritch lands are pretty good too, based on how many colors are in your deck. So like if you're on a 2-color deck, I'm going to use the red-blue lands for now. Spire Bluff Canal and Sulphur Falls seem really powerful. Yeah. Right? So if you're on a 2-color, I think those are the cards you want. Maybe some, why am I blanking on it?
Shivan Reef?
Shivan Reefs. Yep. Maybe some Shivan Reefs, but not too many. Obviously depends on your kind of color requirements. Now, once you start moving into 3-color mana bases, I think the cards like Port Town and those Eldritch ones where you have to reveal like a shock land from your hand actually get quite better.
Okay.
So it'll be really interesting to see how players navigate building their mana.
Yeah. You see Matt plays a Gilded Goose and then a Tap Breeding Pool. Ethan goes ahead and fires off an Is It Charm on his end step here. Just doing some thinking about what they want to do.
Soma says NRG series frame rate drop due to Terrace's bandwidth. That is definitely consideration. I will say their bandwidth was not as high as other venue sites that we've had. I can promise you after this round, I will be taking a look at what our dropped frame rates are, and we'll try to account for the quality accordingly. We might have to drop us down to 720p if it's too bad, but definitely keeping an eye on it. I appreciate the feedback on that.
All right, well, looks like a Treasure Cruise hanging out in Ethan's hand, a couple Wild Slash. Not really doing a lot, honestly.
So you kill the goose.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the new thing in the format. Instead of Bolt the Bird, it's going to be Wild Slash the Goose. It's going to be. I'm going to coin that phrase right now. I want it on a shirt, and I want my name on there. Slash the Goose.
God, you're so greedy.
I know. I'll give you
Slash
half.
The Goose.
Yeah, you can have half the royalties. Is that okay?
All right, sure.
All right.
Deal. Stream looks fine to me. I appreciate you guys' feedback. I really do. Here comes Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
All right.
Do have another Wild Slash here. So this is one of those ferocious cards.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't really come up too much, but it's a 1-mana shock with a little bit of upside. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, damage can't be prevented this turn. Keep in mind that the text on that is essentially errated. If something said target creature or player, it is now any target.
Big fan of that Brazen Borrower on that Jace. Now, Ethan going to go ahead and just Treasure Cruise and say, all right, dude, you don't have a counter spell up. I'm going to go ahead and draw some cards. So Ethan going to draw 3 here.
And here we saw that those Brazen Borrowers come in for a little bit of a tempo.
Yep. All right. So let me ask you about this Is It Phoenix deck. Now, what ways are there to discard them other than just Is It Charm and Lightning X? Is that the only ways he's got here? The merchants?
The Merchant Avail is the other one. Strategic Planning isn't a discard outlet, but it is a way to help get them into the graveyard.
With the charts. Oh, there's the charter course.
Charter
also.
courses
Right.
are also.
Okay.
Do you have to be a little careful? I've seen some players online actually make some mistakes of like attacking first and then casting chart,
Yes.
and then they like want to discard the Phoenix, but then they can't.
Yep.
So you do have to like sequence your charts a little bit. I've also seen some people playing Quicken in this deck, just
Okay.
as like another 1-mana cantrip, so you can
Fantastic.
actually like Quicken Charter Course on your opponent's turn. And then so like you're kind of like instantly putting Phoenixes into the graveyard without them, you know, maybe they're tapped out.
Sure. All right, so Ethan's going to go ahead and pay 4 mana to get rid of the Oko there. So 3 mana for that Fiery Temper hard casted, the not as traditionally cast mode, and then Wild Slash to deal 5. So.
And you can already kind of see like Ethan's under the gun here. He's got like 4 cards in hand. Matt's got a 3/3 Elk in play.
Yeah.
He's got a dig through time if he can ever get to it.
I think Ethan's actually in pretty good shape. It's difficult though. He needs to not brick.
He needs to find a discard outlet. He's got these 2 Phoenixes.
He probably just. He has the ability to just hard cast these as well, which is that's happening here. So,
but it's
hard cast.
It's not a winning race, right? With the 3/3 Elk right now.
Right.
A single removal spell, and I think Matt's going to be fine. Now, Replicate does not notably kill Phoenixes, so.
Matt going to go ahead and use the ability to activate that Jace. So taps it, draws a card, and then you discard a card. So Matt's pretty short on the flipping this Jace.
And remind me, the flip Planeswalkers exile themselves in return, right?
Yep.
They're not just like transform.
I believe it's
so.
correct.
They do trigger Revolt, which is just another way that if you need to, you can trigger Revolt in this deck.
Yep. So it exiles Jace Fringe Prodigy. Yep.
That's what I thought.
that
Because I remember you could like steal things, but then you couldn't. I can't remember what card was played, but you used to be able to like steal your opponent's Nissas or their Jaces.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And then you wouldn't want to transform them because they would go back to your opponent.
All right. So.
We'll see if Jace can get up to the $80 or $100 mark in this format like
God,
it was when it was on Standard. Yeah, me too. That is definitely a card I would encourage people to pick up if you're expecting to want to play that card.
Yes.
And I think like as we ban cards, its power level is just going to increase as well.
Most of these Planeswalkers are pretty sure bets if you want them. So.
And then the other one I would say is Mana Confluence. That was in a small set. So.
All right, Matt's about to cast my favorite card, maybe of all time, in Dig Through Time. So I've been waiting for this one. So Matt's going to exile his entire graveyard and tap out for Dig Through Time. So we'll bring that X-Standard powerhouse up on the screen for everybody to take a peek at. Another one of these great card draw / card selection engines here. We saw Ethan go for Dig Through Time, which was one of the big ones, and then you see Dig Through Time here. So for 6 blue, it's an instant. It gets Delve.
6 blue.
I know, it's really like a 2 or 3 mana spell. You look at the top 7 cards of your library, you put 2 of them into your hand, so you don't draw them, which is important. And you also put the rest of them on the bottom of your library in any order. So the reason this is important is things like Narset, Part of Veils, which we've seen around. So this card is another one you might want to buy if you think about playing a blue deck.
So it looks like Ethan picked up another Brazen Barrier here. I actually like bouncing the Elk, and the only
He has a Wild Slash, I believe, here too.
Yeah, if you can, I mean, Matt's got 6 cards in hand, so there's this idea of, do I play a second Phoenix, get in for 6, and then maybe I can bounce next turn? That's probably better. It's better use of his mana for sure.
Nice. Okay, comes cracking in for 6.
If he had a Wild Slash, he mistapped a little bit if he wanted to play land, but it looks like he's going to hold it for a potential discard, like an Is It Charm.
Yeah. Matt's under the gun here. Matt's in some trouble.
Oh, it's a Fiery Temper, not a Wild Slash. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So Matt activates that Jace again and puts a Overgrown Tomb into the bin. And he's going to tap 3 mana. That's what you got here.
I mean, Oko's turning these into
that looks like a Tireless Tracker. Okay.
Now, the one thing in this format that's interested me, and maybe Matt's deck's fine because he's running these 4 Fabled Passages, is the difference between Tireless Tracker and Courser of Crucifix.
Yes.
Both are card advantage engines.
Okay.
I think Tireless Tracker's they're both vulnerable to Oko. I think the format might be a little too fast for Tireless Tracker, but Matt's deck's definitely trying to slow it down.
Yeah, Matt comes in attacking here. Now, he has this Fabled Passage. He has 2 Fatal Push in hand, I believe, so he has the ability to deal with these Arclight Phoenix. So, Ethan going to draw a card here. Another land. Yeah, Ethan's in trouble here. He's just kind of bricked for too long at this point, it feels like.
He can remove the elk, and he can deal with the Jace.
Yeah, I don't love his position here.
He can also deal with the Tireless Tracker.
Yeah, he's in some
because he can only pop 1 clue.
Right, so Ethan going to attack. And I bet Matt, yeah, Matt's going to crack this Fabled Passage. We're going to land out of his deck. I think he has an island still left in here. Oh, he's got 2 of every basic. Okay. So he goes against a forest. Triggers that Tireless Tracker to have the second clue.
Yeah, Ethan's going to need to close this game out soon, or this Tireless Tracker is going to run away with it, unless he wants to use that Fiery Temper.
Yeah, and Matt's got, I believe Matt has a Parafatal Push.
Oh, man, if he has 2, that's
Here comes
very
1.
good.
There's 1. The Revolt has been triggered from Fabled Passage, excuse me, and there's the second Fatal Push. So both Phoenix down. So now Ethan's going to have to adjust his game plan, and yeah, he's going to play land and pass. Okay.
Wow, okay. So it looks to me like he's hoping for a 1-mana spell next turn, or something like an Izzet Charm, so he can potentially bring back. Oh, there's a Scavenging Ooze off the top.
Yeah, not great.
That's going to be very good. It's definitely going to snag both of these Phoenixes.
Yeah. So Matt's going to discard a Watery Grave and transform Jace.
He does have access to Dig Through Time if he wants. I think I'm on the Ooze plan this turn, though.
Yeah, Matt's got a lot of mana to work with, too. He's got plenty of green sources. So we'll check out Scavenging Ooze. This is kind of another cross-format all-star for 2 mana, 2/2. The activated ability of paying a green, exiling target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, put a +1/+1 counter on Scavenging Ooze, and you gain a life. So Matt has the ability to eat these 2 Phoenix here, and it looks like that's what he's about to do. So here comes a Scavenging Ooze.
Joe Lissette in the chat says, versus Oko, Tracker is nice since it can end up bigger than a 3/3. That would make some sense. You get that power from the counters, whereas Courser would not.
All right, Scavenging Ooze hits the battlefield. And Matt going to try and eat, I would assume, one of these Arclight Phoenix here, and Ethan has some decisions to make, and he's going to let it go.
Yeah, nothing like a Dig Through Time that he could cast here, since he's on Treasure Cruise.
Eating another one.
And I think that's pretty much going to wrap it up for Ethan.
Yeah, pretty done.
I mean, these are threats that he definitely needed.
Matt going to plus, play land, and then say go. All right, Ethan, what you got? Borrower on the Scavenging Ooze. That is a temporary fix.
That is. I assume we're going to cast a Borrower this turn as well.
Yeah, you sure could. So Matt. Okay, so then casts a Brazen Borrower.
See if Matt decides to Abrupt Decay this.
Yep, goes ahead and fires off Abrupt Decay. So Brazen Borrower down.
Could also use Fatal Push there, but I think Fatal Push can deal with a Phoenix later. That's probably right.
This is a game where Keranos would have been just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, for sure. If it could have
resolved again.
Yeah.
Again, it's another reason we talked about, like, Scavenging is another hate card that Keranos dodges around. So
there's a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, it's probably too late at this point.
Yeah, he needed a discard outlet, I think.
Yeah, way earlier. Yeah.
For this Fiery Temper.
This looks like Treasure Cruise. There's 2 spells been cast this turn, so this Treasure Cruise is going to draw up 3 new cards. Another Treasure Cruise. That is not what he wanted. There's a discard outlet now, but it's just...
He has a red source he can play, so he can deal with the board.
It's just going to be too late, I think, man.
He can deal with the board and then hope to deal with an answer to this.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean...
this is solid, but Matt still has access to this Dig Through Time with this Jace.
Matt has a Dig Through Time. He's got a Scavenging Ooze. He's got 2 clues. I mean... Matt really has him pinned here, and Ethan's down to 1.
Yeah. So this Shivan Reef is no longer online. Looter Scooter severely slows down Phoenix's game plan. You don't need another flyer, and you need to cast instants and sorceries. Yeah, I don't think Looter Scooter fits particularly in this. I think if I'm playing Looter Scooter, I'm looking for probably like an Elvish Mystic deck, or Lovestruck Beast works really well with that card. You can also play like Sky Spawner, because it generates a 1/1 that you can then like crew with. Like, I think that card is actually pretty solid in something like Blue-Green Eldrazi.
Yeah,
depending on the version and build that you want to do.
Yeah, we mentioned Matt having that active Jace and that Dig Through Time, and he's going to go ahead and use the Jace's ability to go backwards and cast Dig Through Time just for paltry 2 mana. Not bad.
So just so you guys are aware, our table judge manages 2 life totals down at the table. So our 2 tables worth of life totals. So sometimes we do get a little delayed. We understand. Working a little short staff this weekend. We will do the best that we can.
Yeah, Matt's in really good shape here.
Is that a Drown Lock?
Yeah, so the Drown Lock's going to be good here because he's going to put a 4th card now into the bin.
Right.
Wow.
And there goes Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, and Matt has the counter. If Matt has a creature, I think he has that Scavenging Ooze still, right? So
yes.
He's got that Scavenging Ooze, and he's going to be able to counter anything that Matt does with this Drown Lock.
So at this point, you can just pretty much show the Drown, I guess.
All right.
So Matt Hoey, 1-0.
Yeah.
Takes down Is It Phoenix. Kind of it's what happened in the finals of the challenge. So.
Yeah, this deck, this Sultai midrange deck you mentioned is just kind of like the Jund of the format. There's just the card quality is just so good. Every card you have to answer. We saw Scavenging Ooze. We saw Planeswalker after Planeswalker after Planeswalker after Planeswalker.
Yeah.
And, you know, even he was so stressed, Ethan was in the first part, he had to slash the Goose. And that's totally reasonable. You don't want them to get out in front of you, but then Matt plays this Jace that's uncontested. He plays the Scavenging Ooze that's basically uncontested for a couple turns, and it's just enough breathing room to get him across the finish line. And I think Matt's deck's really well built. Obviously, you're able to deal with, it's like the 55% deck in the format, right?
Yeah,
you're able to deal with everything if it lines up right. And cards like Dig Through Time help you find the pieces that you need.
Question here from MTG Pack Foils. Would Grimflayer fit into Matt's deck? Card selection, infielding, Jace, Dig Through Time seems like a positive. So that's something I don't know if I'm super excited about it in Matt's deck with a lot of spells. Like just having the 4 Jace, looting, you're casting a lot of your spells as removal, and then you get to come back and recast them. Grimflayer helps with that, but then you have to have cuts somewhere. I think where I'd want Grimflayer is if I was in a more like aggressive black-green variant where you maybe have like 8 removal spells, but you're more creature-based. And then you could play cards like Grapple with the Past or something where you can like pitch cards to Grimflayer early and then like have a way to recur them later. Or like Liliana the Last Hope, something along those lines.
Okay. Yeah, I've talked about should we put Caleb on anyways, just for a couple minutes, or what do you want to do? What do you think? We have a backup match. So we're thinking here. We got like
I'm gonna ask our director, so I'm not asking chat. Did it go to game 3? It did not go to game 3. And then who won?
I want to watch his deck. Have you seen this deck?
Yeah. Why don't we?
Can we play the?
Can we play game 2?
Okay, let's put.
We're gonna put game 2. Was it an okay game? I guess is the next question. It wasn't like a 2-minute out. Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna put game 2 on for you.
All right.
We're gonna.
So we'll jump down.
I'm gonna change this extension.
Okay, so you've got. So we've got Caleb Durward is playing. He's named his deck Glory Rhino. It has Siege Rhinos and Glory Bringers. Believe it or not, that's an interesting deck choice, deck name. So his deck is kind of. It's like a Mardu. I'm just taking a peek here. So it's like red, green. It's interesting. All right, and then we have John Cruz is playing Golgari Hardened Scale. So this is interesting. So you can see Winding Constrictor again.
What? Oh.
All right, so you see Caleb leads off on Sylvan Caryatid, and John has a pretty commanding battlefield already with a pretty big Walking Ballista and a Hardened Scales and a Winding Constrictor already. So we'll see how it goes.
And you guys should see updated deck lists on screen now.
All right, so
it looks like Jonathan goes by Nathan.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Caleb's land base is kind of hilarious. He's casting Sylvan Caryatid on 2. he's got Culligan's Command in his deck. He has Glorybringer and Siege Rhino. I'm appalled, to be completely honest. So Caleb's going to go ahead and shatter that Walking Ballista here and make John discard a card, a Fatal Push, it looks like. And I think if Caleb's got Siege Rhinos coming down, it's going to be rough sledding here.
Man, if Siege Rhino wins this event, I'm going to be so excited.
I'm out. out.
I'm going to be so excited.
Brad is a Siege Rhino aficionado. And
Does he play Anafenza? So deck lists are on Cardboard Live, so if you want to check that out. But we can answer that question for you.
You asked about Anafenza? There is
Anafenza.
0 Anafenza in this deck
I wouldn't
list.
expect Anafenza, but at the same time, it's pretty good against Phoenix.
The only white card in this deck, to be honest with you, is the Siege Rhino and these Crackling Dooms. And then obviously sideboard cards, like there's
Sure.
Rest in Peace. So,
And is it just one Crackling Doom?
Yeah, just
in
one.
the main? Okay.
all right, so here's a Dreadbore for
gotta-
the Winding Restrictor.
You got to be feeling pretty
Oh,
good against Golgari
rude.
Hardened Scales when they have nothing in play but a Hardened Scales.
I'm sorry, Brad, but your card is about to be discarded, and I feel really bad about it.
Doesn't he just K-Command get it back?
Yes. Yes, he does.
So he's just going to cast it next turn.
It's pretty miserable
So
for
I
John
think
all
you-
around.
You probably just take the K-Command because all of your creatures are artifacts.
That's fair.
And
And you pray.
you're going to get 2 for 1 anyway.
Yep, it's
I
bad.
mean, every card is a potential 2 for 1 in Caleb's deck.
I love it.
Language you could at least play around, but Rhino's a 2 for 1.
Not the best.
K-Command's a 2 for 1.
Not the best feeling.
Crackling Doom's a 2 for 1.
Big fan.
Is that Caleb's deck? Is it just like Mardu 2 for 1?
It's Marty 2 for 1s. Yeah, that's what we
Glory
should call it.
Bringer. Questing Beast is like one of the only things.
Yeah.
So Siege Rhino, just an absolute
Yeah, I'm going to let you have this
powerhouse.
one. I'm going to let you have this one, Brad.
This is a namesake card for me. I used to play a ton of Abzan midrange and Modern. I'm excited to cast this card again if it's good. It's a 4-mana 4/5, excuse me, with trample, and then when it enters the battlefield, it's essentially Lightning Helix is what we say. You gain 3 and your opponent loses 3 life.
Yep. Caleb's very smart. He's playing 4 Once Upon a Time in his deck also.
Oh, yeah,
very
of course.
smart.
Of course. So here comes Assassin Chevy. So this Golgari Hardened Scales deck looks pretty interactive, and I'm not...
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting. He's got 2 copies of Mutavault in this deck.
Yeah,
I think
man.
that's a card that we haven't seen enough of yet. I think as mana bases start to get solved, we'll see Mutavault start to pop up as like 1-ofs and 2-ofs in some decks.
Okay. See, Caleb's mana is very good. Yeah, Mutavault I think is really underplayed right now.
Yeah.
Go get these. Go buy these.
For sure. I think this card will see a lot of play in this format, along with just the other creature lands like Hissing Quagmire, Wandering Fumarole. Like these cards will show up eventually. The good thing Pioneer has going for it is the print runs of the sets that are in this format. RTR was one of the first like big print runs that Magic did, so a lot of these cards have a lot of copies floating around. You just got to go find them.
All right, so Caleb's going to put the Siege Rhino in play, and is that another Siege Rhino? He's just going to start attacking here, crashing, if you will.
Yeah. Trample's so good. So there's a Steel
Overseer.
Overseer.
That one's not good.
Not very good in the face of this Siege Rhino. Man, I'm saying Siege Rhino out loud is like throwing me off.
How
Just
sweet
we
is
just
that?
haven't seen it so long.
Yeah.
Is Fleece Mane Lion good enough to play?
Yes.
I think that it is too.
I believe so.
I think a 2-mana 3/3 with that upside of being indestructible is quite. It's hexproof and indestructible, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Is quite good. I think we just need to find the right shell for it. I haven't seen a ton of like super aggressive Abzan or
All right.
Teamer, those kind of strategies yet.
You see Caleb jams a Questing Beast and a Siege Rhino and attacks, and John's dead. So
I like what Caleb's got going on here.
I do too. So we are putting a bow on the first round of the largest Paper Pioneer tournament ever.
Oh man,
It's pretty cool.
it's pretty crazy. I'm loving this format, and I think the viewers and the players are too.
Me
And
too.
that's good. We'll see. I know there's a ban list
Monday.
talk on Monday. I don't expect any changes on Monday. We'll kind of see how the challenge plays out now that the PTQ's over or the PTQ's over.
Yeah.
So we might see what I expect to see is the PTQ results are going to skew what's played in the challenge, and then we'll kind of see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
Nexus is a little scary. I hate the play patterns that it generates. I could see banning that card, but I do think it's just a little too early to be banning anything.
Sure.
Maybe give it a week, let it shake out. There are plenty of cards against Nexus that are solid. Teferi's a really good one. Narset's a really good one. But there are really good sideboard cards against those cards as well.
All right, we got like a minute left in the round here, so we're going to chat about our social media real quick. Make sure to hit us up with some follows here on our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube channel. all/NRG series, nerdagegaming.com. You can also find our information for next year on there too. So if you're interested in playing some Pioneer again, some Modern, Standard, Legacy, whatever your formats of choice are, in 2020 we're over 150,000 in total prize money. You can check us out at bit.ly/NRG series 2020. Find all the information, dates, locations, formats, all that stuff. We're working on finalizing all that for everybody. We got it all pulled up on there, so check that out. At any rate, we're going to be out of here for just this. Go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to say a couple things. First of all, thank you, everyone. Hit us on those social media. Make sure you're following. We really want to make next year as best we possibly can. So we're looking for bodies to show up, viewers to watch. Hit that subscribe button if you're really feeling generous. The other thing I want to say is, if there's a player in this tournament that you're trying to follow, Cardboard Live does have a standings feature. It's kind of a small icon, but it's at the bottom middle, and you can kind of click that. So if you're interested in, say, Jeff Hoogland, seeing what he's doing, I can tell you he's 1-0, but you can check that out for yourself if you ever need to. And I think with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for round 2 just as soon as we possibly can.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty. This is Brad Brown. We're getting ready for round number 2 here of our Pioneer Series trial in Madison, Wisconsin.
It says round 1 of 8 there. Our director will get that updated for you in just a minute.
Yeah, so we saw 4 unique decks in our first round, which is pretty sweet. I assume we're going to see much more of that as the day progresses. Speaking of that, we have a bunch of players to watch here today. We mentioned we have a bunch of big names in the room, so we will jump into that. As you can see, Jeff Hoogland, Josh is playing also, by the way. I don't know who Josh
I think that's Josh McClain, yeah.
So Jeff Hoogland, Caleb Durward, Ryan Overturn. We're having some fun with our director today. It's been a good one.
Yeah. There's the McClain in the standing.
Now it's in the standing. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, Caleb Durward, Ryan Overturf, Sam Black, Joe Bernal, Matt Hoey, Keenan Davidson, all 1-0. Josh McClain, who was scurrying around the room this morning, early looking for 4 cards I will not name.
Yeah.
He is 0-1 currently. So, we are actually going to show Jeff Hoogland on camera this round, and he's playing against John Philip Whetstone. I think Jeff played against Mono Red round 1, and guess what he gets for round 2?
Wow, he played round 1, and now he's got to play it again round 2?
Play it again round number 2.
I mean, if he wins again, he'll probably just be one to play red the entire time.
I guess so. So we're going to jump down to those guys. It looks like they're ready to roll, and we'll see how it goes here. So Jeff's playing Simic Eldrazi.
Yeah, this is a deck. He messaged me a few days ago, a list, and he was like, what do you think of this? And I was like, I think it's a little too fair, but I haven't actually seen you play it. Let me go back and watch your previous broadcast of the stream. I watched him play. I was like, I think this has some legs, and we kind of talked about some cards. We looked at some other Eldrazi lists to do some little bit of comparison, and yeah, I think I like where he ended up. Look at John's deck. Just white bordered nonsense.
I told him yesterday or this week on Twitter, there's no way you get a feature match if your cards are all white bordered, but Jeff superseded that. So
Jeff kept a hand with Hub into Elf and had to use his energy. So right now, 0 colored mana for Jeff here.
Yeah, Jeff's taking a pretty big hit here, too.
That was an attack for, what, 7?
Yeah, and he finds another colorless lands, a Matter Reshaper.
Good, solid card here.
Jeff down to 9 already, though.
Yeah,
big
a
deal.
card like Searing Blood would be really scary for Jeff.
Looks like there's a Lightning Strike there.
I've seen Jeff flip Oko off Matter Reshaper a number of times.
That's a breeding pool.
Ooh, there's some colored mana for him. That's important.
All right, let's see what he's got.
Does he have something like Reality Smasher?
He's got Once Upon a Time. There's an Oko. There's a TKS.
Thought-Nuts here. That's pretty good.
All right. Wow. Jeff's at 5. So he takes
don't think we can take Hezeret yet. Hopefully Jeff has another Thought-Nuts here that he can maybe nab that car.
So that Lightning Strike is exiled. Is that correct?
It should be exiled. I don't think there's any Delve cards in mono red that we have to be worried about, but we'll get that updated.
Yeah, so we'll get that exiled. Again, as a couple people mentioned in the chat, can we see these deck lists? You sure can if you have the Cardboard Live extension there. Otherwise, you might have to wait a little bit. We'll get them published on our website.
I believe on mobile you can go into the extensions and actually look at the lists as well. It just takes a little bit of work, and I'm not quite sure how to do it.
Okay.
So how do you like blocking here? Do you block?
Got to block.
No. I mean, you're obviously blocking. Well, how do you block? Are you blocking the...
Probably the Swift Spear.
Not the...
Soul Scar Mage is close.
No, not the artifact. I think you need to block the artifact so it doesn't get too many cards.
Okay.
And I was curious if John was going to sack because the Hezeret's obviously very good.
Yeah, sure.
Do we have another Thought-Knot Seer here?
What's Jeff got? He's a Reality Smasher.
He definitely has a Reality Smasher.
And he's got an Oko.
Hezeret does not care about your Reality Smasher.
Sure doesn't. He's got an Ipnu Rivulet.
We'll
get that fixed here. Yeah.
There we go.
You can also do that though if you'd like to bring friends.
For a friend.
Please bring friends to our events. The Thought-Knot Seer is going to refer a friend, hopefully in this Reality Smasher. We'll see how that goes. So Jeff doing some thinking. He's down to 3 already, which is pretty brutal. He's already threw 2 Lightning Strikes and a Shock though.
I feel like double spelling this turn is kind of important because a Shock off the top is lethal.
This Ipnu Rivulet.
I guess he's going to need he also needs he has this Mutavault that could block. Can he he could Oko make a food, Mutavault, block Hezeret.
And sack the food?
I think he needs 1 more mana to do all of that, but I do think he could play Oko. Maybe he's just hoping we're going to fade a land here.
So if Jeff fades, that's Bomat Courier?
He did fade.
So there's a Bomat Courier.
Dude, Oko can take out Hezeret?
Oko
can... Goodbye. Oh my god, my mind just blew up!
Goodbye.
Dude, I was like, Hazoret's got to be like an amazing card in the store,
Stones.
right? But you just Oko it. Oh my gosh.
Wow. And Jeff knows this last card is the
NRG series. Are there any pummelers in the room? I have not seen any yet. But man, I still can't get over.
All right, Jeff's down to 2, and John's board is at nothing. So
Okay, so Oko here, really solid.
he's got a goose too. Gilded Goose is
Oh,
probably
he can't
better.
make blue mana unless he wants to pay for it.
Well, the Gilded Goose is great here. He gets to sack this food. Jeff's up to 4
Go
now?
to 5 immediately.
5 now?
Yeah. And now he has the Mutavault to block if
Oh,
he
Jeff's
needs
in
to.
great shape now.
The Goose can chump block the Hazoret for a turn.
Yeah.
Oko can come down. Okay, yeah.
He could probably start attacking.
I really think...
He's putting a pedal to the metal. I'm a big fan of this.
Holy moly.
There's 11. Come get me. The Goose. And Jeff
There's
knows.
a land.
I mean, Jeff's got him. I think Jeff's got him here.
What happens if he leaves back Hazoret, though?
You,
You just Oko it.
He's just going to Oko it.
Yeah, you can just Oko it?
Yeah.
It's still not lethal.
It's pretty close. I mean, yeah, he knows.
Oh, Hazoret got discarded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, Hazoret got discarded.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all bad. It's all bad
Wow.
here for John.
Sorry, guys, I missed that as I was reading chat.
That was a
here.
great attack there from Jeff. He puts John to the test. Now, if Jeff fires up this, yeah, he just attacks for, this is lethal here, and John has no choice but to block, puts him to 4.
There's no 4-point direct damage burn spell, right?
I mean, he's dead.
I mean,
the game's over.
The Goose makes the mana, or makes the food.
Yeah. So we'll grab a food out there. Thanks, Jeff. I know you got food tokens, you jerk. I put him in the box. this
He
morning.
just wanted to show, I'm going to make and sack this thing go to 8.
All right.
Man.
And yeah.
Food
Wow.
is so good. Why is food so good?
Wow, that's good. Wow, those gilded geese. All right, and Jeff Ogling going to win game number 1 on the draw against Monterey.
He had mana problems. The Matter Reshaper hit perfectly to get him a colored sword.
Ah, mind blown. Food.
Wow.
Not even Oko there, really. Like, Jeff couldn't cast Oko. Just the Gilded
I
Goose
think
on
he
its
had
own.
one in his hand, right?
He definitely
I wasn't blind.
1,000,000% did. So
Absolutely crazy.
The Gilded Geese came through and provided some food, and Jeff
Johnny
took 2
Spectator
bites.
says, I can't believe you won that. I can't believe you won that
I
either.
really can't either. And he also attacked really smart there. He attacked for 11 the previous turn and put himself in the best position to win. And
Right.
John missed, and Jeff ended up putting him dead. So we will take a peek here at the sideboards. I'm going to look at John's sideboard partner while you're goofing around with the chat. There is 3 Lava Coil, 3 Eidolon of the Great Riffle, 3 Searing Blood, and then a bunch of 2s. Rampaging Ferocidon, Goblin Chain Whirler, and Chandra Torch of Defiance. Anything you like here?
So Lava Coil can deal with Thought-Knot Seer and give you your card back. Rampaging Ferocidon doesn't allow you to gain life, but it ends up getting Oko'd a lot of the times anyway.
Turn your 3/3 into a 3/3.
It's also just not bigger than like anything that Jeff's doing. I've seen Chain Whirler come in. Jeff's got a lot of 1-drops that are 1 toughness, and if he can, he's got 8 of them. If he can snag a certain number of those, and I think on Jeff's side, like, I wonder how many of these Mystics are supposed to come out if you expect your opponent to bring in Chain Whirler. I'm not convinced he's bringing it in, but if he does, it might make Jeff sideboard differently in game 3.
Yeah, for game number 3. I think that's kind of an advantage Jeff's going to have here. Up a game now, so he can kind of take a little bit of liberties with his sideboard that he might not in general. So I'm with you. I think these Searing Bloods are pretty close for me. We saw the Gilded Goose and the Elvish Mystics already, so you can assume there's at least, you could probably assume there's 8 of there.
So that
Matter
kills
Shaper.
that.
Yeah, I think Searing
He
Blood
doesn't
and
know
Coil.
about Rogue Refiner, but that'll be another one that it can kill.
I'd be surprised if John brings anything in that's not the Searing Blood and Lava Coils. I think he
agree.
probably just starts there and upgrades his removals, like the shocks maybe from there. So we'll see how that goes. And now on taking a peek at Jeff's side here, he's got 3 Spatial Contortions, 2 Reclamation Sage, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Wicked Wolf, 2 Veil Summer, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke. The Contortions are probably good, and the Skoos I think is great. The Wicked Wolf is close, but it's a little mana hungry.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think this is just a maximizing any life gain, so he's going to be focused on the food strategy,
Okay.
Scavenging Ooze. How do you feel about Aether Gust? Probably not.
I don't think so. I think you're like trading down
But
on
the
mana too much.
contortions are obviously very good.
Yeah. I think you just cut some of those, and Jeff's probably going to remove some of those mana dorks, especially on the draw here. I think the geese are here to stay. Obviously, the food that it leaves as residual value is good.
Absolutely.
Just remove some number of the elves, the Llanowar Elf or the Elvish Mystics, and bring in some of these more removal. I think Jeff's wanting to play a longer game rather than a very short, protracted game. So I assume getting out a little slower out of the gates is fine with some of the more interactive things. And making John have to use removal spells on, obviously, your Gilded Geese and things like that before the Scavenging Ooze comes down as a hammer, I think is a big deal for Jeff.
Do you think, like, Reality Smasher, like the 2 of Reality Smasher maybe goes down to 1? Like, I feel like you do need to lower your curve just a little bit.
It's really tough.
Against red, especially on the draw. You don't want to draw too many of your 5s. Also, Elder Deep Fiend is, like...
Deep Fiend's probably the cut.
Good, but, like, you're sacking a blocker, and a lot of your creatures are getting removed. Right. I actually think Deep Fiend, I agree with you, is probably a cut here.
All right, here we go. So John Philip Bledsoe leads off on Bomat Courier, and Jeff leads on a Botanical Sanctum and a Llanowar Elf. And John, I think, has Wild Slash in hand. He's got tons of stuff. So there's a Searing Blood. That's pretty good.
Yep, now no prowess here.
Yep.
Jeff going to take 4 down to 15.
Yep. This is a good time for a Spatial Contortion to come off the top.
Goose.
All right, so
I think he's like one more turn before this Bomat gets out of hand. This can block.
Yes.
Which is also very relevant. The fact that Gilded Goose is an 0-2
another Searing Blood
blows my mind. Whew. Another 4 here down to 11. Now this food gains him 3.
Yeah. Jeff needs a Spatial Contortion pretty badly here. If he gets it, that looks like that's one of them.
That is one of them. He has to be careful. He needs colorless mana.
Yeah.
I think he almost played the wrong land.
Yep. So he goes ahead and kills that. That's a pretty good trade for Jeff, honestly, all things considered. I know he's... Oh, that's a
white bordered Hazoret.
There's a shock. Oh, and John has a light up the stage here.
Yep.
So,
and now that you drew this Hazoret, like, notably, like, light up the stage is card advantage that exiles, so it doesn't increase your hand size, which makes Hazoret actually quite solid.
Yep.
That's a really good deck building right there.
So you light up the stage there. The Spectacle costs to exile the top 2 cards of the library until end of turn. Next turn, they can play them. So John's able to play that Hazoret if he chooses, and Jeff fires off a Matter Reshaper.
All right, what are we going to get?
Haship Oasis,
okay.
Yep. All right,
not the Oko Jeff was looking for. Now Hazoret comes down, can attack, takes Jeff to 4.
Yep, Jeff's going to need some help here.
The food will keep him alive if he needs to. There's a Scavenging Ooze and an Oko.
Oh, no way.
Oh, boy.
We both just did the same thing.
So
we both just grabbed our skulls.
We can Oko the Hazoret.
Who can? Jeff can? Jeff can Hazoret?
Jeff can Oko the Hazoret. And then the food token will basically negate the 3 damage.
Yeah, Jeff's at 9, really healthy too. And Jeff has this Scavenging Ooze as leftovers next turn?
Next turn, I think it's probably right to play it next turn and maximize the mana. Because if he just goes Oko and then plays Ooze, there's a chance that John just kills the Ooze and still gets in for 3 damage.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of what you suggested. Jeff's going to go through it here and do some thinking.
He also has this Reality Smasher for like a follow-up turn.
Yeah, he's in great shape.
We're just going to go with Ooze this turn. And then...
Eat 4 things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so Jeff's actually going to gain 4. It's going to be bigger than Hazoret here.
Yeah, that's important too.
That is something. Okay.
And you gain 4 life.
Yeah.
So
he should be gaining life too. He took 3, I think, and then gained 4. I think he's at 10 here. We'll get that all.
I do think 1 was a pain, so he would.
1 was the Yavimaya Coast. Yep.
Yeah. I believe Jeff should be at 9. We'll double check. All right, John gonna play a 1-drop here. Needs to get cards out of his hand
like
so he can attack with Hazoret.
Man, that's not.
You could shock the Ooze.
Sure.
And then Jeff has to block.
Yeah, definitely block.
Well, you have to, because if you don't, he just activates Hazoret.
Yep. I think Jeff's totally okay with that trade. And Jeff has this. Yeah, so he's going to. Jeff's thinking here, it's going to be this Oko. I'm fairly confident. Here's an Oko. Going to turn that into an Elk, believe it or not.
And then John can activate in response.
Yep.
Man.
A little bit of timing here. So
Oko is better than every god in that format.
Oko is a god.
That is insane.
Oko.
He just shuts them all down.
That's not. I'm not okay with this Oko this Oko card being a thing. So he's gonna.
Okay, so Wild Slash is the same as.
Sure. And what do you Wild Slash the Oko?
I think he did Jeff's face.
Okay, so Yeah, there's a mountain. That's no
Jeff's
good.
going to win this game, I think.
He's definitely going to win the game.
I mean, another Hazard off the top is scary, though.
He's got a reality smasher.
For a turn, I know. But Jeff's like likely to
okay.
attack with it. Well, maybe not this turn. Because he's going to make a food this turn.
Yeah, he's got a food here. Wow. Yeah, Jeff's going to make a food.
Yeah.
And this Smusher, I'd be surprised if Smasher doesn't come in. You can wait a turn.
I think one turn is fine, yeah.
There's a slash. So John has a...
Burn spells are no longer good. Like, you need repeatable damage because Jeff's going to make a food every turn.
Every turn.
Which is going to negate any burn you're going to draw off the top.
Yeah, he's just going to...
And I think Jeff's creatures on average are going to be bigger than John's, so John's in a really tough spot here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be surprised if that didn't block. So
now we're going to discard a card here.
Yep. And Jeff's totally okay with that. I mean, he's just going to gain like a million turns in a row if he wants. Jeff needs to use one more. Yep, Rogue Refiner will do.
Rogue Refiner is very solid. Draw a card.
Another elf. It doesn't cost him a life because he has a Botanical Sanctum. So Jeff going to
so it looks like
play food, eat food.
Yeah, immediately eat food. We'll get life totals updated for you guys.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy one here. So as you can see, Jeff is kind of just running away with this one. All right, you see Rogue Refiner. There's a 3-mana 3/2. When it enters, get 2 energy, and this game is going to be lights out here.
There's a Reality Smasher off the top, and I agree with you. I think
it's for 9.
This game is all but done.
When your opponent starts making elk against you, and you're the burn deck, you know you're dead. All right, there's a Lightning Strike. That's not going to do much.
I think a Soulscar Mage was the other one.
Doesn't really do anything.
So he can block. It's a Swift Spear. Okay. Still not very good. It can trade with a Rogue Refiner.
I mean, he's alive for one more turn technically here.
Yeah. Well, no, the Oasis I think is lethal.
Oh, you're right.
I think if he Oasis is the Reality Smasher, it is in fact lethal.
What's Jeff got? Another goose.
There's some food.
Oh, he can even trade here with. He can trade now.
Yep. And there's the activation.
Yep. So he sacrifices the Ipni Rivulet with the Hash Oasis and gets +3/+3, and Jeff takes down Mono Red again. I think he likes that matchup.
I also think I'm sweating the matchup, but at the end of the day, like I'm pretty happy with how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean he got it going. So wow, Oko took over that game. You saw just food in general. The Gilded Geese really took over. And then Jess just has some early things to do. The Matter Reshaper with the Rogue Refiner, I think that's a big deal. You're able to block and get some value out of it. Rogue Refiner replaces itself. Matter Reshaper also sort of replaces itself, or it draws you another card essentially through your deck.
Yeah.
So, Jeff's deck looked really cool there. Really good.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, like in Modern, we have a lot of 3 damage burn spells, but in Pioneer, there's only a few. Like we've got these Lightning Strikes, and then it's like Shocks, Bone Crusher Giants. So like every food is like a card and a half in some ways. I really like the Hazarets. I think that's a really good take on this deck. I think it interacts with Light Up the Stage very, very favorably. But in an Oko format, is it enough? Like we saw it just turn into a 3/3.
Yeah, it's really tough. I'm with you that this Mono Red deck it's got the tools, and I think Mono Red's a deck where like as we keep going like further into Pioneer with more sets getting produced, we're gonna have some upgrades to things like Shock or what else is like kind of garbage in here. There's like Earthshaker Kenra in here, so there's a lot of things that can change and be upgraded. I think as the format goes,
it's almost like we need Skullcrack in the format.
Yes,
some type of effect that's not a creature.
Skullcrack is in the format.
Skullcrack's legal.
Well. Yeah, it's in Gate Crash.
Okay, so
and a Tarkus command is also legal if you want to splash green.
If we splash green, sure. So that might be something I'd consider because he's rampaging Ferocidon, stopping the life gain. It's obviously very good against tokens, but other than that, like it just gets Oko'd.
Yeah.
And then they start popping the food.
Yeah, it's not great. All right, so we got a backup match here ready, and Brad's going to work on getting the deck list up when we have Jonathan Hobbs. He's playing 4 color Saheeli, another pillar of the format, against Lewis Kaplan's playing Vanifar Cat
So
combo.
We got 2 combo decks.
All right.
Same win condition, just different ways to get there.
John Hobbs leads on Temple Garden and Oath of Nissa, and Lewis leads on a Llanowar Elf. So he has Oko on turn 2. That one's good, I heard. Could be convinced otherwise, but I hear it's good.
Yeah, turn 2 Oko. Gonna be rough. What do you think about Lewis's list here? Vanifer Cat combo.
So it's pretty sweet. It's got like Renegade Ralliers. Deputy Detention's a good one.
Yeah, it looks like Jonathan's also showing up with Deputy Detention.
Okay.
Which I like.
I'm not a big fan of like Voice of Resurgence right now, and a lot of people are like really high on that card, and like some people are even playing 4 in their decks, and it's just a 2/2.
Yeah, but I think in Lewis's list, because he has Vanifear, like having a body after you sack is good. That's like that was pretty traditional.
That's fair. Yeah, everything else is pretty good in here. Pretty standard. I mean, there's a Bounding Krasis, there's a Reflector Mage.
Right.
Everything else is pretty standard.
Just 2 Okos?
Yeah, just 2. Lewis has another powerful 3-mana Planeswalker he has 2 of in a Teferi Time Raveler. Teferi quite good. All these cards together are nice. So
we're going to make food, and Lewis is going to make a food and elk here. Get in for 3.
Yeah. Hobbs is got some work to do. There's a Rogue Refiner there.
Rogue Refiner, a banned card in Standard.
Yeah. This is not
at the time.
This is not the one you really want to bounce with Teferi either, to be honest with you. So see, Lewis's hand's a little awkward here. I think he's got a pair of Once Upon a Times.
Lewis did dress up as an elk today.
Sure did. Let's see what Lewis goes with. Lewis had a really nice showing at our last tournament, actually. He was he top 8'd our last CT with
he squeaked in right at 8.
Yeah, the Jund Shadow deck, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Had a not-so-great day at the regional, the Star City Regional on Saturday.
Right.
And then came back.
Almost no changes.
And just, crushed it the second day.
All right, 2 more elks coming in. Jonathan can trade with one of these elks. Rogue Refiner kind of did its job already, but he might want to wait if he feels like he could maybe protect a Planeswalker next turn. That might be a reason to want to wait on that block.
Sure.
Lewis showing the power of Mana Confluence, but also the downside.
Yep, and then Lewis is going to use that Feldar Guardian, and he's going to blink that Oath of Nissa, so you see him go digging, and he finds the namesake card, Vanifer. So Prime Speaker Vanifer is like right on the cusp of playable in Modern, in my opinion.
Right.
So you see there's tons of text on this, so you can tap it, sack another creature, search your library for creature card with converted mana cost equal to 1+ the sacrificed creature's converted mana cost. Put it on library. Activated the only time you could do as a sorcery. So it's a 2/4. That's probably a big enough body here in Pioneer, and it's a close one. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah. Birthing Pod is on a body, basically.
Yeah.
Jonathan's got it's tough to sit. He has combo in hand. He just needs to figure out how to get there.
Yeah, how do you...
He's going to go with playing a Guardian, maybe trying to find another Guardian. A Rogue Refiner. Is that a Goose?
Yeah. All right.
So one thing about this 4-color Saheeli deck that I'm not a fan of is the fact that just like you can protect it and you can keep all the combo pieces in your hand, and then on turn 6 you can just deploy the combo.
Yeah.
I should say on the turn you have 6 mana.
Yeah.
And that to me is the part of why I don't like this combo in the format.
Sure.
But there are other decks that are similar to that. Jeskai Ascendancy has the same kind of issue because of Sylvan Awakening giving the lands haste.
Okay. Lewis's elk antlers are cracking me up over here. So.
Oh, yeah. So the question Lewis will have to make is, do I make this Guardian an elk? Which I would be inclined to want to do, right? To give Jonathan an elk?
Yeah. Interesting.
So, great attack by Lewis here. He attacks with the 3/3 first. Jonathan blocks. It's a 1/4. So Lewis's elk has 1 damage on it, and then you turn it into an elk and it has 3 damage on it, and so it dies.
Yeah, I I think Lewis is going to turn that into an elk anyways.
So why not just take 3 damage?
So why not just take the 3? I don't know. It's pretty close.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because Lewis doesn't want to just untap and combo him. So I think he was going to make an elk anyways, but... All right.
I feel like John's like trying to plan for just like a one-hit KO kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
A lot of lands in Jonathan's hand right now.
Yeah.
Why would he block if he has Saheeli in hand? I think that's because the obvious play is for Lewis to turn it into an elk anyway, which is what we would expect.
That is a very nice-looking Oko there for John Hobbs. Followed up by Gilded Goose.
So we're going to turn Vanifear into an elk, I believe.
Yeah, Vanifear should be an elk. There's an elk.
This is time-shifted, so we can't...
there it is.
There we go. Thank you, Waldo, for providing the combo in chat for individuals.
Yep.
Cheap and easy to play Planeswalker is great. So interesting gameplay, said no one ever. Yeah, I think it's time for maybe like an Immortal Sun on a Hate Bear or something like that.
Sure. I'm into it.
We need something. I will say a card that's been on my radar, we kind of talked about this last night, is Mistcutter Hydra.
Okay.
It's a potential huge creature because it's an X Hydra, as all Hydras are. It's got Pro Blue, can't be countered, so you can't elk it. And it has haste, so it's just really good in like control matchups.
Yeah, it's not bad.
This card was like a powerhouse sideboard card for a long time.
This card has been at the head of my demise several times, dude. I died to this card more times than maybe any other card in that Theros format.
Yeah.
That and Xenagos really just crammed me in a locker.
Yeah, for sure.
Xenagos the Reveler was a complete beating. So you see Lewis attacking with a couple more elk here. And John's really in a really awful spot at this point.
I do think, just kind of touching base with chat here, that there is... I'm not quite on the ban anything yet. I think we need a little bit more time for the format to solve itself.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
So Deputy Detention's going to come down and take the elk, of all
goose,
things.
The Gilded Goose?
Yeah.
It's a nice one. All right, you can see Lewis going to stick another Elvish Mystic, and Deputy Detention's a good one. It's seen a lot of standard play now, and it's just kind of a good catch-all in my opinion. So it's a nice one to pod for, too.
Jonathan could just combo here if he has it, right? And there's no way to stop it?
Does he? He missed. He must be missing a piece.
Yeah, I mean, if...
I think there's I think Felder Guardian's the missing piece here.
Still lots of lands in Jonathan's hands. I think he doesn't have a Saheeli either. Right?
Okay.
Or maybe he does.
Doesn't look like.
I can't tell. It might be a land. It might be a Saheeli. It's hard to tell.
All right. Well, let's see what John decides to do.
Yeah. Hustle Daddy says, Brad, Deputy Detention comes down and takes the elk, quoting me. Yeah, I just have elks on the brain. Accordion slip.
Yeah, man. That happens.
Well put.
That happens. Man, there's just so many of these. What is it, Aaron Miller? Is that who does these lands? I don't know who it is, but they're all signed.
Basically, pick up mana confluences.
Yeah.
That's what I see in this matchup right now. Like, 4-color needs to play mana confluence in some number, and it's in a small set. And so if you're expecting a lot of 4-color decks, I think this is a card you're going to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, mana confluence. I actually have this, you know how they do the arts, the artists sell the prints? I have mana confluence actually.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's one of my favorite cards from kind of when I was just starting playing. So I just started towards the end of Theros, and Journey into Nyx was a sweet set. This card the art is just so sharp.
I thought that effect was like, because I also started in Theros, I thought that effect was like more popularly printed than it really is, because I remember like watching SCG Legacy events and they'd have like City of Brass and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's normal for them to print
totally
a rare
fair
land that like pains you and makes any color. And then we got mana confluence. I was like, see?
Totally fine.
And then like it never got printed again. And I don't know if it ever will.
Yeah, this is tough here. I don't. Can Jonathan live through the? Yeah, he can, I suppose.
It looks like he's living.
Oh, I think he's dead, actually. He's just exactly dead here, right? Which just makes anything he has too many. Yeah, I thought so. He's exactly dead here. So Lewis Kaplan going to win game number 1, it looks like. There's infinite elk cutouts being placed back in the middle of the screen. So take a peek at the deck list here. I'll look at, you want to take us through Johnny Hobbs?
I got John Hobbs, sure. We got 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Eidolon of Rhetoric, 1 Sorcerer's Spyglass, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Night of Autumn, a Mystical Dispute, 1 Tireless Tracker, and 2 Deafening Clarion.
Okay.
Wow, there is a lot. So Mystical Dispute stops Vanifar.
Yep.
Stops Oko, so I think that's going to come in. I don't think Night of Autumn's very appealing. Tireless Tracker, the game might go a little bit long, but you're both playing Oko, and it's just going to get Oko'd. So I'm not digging that one either.
Okay.
2 Spell Pierce. You know, there's some walkers, but that's about it. I think that's probably one you're not really looking for. Rest in Peace doesn't stop the combo at all, so I'm not wanting that one. Sorcerer's Spyglass, probably coming in.
Yeah.
But if you name Oko, you're both your Okos get hit. But that's probably okay if you're the player that doesn't have Oko in play. And then we've got these Eidolon Rhetorics, which I don't think we want. And then Veil, I would expect some amount of interaction to come in from Lewis's side, so I probably do want these. Like, everyone's going to have some answers to Cat Combo.
Sure.
Because that is kind of like the tier 0 deck.
Okay. Just taking a peek at Lewis's deck lists, and you know, they're like similar decks, like you mentioned. They're playing the same colors, able to do the same thing. So it's kind of interesting to see the diversity in the sideboard. So Lewis has Arishan Cleric. That's a great one, by the way.
That just gains life, right?
Yeah, just ETB gain 3, I believe. And it's a 1/3.
Right.
So Voice Resurgence, Night of Autumn, God Eternal Oketra, 2 Rest in Peace, another Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Wear, 2 Declaration in Stone. So a lot of different cards here. God Eternal Oketra could just destroy the game if there wasn't being turned into an elk.
Yeah.
You mentioned, we saw the last game.
Indestructible Gods,
Hazoret was like,
gods, like Scarab God. All these things just get elked.
Yeah. So we'll jump into game number 2. Just thinking real quick on Lewis's sideboard choices. I think I'd probably still board in the God Eternal Oketra just in case. Like, if you don't get elked, it's fine. And if it does,
I think the Deck and Stones are probably coming in just because it's some level of interaction, but there's not much else.
It's really not. So Lewis leads on a Llanowar Elf, and Hobbs had a Spell Pierce actually for that first Once Upon a Time, and now Saheeli's on the board, though.
Right, and now Lewis is threatening to just combo next turn.
Yep, and Lewis scries one. You see, Saheeli is one of those staples. I had a snap case full of cards I was getting ready to sell, and 4 Saheelis were in there, and I was like, I think I'm going to hold on to these, actually.
Good call.
So you can see Saheeli Ray. The way this combo works, you want to break it down for us, how it works?
Yeah, so you play Felidar Guardian, which is a 1/4. You can play them in either order. But Saheeli will -2 copy Felidar Guardian, which blinks the Saheeli, allows you to reset the Saheeli over and over and over again, so you can keep minusing on Felidar Guardian, and her ability gives these creatures haste, so you're able to make an infinite number of 1/4s, all with haste, and then attack with them. So some cards that shut this down, Walking Ballista, interacting with the Saheeli, with the blink trigger on the stack. Jace Architect of Thought is a card people were moving towards because the +1 gives creatures -1 attack, and Felidar Guardian is a 1/4.
Yep. This is really nice actually for Lewis. He gets to stick this this Vanifar down with no possible interaction there from Hobbs here to counter it or anything like that.
And it's bigger than this Rogue Refiner.
And this is great actually. So he gets to use the -1 and Saheeli to give it haste, and he actually gets to go. Wow, that's really sweet.
So now he gets to get a 2-drop. Wow, that's a really sweet combo.
That's very
actually.
cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
So let's see what 2-drop he's going to get. Is there an untap on 2?
Corridor Monitor.
Corridor Monitor.
2 of those.
We'll pour that up on the screen. So I think Lewis just comboed, right? So Corridor Monitor enters the battlefield. He gets to untap target artifact or creature. So he's going to untap Vanifear. Vanifear is going to tap, sack this, go get a 3, which I believe gets Renegade Rallier.
Yes.
And that will return the Monitor to the graveyard. Or he can get Krasis, either one.
He gets this, and it's the Felidar Guardian.
Felidar Guardian blinks, and he makes infinite mana. Woo! That was crazy. That was sweet. That is
interesting.
So the sweet thing about this cat combo now is you have you have 8 you have 8 4-drops that allow you to combo with Saheeli.
Very good.
On your turn.
Yes, yeah. That was gnarly.
That makes me feel like maybe something's a little too strong there.
That was cool. That was cool.
That was sweet.
So we get to watch. Yeah, you mentioned the combo we saw there. So just to break it down for anyone who wasn't really following along there. So Lewis had an active Saheeli on the table.
Yep.
He plays the Vanifar, the Prime Speaker Vanifar. He minuses Saheeli on the Vanifar. It becomes a copy of it.
Right.
The legend rule with haste. So he gets to activate it. He went and got the corridor monitor.
Right. He needed an elf in play as well, like a 1-drop.
Yes.
But any creature in play would have comboed there.
Yep. So Lewis was able to, quote, pod his elf. So he activated the Prime Speaker on the elf, goes and gets corridor monitor. We get to do that until we chain up the ladder, essentially.
To a Felidar Guardian. And then Felidar Guardian blinks to Saheeli. And then we do the combo that we talked about earlier.
Cool. Really sweet. So, Brad, we do this every time that we come to these events, and Pioneer's no different.
Yeah.
So, we talk about
what we eat mints?
We eat mints, yes.
Not sponsored by Lifesaver, but...
If you're out there, Lifesavers.
We could be.
We could be. What would you have played this weekend?
I would have played either Mono Green Devotion.
Okay.
Sultai Midrange would have been on my radar.
Like Todd's deck list from the Pizza Cube?
something similar to that, yep. Probably wouldn't have played the exact cards he did, which probably would have been wrong, but I would have played some type of Mono Green Devotion. I think the strategy just was like very fast.
Okay.
And like making huge walking ballistas on turn 3 stops the Felidar Guardian combo. So I think you Goldfish on average better than they do, but I think their deck's a little bit more consistent in terms of like executing their combo, so you got to be a little careful.
Sure.
I think Sultai Midrange would have been on my radar, but I probably wouldn't have played it because I think it would have been 2 tier 0. Everyone would have been like prepped for it.
Like Matt Hoey's when he's playing today?
But I mean, it's probably still a good choice. And then the other one would have been, if I was like feeling really ambitious, I might have played like a Winding Constrictor counters variant. I think that's the worst of the ones I mentioned.
Okay.
But I don't know how much it's been really explored, which could be interesting.
Sure.
How about you?
I would have probably played... I like the Mono Black Devotion deck. I think I'd find a way to get 4 Mutavaults in there. So we're talking like Grey Merchant of Asphodel. It's like the Vampires kind of centric deck with Sorin, the new Sorin. I think that deck is pretty sweet. I mean, I really want to play some like blue-white stupid control deck with the new Teferis, the Gear Hulk. I really want to play Sphinx's Rev, but it's probably unplayable.
I think that it is.
I think Sphinx's Rev is just actually unplayable in this format, which is hilarious.
It's kind of crazy. I think the format's too fast. I mean, look what we just saw.
Yeah, I think those 2 decks are probably my tops.
Man, would you play Nyx Fleece Ram in your sideboard?
Yeah.
I want to see that card again.
Yeah.
Just sit there every turn gaining life.
Yeah, so I would have played like the Elixir, somebody mentioned the Elixir UW.
Oh, yeah,
I probably would have played something like that.
Sure.
But you know, it'd be hilarious if my Elixir got elked.
Elked?
Now, that sounds like
At least you can sack it, right?
Yes.
So here we have a 2-mana 3/3 elk.
Yes.
At the beginning of your upkeep, you gain a life. So we're turning sheeps into elks now.
Yeah, we're doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
But this card was a standard all-star in the sideboard of blue-white when it was legal. Just like so much life gain. Really shut down red. The 5 toughness was huge. I remember playing like Fleeceman Lion and just being like, come on, don't have a sheep. It was so hard.
Through it. I think Jack played an interesting deck. He mentioned he's playing like the Enchantress version, and I want to play Nyx Fleece Ram and Enchantress.
Ooh, okay.
So like Starfield of Nyx.
Ooh. Okay, like
there's all
Doomwake Giant,
man.
that kind of constellation.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Is it Constellation?
Eidolon of Blossoms. Yeah, it's called Constellation.
Yeah, okay.
So Starfield of Nyx you see for 4 and a white. It's an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield, so that's sweet. As long as you have 5 or more enchantments. Each other non-aura enchantment you control is a creature in addition to those types and has a base toughness, power and toughness equal to its converted mana cost. So, it's cool.
So, yeah, you're basically putting a bunch of enchantments on the field and then turning them into creatures and then swinging for a bunch of damage.
I also, my favorite card maybe of all time is, well, it's probably not my favorite card of all time, but the most fun deck I ever played was in Standard Sphinx's Tutelage.
Oh, yeah,
and I really want Sphinx's Tutelage to find some way to be playable, but it's probably not.
Yeah, so...
There's too many, well...
You know what combos in this format that I haven't seen anyone explore?
Okay.
Days Undoing plus Narset.
Stop.
Like, no one's tried that yet that I saw. Okay, I've been told it was on a 5-0 list, which is sweet. I wonder if anybody showed up with it today. That is just obnoxious.
I hope not.
Also, Gyre Reach Sanitarium's legal, along with
so
the
you can lock them
Narset,
out,
so you can like lock them out that way. Might be something to think about. That is definitely the jerk play, for sure.
There's so many open cards, though. Like, I want to play Dragonlord Ojutai.
Notion Thief's in the format.
All right.
We haven't seen Night Veil Spectre yet.
I could play Night Veil Spectre and what's the other one? The 2/3, the newest one called? The 2/2/1? What's a 2/2/1 called that's in play? It's in standard now.
I have no idea what you're
Thief of Sanity.
Oh, yeah.
I can play Thief of Sanity and Night Veil Spectre?
Yeah. Yeah. But they're both 3-mana.
Sir.
That one's a little rough. Anyway, if you're looking for Pioneer cards, we can help you out with that.
Sure can.
Head on over to nerdragegaming.com. I'm sitting on 9 Battle for Zendikar Fat Packs, and I'm like wondering if I should just turn those in. Like, someone's got to want Battle for Zendikar cards for Pioneer.
Yeah.
So if you're...
3 of those cards are legal in Pioneer. 3 of the 5. That's pretty good, 60%.
History of Benalia is another card that's like...
Unplayable?
Really
definitely.
Powerful, definitely but you don't really see people playing it. But yeah, let's talk about next year.
Okay.
So next year we've got our Season 1 announcement for our 2020 series. All of these events that you're seeing are weekends. So Saturday, $5,000 event. Sunday, another $5,000 event. We're essentially doubling the amount of events we're going to do next year. This year we've been doing 1 a month. So we'll be doing 2 every month in a weekend. It's going to make for some long days, Matt.
Yeah, I'm ready, though. I think I'm ready for it. I know everyone else is going to be ready for it. So we got, I don't know. I don't even know which one I'm most excited for at this point. They're all going to be awesome.
I know. We're going to some sweet cities, though, like Indianapolis in February. We haven't been there yet. We've kind of been outside Indy once. But
it's going to be the first East we've gone, right?
Yes, that's going to be a sweet event. I'm hoping that one's just like stacked full of players.
Yeah.
We're going to be back in Milwaukee in March. And then Chicago and Gurney in January.
Yeah, I think we finalized that date actually, the April one. I can't remember if we've finalized it. But
we'll get you an update.
We'll
just hit that follow button.
Yeah.
Check out the social media. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all at NRG Series. And if you're feeling generous, hit that subscribe button. We are trying to unlock some emotes. Jack will pull that up so you can see what those are. If that's something you're interested in, these were done by Inkling Customs.
Yeah, they do great work.
Yeah,
great work.
Really great work. Really happy to work with Jess. Jack's looking for it for you guys. But yeah, we're gonna keep up with this format all day long. I know there's talks. I'm not gonna give away the name of the podcast, but I think you're gonna be on a podcast next week.
I will be on a podcast. It may or may not be a Pioneer cast. Yeah. It may or may not be a Pioneer cast.
And I know I'm looking likely. I got to finalize some plans, but it looks like I'll also be on a podcast to talk about this event and some more Pioneer.
Cool.
So a lot going on within the NRG series. We're definitely busy. Appreciate all the viewership, all the help to get those social medias up and running as best we can.
Sweet.
And super hyped. That's really all I can say. Just hyped for the format.
I'm interested. We've seen 8 different decks so far. Even though the pod combo, the Saheeli combo deck is the same thing. They're 2 different decks. Lewis is built a little bit differently than John. So we've seen 8 unique decks, and hopefully we're going to find 4 more new ones here in just a minute. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We've got about 30 seconds left in the round here in Madison. So we'll be back in just a bit for round number 3 of coverage. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Pamonte. This is Brad Brown. Getting ready to kick off round number 3 of some sweet Pioneer action.
You know, I never thought in my life that Typer Shark would be as important as it was today.
Dude, Mavis Beacon,
yeah, man,
just cramming it.
I'm really good. Glad I can type like 60 words a minute.
I was saying my gross words a minute are really skyrocketing today. So Brad and I we're typing all the deck lists up on Cardboard Live as we go here. So in just a second, we're going to jump down to our feature match area. We'll check out one of our players to watch. Actually, is Sam Black, who's on the left, and he's playing against Mike Solimasi. And you'll be able to check here in just a second that Cardboard Live extension has been updated. We've got all the decks up for you. Sam is playing Mono Green Devotion, which is no surprise. He has Leyline of Abundance.
Yeah, in his opening hand, along with this elf. That's a lot of mana already on turn 2.
Yeah, Leyline of Abundance, and that meets a Fatal Push. So big step number 1 there from Mike's deck. So Oath of Nissa for Sam. He's looking for a land here. Looks like he finds one.
So this Mono Green Devotion is one of those decks I said I would like to show up with.
Yeah.
This is not the kind of matchup I'd like to play against, though.
Okay.
A lot of removal. If they can just kill all of the mana dorks, this Leyline of Abundance isn't as powerful. It's definitely something you need to be on the lookout for based on how this format shakes out. Maybe Mono Green isn't the best deck to be playing.
All right, so Sam found the Nykthos with that Oath of Nissa. And we're going to bring up Leyline of Abundance because that one is a powerhouse in this deck here. So you see for 4 mana in quotation marks. If Leyline's in it has the interesting text line with all these Leylines do. It's in your opening hand. You can play it for free, basically, at the start of the game. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green. So your Llanowar Elves get turned into double mana. And then for 8 mana, you can put a +1/+1 counter on each creature control. So it has a hidden mode also. You see Mike actually leads with a Thoughtseize here.
So we see
Voracious Hydra.
Courser of Krufix come down, not able to find or no, I guess he played his 3rd land. So
Yeah.
we'll see if there's a land under this Nissa.
Otherwise, he's got 1, 2, 3.
He has
5 devotion already.
He has 5 devotion as well.
That's beating.
And this Nissa on top, you can't Thoughtseize at the top of the deck.
Yeah, and there's a Gilded Goose for Mike, and it doesn't look like he has another removal spell for any of these creatures. And that Nissa's probably coming down this turn.
Is there a land? Do we get value? Not quite.
All right, well, Nissa Who Shakes the World, as Sam has 5 devotion. So Mike's going to read Nissa Who Shakes the World, and we will too. So you can see Nissa on the screen there. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, and this card also interacts super favorably with Nykthos. Like, this turn, Sam's going to put it on a forest. That makes a lot of sense. You don't want to expose your Nykthos yet. But if Sam wants to play this Walking Ballista next turn, he can basically activate Nykthos twice and generate a crap load of mana and just make a gigantic Ballista.
That is the official term.
Yeah. Crap load,
Crap load,
yeah. It's right there in the Magic rules.
It is, yeah. And Mike is really under the gun here. He's got a Veraska, Golgari Queen, but...
he's going to need like a Hero's Downfall or a Murderous Rider or something along those lines this turn.
He doesn't have. He's got 1 Assassin's Trophy. No other way to deal with
downfalls?
this. Yeah, no downfalls. So
I do think Murderous Rider is probably a card you want to be playing in Sultai. You can maybe lean on Assassin's Trophy, but you're just giving them lands. There's a real cost there.
All right.
Nykthos is a card that people have kind of been screaming like should be banned, essentially.
Okay.
I'm not on the same page as that. One card we don't see in these sideboards. So if Nykthos strategies start to become very popular, you can play a card like Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
That will shut down Nykthos. I'm sure there are some more that are out there. You can play Field Ruin, Assassin's Trophy the land. There's definitely answers. Alpine Moon's another good one.
Sam passed the first test of Courser Krufix when it dies, by the way.
Yeah,
did not reveal the card off there.
So this was frequently called Ghost Courser back in Standards time. There were many GRVs for this reason. So there's another Nykthos. The second copy of Nykthos, not as good. It is a legendary land.
This one isn't a very good Oath of Nissa. I mean, it's digging Sam through his deck, so I think he's totally okay with that. He does have a green floating from that static ability on Nissa here. So you see Veraska Golgari Queen, it was a standard powerhouse for a little bit there in kind of like they weren't called Rally. What's the Command the Dread Horde decks?
Yes.
This card was really good. So you can see there, Mike actually used a -3 ability to destroy target non-land permanent with converted mana cost 3 or less by killing that Courser. Trying to buy some time here. to get to like his good value cards, and Sam's trying not to give him any time if possible.
Yeah, this was a card that answered to Fairy pretty well in Standard,
Yes.
which is why people are playing. It can also answer Oko. I think the problem is Oko kind of already does the damage when it comes into play. And
Yes.
you just really don't want that card to resolve. At least it can cleanly, answer it.
Yep. All right, so Sam doing some deciding on what he wants to do with this Nissa.
I mean, this is a lot of mana.
Got a ton of mana.
This Walking Ballista. I wonder if he's like doing the math on how close to lethal this is.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, Mike's already down to 13, so.
I mean, with an active Nissa in play, even ballisting for 10 seems quite strong.
Sure. And he can chip down the Vraska if he wants, and the Goose. He's got a lot of options. All right.
Yoggy Q says this is the ultimate low IQ format. I wholeheartedly disagree. If you're being sarcastic, that's fine, but there's a lot going on in this format. A lot of old card interactions to remember.
Yeah, Sam's trying to count up here and see how much he's going to be able to get to. So
attack Mike for 6 here.
Yep.
Kind of saying, do you want to block with your Gildagoose or not?
I think he might actually be dead here.
Because he didn't block, I think you're right. And he knew about the Walking Ballista?
Did he?
Yeah,
he
off of
Thoughtseize
Thoughtseize, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
Maybe he doesn't know about the second Nykthos.
Could be. It's a jillion mana. All right, so there's...
So that's 4 mana.
Yep.
Plus 5 devotion here. So he'd go down 2, up 5.
Yep.
So he'd go to 7.
He's going to activate this Nykthos, it looks like. Yep.
So now we're at 7 mana.
Yep, Sam's at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So 2 from the forests because they have the extra ability, and then 5 from that devotion, so he's up to 7 mana, as you said.
Because he had to spend 2 to activate Nykthos.
Yep. And he can legend rule his...
And then he'll
Nykthos
go to 10 mana total.
Up to 10, yep. So the Ballista would be...
We'll get
8.
life totals updated. There we go, to 7.
Yep.
So that's for 5.
Yep.
6. Oh.
Yeah, 6.
Right.
I think it's pretty safe to shoot the Vraska. The Goose isn't really doing anything. I mean, he could, I suppose.
You don't have lethal, so I like just turning off the mana. It
Sure.
prevents him from like making a food next turn,
Yep.
and potentially like doing something with it, or just I don't know, but really showing the powerhouse of mono green devotion here.
All right.
He did not play 2 lands. He had Forest, Nykthos from earlier.
Yep.
He animated 1, attacked first, then played a second copy of Nykthos. Oh, right. The Forest make 3 mana. That's where the 6th counter
Right.
came from. Good catch.
All right. So looks like just a fatal push per Mike. On this dig through time.
MTG Goldfish in the chat, shout out, says Mono Green Devotion is the Tron of Pioneer, I think.
I'm pretty with that.
I'm with that. And I think that having a Tron in a format is also okay.
All right. So Mike looking through with this dig through time. Going to pick a pair of cards out. Yeah, we saw dig through time earlier today, and it's trying to find the answers that Mike needs here. So see that really powerful Delve card there. And it's going to be hard for Mike to claw out of this. So Sam's got... He's just going to attack here, right? Yeah. So Sam just going to turn everything sideways, and Mike is going to fatal push down a land. Sam is
floating mana because it's 3 mana.
Yep.
And now I can add more counters onto this Walking Ballista.
Yep. So it's 5 mana here. Oh, Leyline of Abundance, yeah. Mike gonna eat that food. I think Sam's still got him. Yep, Sam still got him. So Mike going to take a tough L in game number 1 there. So let's see.
All right, so let's take a look at Sam Black in a little bit more detail here. 37 years old, a little bit older than myself. I just turned 35 on the 30th.
Wow.
Happy belated to myself.
Happy belated, yeah.
Occupation, he's an SCG writer. He's from here in Madison, Wisconsin. He's got 2 NRG CT top 8s. He's got 17 Grand Prix top 8s, 3 Pro Tour top 8s. He won a car as a prize at a Magic tournament, which is pretty crazy.
It's interesting.
Wants to teach a class on the importance of communication in romantic relationships since there are few existing resources.
Interesting.
That's really interesting, too. There's actually a book that I've read recently. It's called Hold Me Tight.
Okay.
And I will honestly say it is a game changer. I think anyone in a relationship should read this book. Even if, there's... I feel like in relationships, everyone should always be trying to improve themselves. So, I like reading all kinds of material. And I just could not encourage people more to read that book. It's called Hold Me Tight. It's a fantastic read. You'll read it in a day or 2.
Sam, his most frequently used emoji is the heart, which I can also respect since that is in my Twitter handle. If you have not seen that, it's one of my favorite ones also. So I saw Nick Thos actually hanging out in the chat. Hi, Nick Miller. He mentioned the Nykthos was a card that everyone knew about. The big mana was a big thing. Field of Ruin definitely is really low for me, invisibility in these.
Yes.
I guess it's hard to fit it into these 3-color decks and things like that.
So the way I think it is that since the format's so new, it's about people are more worried about their colored sources than their utility lands.
Okay.
And I kind of mentioned this with Mutavault earlier. As we figure out the format and how far we can stretch the mana base, I think Field of Ruin will start to show up more.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I want to take a peek at the sideboards here. We'll talk about Mike Solimasi's Sultai Control, Sultai mid-range deck. He's on 2 Noxious Grasp, 2 Kalitas Trader of Get, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Disdainful Stroke, a Negate, a Mystical Dispute, and 3 Veil of Summers. It's rough sledding again for me, honestly.
Disdainful Stroke,
I think
is a Kalitas seems good, but you're not. Oh, Noxious Grasp. I mean
Noxious Grasp is the one, yeah.
I think Disdainful Stroke's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. Kalitas could probably come in. There's got to be something we can cut. A lot of these slow cards in Mike's deck, he's just not going to have time for, Tireless Tracker.
Yep.
Lily Out of the Last Hope does deal with the elves. Trying to see what else he might be able to cut here.
Yep.
There's not a ton. This deck's pretty streamlined, so he might just have to make some random cuts here and there. Obviously, the Noxious Grass are probably just coming in for other removal that's not as efficient.
Yeah, I wonder if something like Tireless Tracker matters.
Here?
I don't know about Oko. It might be great. Tireless Tracker is another one that's kind of interesting to me. It does run away with the game as the longer the game goes, but it's definitely difficult. You see Noxious Grasp on the screen there. So that one's from M20. It's 1 and a black. Destroy target green creature or planeswalker. That's green or white. You gain a life. This card's definitely an all-star in this matchup. You mentioned he needs cards like Murderous Rider or Hero's Downfall, and this is kind of a substitute for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So taking a peek at Sam's Black, what you got over there?
It's got an Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, a Hornet Queen, 2 Whisperwood Elementals, a Rex Sage, 2 Disciples, Naila's Disciples, 2 Scavenging Ooze, and 3 Shaper Sanctuary. So I love these Whisperwood Elementals, and the Hornet Queen's an interesting one too. These are really grindy cards. The Whisperwood Elementals are very good against sweepers, which maybe he's expecting, maybe not. It's probably better against blue-white or something like that. But Whisperwood Elemental just making an endless stream of Manifest 2/2s is just absolutely insane. This card deserves to be in sideboards. I think this is a fantastic inclusion from Sam's point of view.
Yeah.
And I think it's just going to pay dividends in this matchup.
Sure.
And then Hornet Queen is also just another one that makes tons of 1/1s that can block, that have flying. It just is another really good go-wide strategy. He might not bring this in if he's expecting sweepers like those -2/-2 effects, because then you're just spending 7 mana and it's playing into their strategy already.
Or Languish maybe.
Right, Languish is another one. It is a good follow-up to a card like that, though. So,
Sure.
and it is a lot of mana. You do have to get to 7. So
I was going to ask you, you mentioned being a lot of mana, like if Ulamog was a card you want, is that like strictly a mirror card or like a control card, you think?
I could see it being a card you want when you need a little bit of interaction, but both decks are trying to go fast.
Okay.
So something maybe like Saheeli combo, because you're not really interacting with each other too much, but
Sure.
if you just like land it and take them off 2 lands, they're like not going to be able to
Okay.
combo. Maybe you want it here, but I wouldn't think so because they're killing all your mana dorks. Like, yes, Sam was able to have a ton of mana that game. At the end of the game, he did find 2 Nykthoses. He was operating off 2 lands, but there's going to be a lot more interaction coming in post board.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, we'll see where this goes. I think Mike's going to need, obviously Sam needs to not have the ley line, and Mike's going to need like a Thoughtseize or something to break up Sam's deck a little bit.
Chat's so smart. You wish for the Ulamog off of Vivian
Sure.
minus. That makes a lot of sense.
That makes sense.
The one card in these mono green, so there's a couple cards. The first we talked about earlier, which was Mistcutter Hydra. I think that has a spot somewhere in this deck,
Okay.
even if it's just a one of. And then the other one is, oh god, I blanked on it.
Nice.
Dang it, I blanked on it.
You had it,
5 mana Vivian,
Oh, sure, sure.
the one that destroys enchantments and flyers.
Okay.
I think that has some play in this deck as well.
Sam has Leyline of Abundance again, and he's got a mana dork here. He's got he's got Once Upon a
Beat
Time.
on Once Upon a Time. There's an elf and a Nykthos.
Nykthos, that's a good one. Yeah, there's a Nykthos there for Sam. He's got a
He has
he's
a
got it all.
burning tree as well.
Yeah, he's really got it all.
Wow, this is a snap Nykthos, right?
Yeah, you and I watched Todd Anderson. Todd, if you're out there, hello, condolences, but congrats. Also, second place. He was 14-0 at one point
I
with
know,
exactly
insane.
the same 75 Sam's playing right now, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't fault Sam for playing this list at all.
Yeah, it was very powerful. We watched him kind of run down several people. We got in a little bit late, but we watched, I think, 3 rounds or so of Todd playing, and it was super convincing. Oh, okay.
And that's
Shaper's
Sanctuary. So Sam going to slow down a little bit, expecting his mana creature to die on turn 1. So
Yeah.
he's going to play Shaper's Sanctuary here, and then probably deploy 2. Wow, he has another
another
Shaper's if he wants it.
Does he have a second land that's non-Nykthos?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay, so you see Shaper Sanctuary here real
does
quick.
not.
It's whenever a creature you control becomes a target of a spell or an ability your opponent controls, you may draw a card. So hello, Oko. Hello, targeted removal. This card is going to be a beating.
Yeah, I mean, if Mike just deploys like Liliana the Last Hope there, and like this next turn, that's also going to be very good. Sam will be able to draw a card, but all of these mana dorks coming down are basically just going to be redraws.
Yeah.
And that's more of a tempo swing than it is really card advantage for Sam. Now, if Sam gets a second Shaper's Sanctuary online,
Yeah.
that's going to be a big deal. Another thing is these enchantments aren't really being interacted with, so that's just like 4 devotion sitting on the table
Yeah,
if he wants it.
Just hanging out. So Jace Vryn's Prodigy, the pickup there for Mike. He's going to use this. I feel you. I think it's going to be this Liliana. So here comes Liliana, the Last Hope. This one we saw peek up just for a brief moment in one of our games earlier today.
Sam's going to draw a card here. Elf does die.
Yeah, so Liliana's going to plus up on that Elvish Mystic and die.
So if Mike's able to ultimate this Liliana, do you think Sam can win through that?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I kind of also.
Yeah, I do.
I also, if he can get like Vivian Ulamog, like Ulamog don't care. Oh man,
Man, that was sweet. So wow. So
this is huge.
So I'll walk you through that play. So Sam tapped 2 forests and plays the Burning Tree Emissary, which grants him 2 more mana. He activates the Nykthos, and Sam had exactly 5 devotion. Was able to play this Nissa also in the turn, and
now he's going to play Walking Ballista for 1 to finish off the Liliana.
Oh yeah, he's got enough.
Because I think he has a second one.
I wonder if he even cares.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah, he's
not.
got 1
Sure.
mana. Yeah, he doesn't even care. I don't think about Liliana at this point.
Yeah,
wouldn't.
it doesn't deal with any. He does have a Hornet Queen in his hand though.
Sure.
But I guess he can play Walking Ballista for $1 million next turn.
Yeah.
For a literal $1 million. So a lot of people screaming Nykthos needs to go. Again, I think it's a little too early. Give some people some time to react to this card. There are cards out there to deal with this. Alpine Moon, Damping Spear,
Assassin's
Trophy. There's
Field of Ruin.
Yes.
There's tons of things.
There's a lot. You kind of want a proactive answer to the card, though, because like the turn they play it from their hand is the turn they're going to make a bunch of mana. So things like Trophy aren't great.
Sure.
But, sometimes you have games like this where Sam had to play the Nykthos on turn 2 to make his land drop, and then you would have been able to snag it. Crumble to Dust, another great one from chat here. Good. BTE should go before Nykthos.
Mike is in a bad spot. Is the way I think that's the technical term.
I can't fault him for taking a second to think about how to navigate this turn.
Yeah, that Abrupt Decay doesn't do anything against Nissa. Dig Through Time is actually just not castable.
And if you want my opinion, the card that was most oppressive this game was Once Upon a Time.
Yeah,
like that's what enabled him to
Nykthos.
find the Nykthos.
Yeah,
and that's a really powerful card. Whoever thought 5 was the appropriate number to look was kind of crazy.
I got a better number for you. 0. Who thought 0 was a good number to put on cards?
Just about every player who's cast this card and realized just how powerful it is.
Yeah, I mean, Wizards has moved to like banning things like the Phyrexian mana stuff is kind of gone, gone, right? Like Ataxian Probe and things like that, and now we have Once Upon a Time, which is incredibly powerful, as you mentioned it, finding either a combo piece. Like I would kind of classify this Nykthos as a combo piece more often than not, honestly, too. I mean, yeah, I think Mike is priced into Noxious Grasping this Nissa and just hoping he can battle through what's on the battlefield already.
If there's a Veil, gotta be game,
we're done.
Right?
If that's
all right, so that is going to resolve. So a little bit of reprieve here for Mike for a second.
Yeah.
Sam has
Does
Double Oath, Hornet Queen, Walking Ballista. So we're going to lean on Oath.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get one more devotion out of
It's also free.
Yes.
Right? Because every mana you spend... Well, he needs to find a land, though.
Yeah, he needs a land.
Because this Nissa no longer makes that forest tap for 2.
That tapping on the table Sam's doing there is a devotion count, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume we're taking... Okay.
Whisperwood Elemental. Sam is currently at 7 devotion. He
doesn't have the mana to activate it, though.
Not yet. Right.
Oh, yes, he does. He has Leyline. Gosh.
Oh, Leyline Abundance.
Leyline Abundance makes 2 mana.
Yep.
Gosh,
so
dang.
forest taps for 2. So this is 2 mana. It's going to funnel into this Nykthos. Let's see. So Sam's going to think about it for a second here.
All right.
So he's going to attack first, which I think is correct.
Yeah, got to get this Liliana off the field.
Yep. Send both at Lily.
You can't Abrupt Decay lands.
Correct.
So, like, Abrupt Decay looking really awkward here.
Yeah, so Liliana down to 1. Sam going to tap this force for 2, funnel it into that Nykthos, and Sam has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I just can't imagine
devotion?
with a Whisperwood Elemental on the field that we can possibly lose from here.
So Sam's down to 6 green mana here.
He could have found a Nissa and untapped the Nykthos too, right? And then made even more mana. Because he would have been 7. He spends 5 of it to play.
Wow, and he has
Nissa.
a Castle Garenbrig now too.
Yeah.
Just in case it wasn't enough.
How many of these cards can Sam play out of his hand is the question.
So this is nicer. 6 floating.
6 floating.
So Sam, I don't even know if he's going to activate this.
So another
5,
Shaperwood. There's
down to 0.
Down to 0.
Yeah.
And now he's manifesting.
I mean, this
is
game's over.
So good. Whisperwood Elemental. So good.
Yeah, man. You remember the Whisperwood Elemental days where people would end at like a jillion life? You remember that one? What was it? Mastery the Unseen?
Yes, it was. It was green white manifest. Yeah. I played that deck at a huge PPTQ.
Oh, we definitely have manifest tokens, by the way.
And
I made sure.
There were 3 green white players in the room. I played all of them.
Attaboy.
Yeah, I was one of them.
Wow,
I
great.
played the mirror like 3 rounds.
You're
in
a
row.
jerk.
There were only 3 others in the room.
That's nice.
So, this is turn what, 4?
Yeah.
So turn 4, maybe 5, and Sam's cast.
Mike's doing the thing right now where he's going to adjust himself in his seat, move his cards around, shuffle a little bit, and then determine that he's been dead for several turns.
Big mana is almost always good on a new format. All right, so we're gonna Pithing Needle, name Leyline of Abundance.
Yeah, Mike Pithing Needles here, and
Sam gets to draw a card if Liliana takes up on any creature. 2 cards, 3 cards. I'm gonna draw 3. Oh boy.
2 lands and a Nykthos.
Mike, you're just fuel to the fire, man. So I think there's a second copy of Nykthos here and a Walking Ballista.
Totally fine. Totally
Can
reasonable.
Sam kill Mike this turn?
That'd be...
I'd be hard pressed to say no. Ban green Leyline. The draws with green Leyline elf are out.
All right, so he's going to attack.
And Once Upon a Time are so good, yeah.
Sam is attacking. And there's an Abrupt Decay for Mike here.
And this Abrupt Decay draws 3 cards.
It just draws 3 for the...
So Sam's going to see if he hits a Veil here, I think.
Oh, man, that's funny.
So take...
I believe it's 8 here.
How big is a Whisper? How big is Whisperwood again?
4/4, I believe.
4/4? Yeah. Man.
All right, Mike's down to 12.
All right. What do we got?
Sam is...
What can we do?
Thinking.
It's a lot of devotion on the table right now. So the elves are free. Free devotion.
Yes. Yep, there's the 2 elves. Sam's going to activate Nykthos. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I like Sam's tapping and helping me.
Yeah.
10.
Go down to 8,
Down
up to 18.
Up to 18. And this is a 9/9 Ballista.
So there's a 9/9.
All right, and
Mike's gonna pack it in. Man, oh man.
Yeah, it's that was pretty brutal for Mike. Sam's deck just kind of crushed him and did whatever it wanted. So yeah, wow, mono green.
A lot of comments in chat. Nykthos makes this deck great.
Everybody hates
Nykthos. So
Nykthos.
good without it. I mean,
Should I sell mine? Should I sell the 4 I have? They're like over here somewhere.
I don't know.
Should I need to sell them?
It's hard to know. Like, we don't know if in what and when things are going to get banned, so it's hard to know what to buy into.
Yeah.
It's a struggle. What I would say is kind of what Watsy said, is just be a little optimistic. Don't spend too much money on cards that are super powerful. If they're cheap or you can get a good deal on them, certainly buy them. Nykthos is a card I think that's always going to see... It's going to be on some radar at some level, whether it's in EDH, if that's kind of your format, or something like this. I also still think give the format a little time.
Okay. All right, well, that was sweet. I think we have a backup match ready for you. And we actually got Joe Bernal is...
Joe Bernal is...
He's playing a Nykthos deck, too.
Playing the exact 75 that we just saw.
And then Ace of Snyder's playing a deck, I think... am I going to tell a lie? I thought it might be good against this, but I don't see any sweepers. So we'll jump down there in just a second here. So he's playing an Esper Hero deck. So we have sped them up just a smidge as we're getting close to the end of the round here. Brad is hacking away on his computer here, getting ready to put the deck list up on screen for you. So they should be up here in about 10 seconds. But you can see Asa leading off with very powerful Thoughtseize here on Joe. Joe has 3 Mana Dorks, a Burning Tree Emissary, and a Vivian Arcbow Ranger, 1 land.
This is definitely one of the ways to attack this mono green devotion deck. A lot of times, they can generate a ton of mana, but if you can just Thoughtseize out their big thing, Joe just put his whole hand out and play on turn 2. Without a Nykthos, without a Leyline.
Yeah.
This is a lot of damage.
2, 4,
7 damage.
Yeah, he's got a Fatal Push. Takes 5 down to 11 for Asa. And
Walking Ballista for 1.
Is that a Jace Friends Prodigy?
It looks like a Jace to me.
That does not do...
It blocks.
It certainly blocks an elf.
It probably doesn't block,
It does not
actually.
because of Walking Ballista?
I think Joe will probably put a counter on it.
Oh, wow. So Asa actually has a really big one here. He has a Jace Architect of Thought in hand.
Okay.
So if he's able to survive here, he's able to really nerf Joe's next several attacks.
Joe can attack for 3 if he wants.
I think he's attacking with everything. Unless he's got...
He has to decide if he wants to trade his walking ballista for the Jace.
Right.
And if he does, then he can attack with everything.
Okay.
And if he doesn't, I think he just attacks for 3.
All right.
If he has a land in hand, he can attack for 4.
Let's see what he does here. So, see, the ability I was mentioning on Jace there is that +1. So,
oh, sure. He can do this too.
Until your next turn, whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks, it gets -1, -0 until end of turn. So.
The -2 is the fun part of this card, though, revealing the top
fiction.
3 cards, and opponent splits them into 2 piles.
Yep. Leyline of Abundance, hard cast. It's a little annoying now for Asa.
So Asa has no copies of any.
There's no sweepers. I don't see anything.
No sweepers. He's running Spell Quellers. Okay, so that would be why he would not want.
Oh, Gideon Ally of Zendikar is a nice follow up here. Okay. So you see Gideon Ally of Zendikar here, going to make a Knight Ally, and that is a huge draw for Joe.
And Asa immediately scoops it up. And the reason there is the Walking Ballista was going to make a ton of counters.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So, all right, Nykthos's getting banned. No, it's not.
Again,
that's funny though.
Give it a little time. I do agree. It's one of the more powerful strategies.
Yeah.
Just give it a little time.
All right. So, taking a look here, I'm going to look at Ace's sideboard with everybody here. So he has 1 Arishan Cleric. So I want to mention that card plus something like Ochtai's Command he's playing in his sideboard, in his main deck, excuse me, also. It's kind of a combo also with the Jaces as well. So 1 Arishan Cleric, 2 Collective Brutality, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Supreme Verdict. Those are going to be very important.
Yeah.
Campbell, Console of Allocation, a Kaya Orzhov Usurper. I'm kind of on.
I'm on that.
And 2 Unmoored Egos. So the Supreme Verdicts are lights out. Those got to come in.
Right.
I'm pretty into the Kaya, and I think that might be it, partner.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Dovin's Veto does a ton. Maybe post-board there's enough.
Yeah.
Like you kind of know what these strategies are. But this Whisperwood Elemental plan kind of shuts down those Supreme Verdicts pretty well.
Yeah, and you can see there, you're looking at Joe's sideboard. It's the same as Sam's, right?
Exact same. So 2 Whisperwood, 3 Ooze, 1 Hornet Queen, 1 Ulamog, 1 Rex Sage, 3 Disciple, and 4 Veils.
Okay, so let me ask you again about Ulamog. Is this an Ulamog matchup here?
So I think it's always on the board now. Like
because
chat,
of the Vivian.
The Vivian can wish for
just
it.
Like mono 4-ofs this deck.
So yeah, you just put it in the side. Yeah, it's mono 4-ofs.
Okay.
This deck is super streamlined.
So just
I don't know if Todd came up with this list exactly or if he got it from somebody else,
probably.
but sweet list. I think the Whisperwood's got by far though my favorite thing.
What about something like Scavenging Ooze? When you see like Jace, you can assume that there's things like Dig Through Time. There's not here in Ace's deck list. You think Scavenging Ooze comes in?
Yeah, probably. Enough of your creatures are going to die that Scooz on its own can probably become a very big threat. You also get to interact with that Jace, like flashbacking of spells and things like that. So I would think Scavenging Ooze is definitely a card you want.
Okay. Let's take a peek at Joe, who won game number 1. He's a pretty big staple. I believe he's first on our leaderboard here. He just had a really awesome performance last month. And I mean, he just crushes it on the series, to be honest with you, and overall. So you can see Joe is 29 years old. He's a Hot Sauce Games buyer. Lives in Chicago. 9 CZ top 8s, 3 wins. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good record. He's last year he was in the championship, which is a little over a month from now. Not too far away, man.
Yeah.
He has 2 SCG Invitational top 8s, which is pretty awesome. He's a lover of mental magic and all things limited. That is true. Bohemian Rhapsody, go-to karaoke song.
That just like screams Joe to me.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. The most frequently used emoji is that little fire one here. I don't think his forest deck wants to see many fires, but other than that, Joe's a really good all-around dude. Excited to see him battling for our championship, and today, off to a good start. So we'll jump down to game number 2, where Ace is going to be able to be on the play here, and he leads off on a Thoughtseize this time. This time, Ace on the play, so let's see what he's got. There's a Veil of Summer in there. Once upon a time. There's a lot of great stuff. That Whisperwood's, man, that's got to go. That's so hard.
I believe I'm on the same page as you.
It's just a card that's like the most unbeatable in the hand, right? Ace looks like he's on a mulligan here.
Dovin's Veto did come in.
Takes Veil of Summer. Okay.
Which, there's a Vivian I saw?
So Joe going to go ahead and take an Elvish Mystic. It looks like a Vivian. Yep,
was a
promo
Vivian,
one.
Yeah.
Ace,
Veil of Summer is Cryptic Command for 1 mana.
Yeah, it's really good.
Counter your thing, draw a card. Only counters notably blue and black things.
Joe's look right there on the Once Upon a Time was 5 lands. 3 of them were Nykthos.
Which you're kind of sad about, but also probably okay with.
Yeah.
So there's 4 mana. There's the Vivian.
All right.
Put 2 counters on
On
the elf.
There's an Ojutai's Command. Man, I mean, that's what he was looking for. It's exactly what Asa was looking for.
These, like, control decks, though, are really struggling to keep up with.
Yeah.
Now, Joe's... that Vivian is triple green, right?
Yeah, Joe just found actually the 4th copy of Nykthos.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So not the greatest. So he can cast this Elvish Mystic this turn. He cannot cast Llanowar Elf this turn. Which is in his hand. He shows. Yes, they're different,
they are
kind
different,
of.
Yeah.
Let's see what he goes with. I think he might have another
Does he
Vivian?
have another forest? I'm not sure he does.
I don't think so. I think he has another Vivian in hand, actually, as well.
I think he's trying to decide if he plays his land or not. He can, like, float a colorless. Oh, he's 1 mana short from deploying Whisperwood Elemental this turn. So float a mana. Play a second
Joe
copy
plays
of
a second Nykthos.
4 Devotion.
Yep, 4 Devotion here. Joe's going to play.
Is he thinking about maybe making another Vivian?
Another Vivian, okay. Is he going to fight something here?
He might.
Yeah, he fights the elf, so goes with the bite ability on his Elvish Mystic, eats one of those Reflector Mages, and then Asa passes.
I think this Ojutai's Command...
Yeah, it's going to pay him off here.
Because it's Ojutai's creature, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Counter, yeah.
And the Silumgar one was non-creature?
Silumgar Scorn, yep.
Yeah.
So you see Ojutai's Command here. I think Joe's about to cast this into it. So Ojutai's Command for 2 white-blue. Here it goes. You get to choose 2 modes. Return target creature card with converter mana cost 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. I mentioned things like Jace, Rin's Prodigy, Arishan Cleric, things like that. You may gain 4 life. You can counter target creature spell, and you can draw cards. So he went with the counter and draw ability on that one. Makes sense.
There was a Shambling Vent for the turn.
Okay.
Asa does have a copy of Supreme Verdict in hand.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Chose not to cast it last turn.
Wow.
I can't imagine a faster veto in my life.
So Asa going to take 8 here? Wow. Down to 8.
Okay, so this is good. He can attack Vivian down to 1. Supreme Verdict. If Joe bricks on a creature, Shambling Vent can take care of this Vivian.
Yep. All right, so you see Supreme Verdict is just kind of a format all-star at this point. Nice to have this card back, to be honest with you. So for 4 mana, just kind of the vanilla Wrath, but this one can't be countered. So it kills all the creatures and can't be countered.
Yep.
Wow, so as the play you mentioned, that Shambling Vent takes down Vivian, and then there's a Hero Precinct 1, and Ace is going to be in decent shape.
Auto Erasure is going to... Oh, and that's a Nissa. That's a Nissa off the Veil draw.
Yeah.
Ace deciding, do I attack you?
Yeah.
I will gain some life. Go to 8.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it. All right. Is Joe just missing a land here?
Joe is missing a land
currently.
Yeah.
All right, so Ace is just kind of punching the clock here and hoping it's good enough. There's another Supreme Verdict there.
4 mana, Walking Ballista for 2.
Okay. Well.
Overall, not at 20.
Is Joe going to win this game somehow?
I feel like this is Aces to lose, but
he's got 2 cards left, and Joe's about to stick this Vivian or this Nissa, excuse me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, honestly, man, I think Joe's in good shape.
I believe you.
Yeah, I
agree.
I just don't think Asa has the tools to win this game anymore.
We do have hero tokens. Our judge couldn't find them. We'll have them for you next round if they come up. These life totals are also not correct. I definitely understand. This is time shifted, so it is pre-recorded essentially, so we can't fix it in real time.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is he's on the land here.
And there we got an update.
And there's a verdict, Supreme Verdict in hand for Asa, as well as another hero of Precinct 1. And I mean, he's just going to launch this verdict, and I don't think it's very good.
It's really hard to come back from this. Nissa is just one of those planeswalkers that even if you have a one-for-one answer for it, it's just really hard to deal with. These forests having vigilance is probably, in my opinion, the biggest deal.
Sure.
Because otherwise, like, the Shambling event could threaten the Nissa, but the fact that the lands just have vigilance.
How do you beat any of these cards? Like this Hornet Queen, how are you going to beat this card?
The
Whisperwood Element?
Yeah.
How's he going to beat that one? And Joe has one floating here from the Nissa.
So Nykthos generates no mana at the moment, like additional mana. So we'll see.
2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 mana, so there's the Whisperwood.
And then now we can make
now it can generate
more
mana.
Attack for 3 here.
It's for 5, actually. There's Devotion. So
right.
Joe, yep, and Joe going to go ahead and get game number 2.
Yeah, this Whisperwood Elemental is really strong.
Yeah, it's a really good pivot for them in the sideboard, I think, this mono green deck, who may have trouble against sweepers. We watched Joe beat Wrath with Nissa,
yep.
And Whisperwood Elemental was very good also. I think if it maybe wasn't Whisperwood Elemental, he might have had a chance there. Asa might have. I don't know. He just probably wasn't coming back.
There's just so much like Nissa giving repeatable threats, Whisperwood giving repeatable threats. It's just really hard for these control decks to really deal with that. There's no great like blow up the world kind of card that we're really seeing play. Like Hour of Devastation might be something that like people should consider.
Yep.
But that's red, so maybe we should, maybe be thinking about Jeskai as a control deck.
Yep.
I'm not really sure what the answer is. Mizium Borders is another one like that a control deck could play that's like it kills all the creatures. It doesn't deal with the planeswalkers, but that is red like early removal that you could pair with Hour of Devastation. That's also a sweeper late game. It also can't be veiled. So that's maybe Jeskai is like where we should be looking to if we're trying to play a control deck.
Like Deafening Clarions?
Deafening Clarion's another one for like early aggression.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what it looks like exactly, but
somebody mentioned something real quick about Asa had a land untapped. He played a tapped land, and then he went back and untapped it.
Yeah.
So nothing changed in the game from that point. So he played it tapped, and he said, "You know what? I want to activate my Shambling event, so I'm going to play this untapped," which you can do. He asked the judge at the table, and you can untap that because no other game action, no other information has happened.
It's a new role change essentially. You can basically take back actions. They're not locked in unless information is changed. Like life totals, I think even count.
Right.
Cards drawn, things like that.
Right. So he went back and shocked the land in Wrath, and then was able to activate his Shambling event.
So if you're excited for Pioneer, we're excited to show you Pioneer. I know there's been some questions about the rest of the events for this year. I can promise you, Monday or Tuesday, we're having a meeting. We're going to be talking about it. It's definitely on our short list. We have our championship this year, which has standard in it. We have, which we might want to change to Pioneer. The truth is, there's a lot that goes into the decision. It's not something we take lightly, and we'll definitely be talking about it.
Yep.
But next year, it's all wide open. We're going to be giving over $150,000 in total prize money. We've got 3 Players Tours invites to give away next year, and we're doubling our prize pool for our championship, so it'll be a $20,000 event. If you want more information, you can hit bit.ly/NRG Series 2020. That is case sensitive. If you're having problems with it, head on over to nerdragegaming.com to check out more information. There's an article there.
Sweet. All right, well, we're going to take a break here and try and get things sorted out for round number 4. Brad and I are going to scarf some Five Guys burgers real quick, and we'll check you guys out in just a few. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Pamonte. This is Brad Brown, getting ready to kick off round number 4 out of 8 here in our Pioneer NRG Series trial in Madison, Wisconsin. We've had some sweet ones today. We are about to have some more sweet ones.
Yeah, we got 2 new archetypes that we haven't seen on camera yet today. We're going to have Bant Nexus versus Demir Gift, Godpharaoh's Gift.
Yeah.
So this should be an interesting one. Unfortunately, I think for Jacob, the Demir Gift's looking for more of a mid-range, grindy matchup, and we'll see how much interaction it can have with Nexus. But, you know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, so we've got Keenan Davidson down there playing the Bant Nexus deck, as you mentioned, and Jacob Bagha is playing that Demir Godpharaoh's Gift deck. So it sounds like they're ready to roll here. So we're going to jump down into our match and get ready to roll.
And you guys should now see those deck lists on the stream.
Yeah, the T in Bant Nexus is silent, by the way.
Bant Nexus?
It is silent. So you see Keenan there on the right. He's a long-time player on our series.
Brennan DeCandio in chat says, did someone say gift? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
That's right. Brendan's a long-time gift player. I forgot.
Hopefully, you know, even if Jacob loses this match, because I got to imagine it's not going to be easy, we might have to put him back on feature.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's a very interesting deck list.
I do like his sideboard. He's got 4 Kite Sail freebooters hanging out. That's got to be pretty decent against Nexus.
Yeah, you would assume. All right. Dude, this format's sweet. Come on,
it's
let's
super
be real.
sweet.
This
I mean, come on.
sweet.
You get to do all kinds of things that we haven't done in years. You get to, like, upgrade your old standard decks, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm loving
Man,
it.
Emery with the Godpharaoh's Gift is sweet.
Yeah. I mean, kind of want to cheat it into play some other ways, but...
Hey, that works for me. All right, so... Looks like a mulligan there for Jacob, and he's going to send one back. I think it was a Cauldron familiar.
Yeah, and notable, like, no... You know, this isn't like a refurbished strategy going on here.
All right, Keenan leads on Lumbering Falls. Jacob leads on a Swamp, and... All right. He does. I was seeing if he has Thoughtseize in his deck, but it does not look like it. So Witch's Oven.
Witch's Oven, much better of a card, Matt. Much more strong than Thoughtseize.
Okay. All right, so Jacob going to go ahead and stick a Smuggler's Copter on the field here. And Keenan going to go ahead and start just Bant Nexusing and plays a Growth Spiral, puts a Breeding Pool in place. So Keenan's ramped himself up here.
Does Keenan have one of the namesake cards in Wilderness Reclamation?
So Keenan actually has, looks like Search for Azcanta in hand too. He's going to crack this Fabled Passage and go get a land out. Keenan loves Nexus of Fate, in case you didn't know that. All right, so goes ahead and gets out a Plains. And he's shuffling up. Let's see where Keenan lands here. So he plays Teferi. Okay, Teferi Time Raveler.
Bounce the Smuggler's Copter.
Seems smart.
Seems strong. Jacob, probably playing Copter here for the discard effect, getting creatures into the graveyard, which then he can get back with Godpharaoh's Gift later. I like the interaction of Hangerback Walker with Witch's Oven.
Yeah.
I think that's a really sweet interaction.
Yeah, Keenan is in good shape here.
For all you new viewers, if we are interacting directly with chat, so if you guys have any questions for Matt or I or anyone on the team, shoot those in chat. We'll try to do our best to see them.
Yeah, it's going to cost you some money, though, if you want to ask me a question directly. It's going to cost at least several dollars.
All right, you got to donate some bits to get questions from Matt. I'm a cheapskate. I'll take it for free. You just might not get the answer you want.
That's fair. You might not get the answer you want from me either, but you've already paid for it. So
here we get the other half of the Godpharaoh Gift combo piece.
Yeah, the cat combo
the
is going
gate
off.
to the afterlife here.
Yeah. All right, and there goes a Hangerback
We're
Walker.
going to play Hangerback Walker for 0, right?
Yep.
And that'll...
All right. So Keenan has Supreme Will here. So you see Gates of the Afterlife has a ton of text. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you gain a life, then you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So just played that Hangerback, trying to get through the deck, it looks like. For 2 mana tap, you can sacrifice Gate, search your graveyard, hand, and or library card for a card named Godpharaoh's Gift, put it onto the battlefield. And then if you search your library that way, shuffle it, You can only activate the ability if there are 6 or more creature cards in your graveyard. So he's trying to fill that graveyard up pretty quickly.
Right. Now, here's a question. If I remember right, and I could be remembering wrong, was it true that Gate to the Afterlife was printed in a separate set than God Pharaoh's Gift?
We can
That
find
happened
out
with one of these cards, right?
We'll put God Pharaoh's Gift up in a second.
Sure.
So this one, Gate to the Afterlife is from Amonkhet, and
Right.
I think you're right, actually. I think it's the one after it, but I could be wrong. So we'll bring that up here in just a second. A lot of new cards. We're putting our directors to
yes, it was
work.
printed the set before.
The Hour
I
of
always thought
Devastation.
that was really weird. I always thought that was really weird that they'd print a card like that and then change it.
Okay. All right.
Or and then like have the second set have the combo piece.
It's quite interesting, yeah. You're right.
All right, so Jacob's got 1 creature in the graveyard.
See, Keenan has that mountain in his hand. That's a Nexus of Fate proxy, it looks like.
Yeah.
Keenan's in really good shape here.
So we're going to crew. Is that a crew?
Yeah, it looks like he's crewing and then sacking to
Right.
the
Make a food.
cauldron, make a food.
Trigger, draw, discard. Gain a life. Now, Keenan doesn't really care about all of this life that Jacob's going to
No,
gain.
not at all.
When he kind of wins the game, it will
Yep.
be through a bunch of extra turns.
I'm going to God Pharaoh's Gift, and now Smuggler's Copter going to loot, a.k.a. Looter Scooter. We've seen that one before. Yeah, Jacob's got a ton of lands in hand here. He's got this one Hangerback Walker that he can, cast for 0 to kind of fill up the graveyard, but it's just too slow right now.
Yeah.
Just seems too slow.
He's got Walking Ballista for 0 if he wants it. Hangerback for 0 if he wants it.
All right, so he plays a land out here. Let's see what Jacob decides to do. Jacob plays Hangerback for 2 here.
Right. And I like this because next turn he can sack that to Witch's Oven and then make a bunch of Thopters.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Keenan is just like,
This deck seems super grindy.
oh, yeah. So that's a Haze of Pollen, I believe, being cycled there for Keenan. When your opponent is cycling Haze of Pollens, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah. Also just trying to fill this graveyard for the search.
Yep. All right, and then Keenan going to put a Glacial Fortress in the bin. There's an Oko. Wow, that's a good hit.
We're up to 7 mana already.
Yeah, Keenan is in very good spot here.
There's a Wilderness Reclamation.
He gets to play Oko.
Play Oko, untap.
Yeah, he gets to... Man, Keenan's in really good shape. He's asking for food here, it looks like. Keenan must be hungry. There's Keenan untapping.
Untap, 7
and
mana.
Nexus of Fate being cast here. Nexus of Fate. Is that card good? I can't remember. Is it? Is that one?
It's definitely good. And Keenan does have basically both of his win conditions here, a Lumbering Falls and the Oko. So if he can kind of keep taking these extra turns, which is very likely with the Search for his Cancer in play, I would expect this game to end
Keenan's
pretty
in great shape.
rapidly.
So search. Keenan takes that one. What do you
Wow.
think it is? What do you think it is?
It's a Nexus.
I would never have guessed. I would never have guessed.
Not the greatest of hits, because you kind of want to flip your search.
Okay.
But I mean, you're more than happy to take it, of course. And I'll be able to get in for 3.
Yeah, with this food we have. Oh, don't you worry. We have come prepared with elks. Don't you worry.
They're not the fanciest of elks, but they're elks nonetheless. We can't just take Lewis Kaplan and put him on a token.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Lewis dressing up as an elk.
I feel
almost
like if
killed
we
me.
ever do make tokens for the series, Lewis Kaplan has to be an elk now, right?
I mean,
That's the only option.
I suppose. We should get a picture. I'm sure we've got a picture of that. I've got confirmation that's been done. Okay.
I'm pretty sure Norm's taking 10.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Keenan just kind of doing his thing here. He's got this Oko, just kind of making some food, hanging out. So Primwell is an interesting card in this deck.
I really like it. It helps dig when you're needing to find that combo piece or finding a Nexus. And then in the early game, you can use it as a counterspell.
Yeah. Keenan going to go searching through his deck with that search.
5
and it's a
lands.
complete whiff.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe he's going to...
Float 4.
Wow.
Still has enough mana to find a Nexus, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So he's floated 4 so far. What is this? Oh, so okay.
Sphinx's Rev.
Okay.
All right.
Now we're cooking with grease.
Keenan's got a spicy Bant Nexus brew here.
Keenan just drew.
If you like Sphinx's Revelation.
9. Keenan just drew 9 cards.
And gained 9
And gained
life. And we're going to move to discard.
All right, so Keenan moving to discard, and he's going to be.
I don't think you're ever sad about the discard here.
So I saw. I just mentioned this last round, actually, that Sphinx's Rev is unplayable. I was wrong. It's playable in this exact deck, actually.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
This exact deck, and Keenan only has
it's just a one-of, yeah. He's got a few dig-through times.
And he's also got these Tamios. You can just buy it back. That is.
You can?
That's heinous.
Yeah.
Certainly
can.
That is rude. All right, well.
Tuffy2011 says, most broken deck in the room.
Okay. I would buy that, honestly. I'd buy that.
Doesn't mean it's ban-worthy or not beatable, but definitely the most powerful.
All right, Jacob found a Stitcher supplier, so he can kind of get moving here.
All right. Seems like a solid card in this kind of deck.
The problem with me is, like, how's he going to win from here?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
How you gonna win from here?
Does he have a way to, like, win on the turn?
Spot? No, I don't think so.
It doesn't seem like it.
There's no, like, combo card. Cruise the copter up.
Yeah.
Sacks the supplier.
So he gets to like order the triggers here.
Yeah.
He gets a gate loot too if he wants it.
Yeah.
If he remembers it.
Should be able to see the standings on that Cardboard Live extension too. I'll make sure that's the case real quick while we're.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. The bottom middle of your screen, you should see a standing icon if you're watching on PC. If you're on mobile, I believe there is a way to get into the extensions and view that information, but I'm not entirely sure. Someone has told me that in the past, though. Someone says, Modern and Pioneer need a 1 blue Supreme Will. How do you feel about that? I feel like it's too strong.
No, that's way too good.
Way too good, right? Like digging 3 cards for blue.
I was
for
pretty,
2 mana.
I was like pretty into them printing like Pyroblast into the format.
Sure.
So like I think Pyroblast is right on the edge of like too powerful. I don't know if it's too powerful or not.
If Veil is legal, I think Pyroblast could be legal.
You know what?
Too.
You're right. Yeah, you're probably right.
But I don't think either should be legal.
No,
personally,
I just want a quick way to deal with Oko. If we're gonna leave that card as legal, you're gonna need a lot of answers that are cheap.
Yes.
And I think Pyroblast is certainly one of them. And it can deal with it on the stack, and it can also deal with it as it's already resolved. I think that's you need flexible answers like that.
Now, Veil says cards can't be countered, but does it say by blue and black spells? So would Pyroblast...
Maybe not. Yeah, Pyroblast gets around it.
Yeah, you can't Veil a Pyroblast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems good.
Pyroblast is a card I want to see, but...
No. It's a separate line. Spells you control can't be countered this turn.
Right.
So it would stop Pyroblast.
It would stop Pyroblast, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Wow. I could see it.
Another Smuggler's Copter. I got a bunch of these hanging around, too. Keenan is just so content, just like hang out. He's like, yeah, all right, I have a full hand. Go nuts. I think he has double Nexus in hand, actually.
He does, yeah. He got it he had 2 off the Sphinx's Revelation.
And he gets to make this other food in Elk. Keenan just slams down the Nexus.
Keenan's like, you know what I want to do? Since we're not playing Modern, and I get to shuffle all the time in Modern, I want to do more shuffling in Pioneer.
He would like to take all
Let's play Bant Nexus.
Yep, he would like to take all of the turns.
All right, more Elks coming.
Yeah, Keenan's got 2 Elks. It's really just a matter of time. I mean, I don't think there's a way that Jacob survives here. Keenan has an extra turn locked up, and he's got another one in hand.
Yes.
So he's just going to take...
And he's got an Azcanta activation this turn.
He's got an Azcanta.
At least. Can he do both? It doesn't look like he can do both.
Or
no, he can do both, right? Yeah, he can do both.
Yeah.
He can cast Nexus.
Here's a Nexus. Here's that.
And then he can activate
Azcanta.
Yeah. And typically in this strategy, you want to make sure you have as many Nexuses in your deck as you can.
Yep.
Before you start trying to find them. When you're in this spot specifically.
Keenan's going to do that thing you mentioned where he's going to spin and try and find another Nexus. And he hits one. And the game has ended. All right, so Jacob going to scoop him up. Keenan also had that Lumbering Falls, too. Could have shaved the turn off the clock if he wanted.
Definitely.
So,
Sluffer13 says, are we even taking a turn if you aren't taking all of the turns?
That's a good point, honestly. So there's like a couple people in Magic. There's ones that want to draw all the cards. There's ones that want to take all the turns,
Yeah.
and there's people that show up with everything else. that's it. That's it. So Keenan Davidson, we mentioned, he is playing this Bant Nexus deck, and he has, let's see, that doesn't look right. We'll get that out of here because those are definitely not cards that
those are old school. We're not going to show sideboards.
Yeah, we'll get rid of those.
that way. We'll just read them over for you guys.
So I'm taking a peek at Keenan's deck list. He has 4 Cerulean Drake. Wow. 2 Thing in the Ice, a Jace Architect of Thought, 3 Veil of Summers, 2 Display of Dominance, and 3 Dovin's Vetoes.
Keenan did not want to lose the red.
Definitely not. I think these Dovin's Vetoes are pretty good. I mean, I don't even know if you want... Do you really want anything else here?
None of these cards really interact other than Dovin's Veto, and I'm not sure how much I care.
Yeah, I don't think he really cares too much. I'm just looking at something.
I think Keenan's probably just going to leave the same 75. Display of Dominance destroys non-creature permanents that are blue and black.
I was just looking it up. It's target blue or black non-creature permanent. We'll bring that one up. Display of Dominance. So you get to choose one. Destroy target blue or black non-creature permanent, and then permanents you control can't be the target of blue or black spells your opponents control. So probably not good enough here. But Dovin's Veto's good. It gets the it'll hit like Smuggler's Copter, I suppose.
He's going to be on the draw, though.
More importantly, it hits
Gate to the Afterlife and God's Pharaoh's Gift.
Exactly,
yeah.
Yep.
But
and if there's any Planeswalkers.
That's such a slow strategy. Like, why even dilute your deck at all?
You think he's just going to, like, same 60 go?
I think there's an argument. I mean, it is a blue-black deck. You can expect cards like maybe Thought Erasure, Thoughtseize to come in. So maybe you want the Veils. But I don't know. And then maybe you're like, okay, I'll bring in Dovin's Veto just to be sure. But again, I feel like...
He's pretty trim.
I feel like
he also has these Tamios already, though. So, like, he's already insulated against those kind of
cards.
A
little bit.
Yeah.
Not in the early turns. Okay, so looking at Jacob's sideboard here, we've got 4 Kite Sail Freebooters. Those are an obvious include. Stripping a Nexus out of the opponent's hand in the late game, or even in the, getting a Reclamation in the early game. And really all of the cards Keenan has that are powerful. And then you can do things like bin it later, like if a Blast Zone blows it up, then you can get it back with God Pharaoh's Gift later. 2 Phyrexian Revoker, that can name Escant to the Sunken Rune. I probably want that card over some of these other ones.
Yeah.
Massacre Girl is not a card we want. Agent of Treachery, also too slow. Tormod's Crypt is really close for me. Again, you're kind of stopping this Escanta
and
Tameo, dig through time. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
2 Fatal Push. Don't really want those. No. And then 2 Noxus Grass. I think you can assume, you saw Oko, you can assume Tameo.
There's Teferi too, right?
There is Teferi, but I don't know that he did see that.
Play
yeah,
so
definitely want to bring those Noxus Grass in. And because of all of these cards, if I'm Keenan and I'm thinking about what cards could he bring in, Noxious Grass I think is an obvious one where I'm going to want Veil.
The Veils,
for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. After thinking about it a little bit, the Veils seem pretty good. I'm with you, though. Keenan seems like he's very far ahead in this matchup, probably most matchups, to be honest with you. But this one, Jacob, I think, wants to see, like, Mono Red or, like, the Sultai mid-range decks we saw.
Yeah.
He wants to grind through people where they've killed everything, and he's like, haha, here's my gate to the afterlife.
Exactly
It doesn't matter. I don't think he wants to see like a hard combo deck, especially with no Thoughtseize or Duress type effects in his deck list.
So let's learn a little bit more about Keenan here. We got a player profile for him. 28 years old, member services representative from Beloit, Wisconsin. 4 NRG CT top 8s. He was a 2018 NRG championship competitor, trying to make a run at it for this year as well. He's got 2 MC appearances. They're Aether Revolt and Amonkhet. And a big one, commissioner of Wisconsin's best fantasy football league. We got that in quotes because that's something he would say, but it's pretty sweet.
We have played 7 weeks of fantasy football.
Yeah.
Guess how many wins I have?
2.
Lower.
1?
I have 1 win.
1 win?
I'm 1-6 in our fantasy league. There's several of the participants in the Wisconsin's best fantasy football league here in the building, and they keep asking me, how many wins you got? How many wins? Stop. Just leave me alone. So Keenan also most frequently used emoji is the oops thing, and I think that's kind of indicated by his deck list here. It's like, I found a Nexus, oops. So these guys look like they're ready to roll, anxious to get going, so we'll get you going back here. And Jacob has a Choked Estuary is the lead, and another Witch's Oven.
Witch's Oven. Fantastic card when you're trying to grind, but not at its best here. There's a Stitcher Supplier that can fill up a graveyard pretty quickly. Looks like a Smuggler's Copter is going to be the play.
Yeah.
So next turn, Jacob has a play of Stitcher Supplier, Crew Copter, sack Stitcher Supplier, start filling up this graveyard.
Yeah, he's. Oh wow, that's great.
It's a nice little combo. He's actually going to be able to play 2 now.
Yeah, he's got double.
Now he's
supplier.
looking for like Gate to the Afterlife.
Sure. This is actually a really nice start. This is maybe his best start, to be honest.
I like the synergy going on in this deck. Again, I just worry about the speed of it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so gonna pitch that Watery Grave, another land, and then he has another Copter. Okay. All right, Keenan's under the gun. Smuggler's Copter closes pretty quick.
Right. Not sacking creature here yet, just because he's going to need creatures to crew these Smuggler's Copters.
Yeah. Keenan's got, is this a Narset? Oh, it's a Teferi, okay. How do you feel about just bouncing one of these and like making him attack it?
Well, there's a couple things you could do here. You could bounce the creature so that he has to replay its crew, but I think you could bounce the oven.
Sure.
That doesn't do anything either. So I'm with you. I'm on the Copter.
Yeah, I think that's right. And then you see Jacob going to get the little value out. So you see Smuggler's Copter, a previously banned card in Standard.
Yeah.
It's a 2-mana 3/3 artifact vehicle. This was the first vehicles printed, was these ones, and did a really great job. Great job.
Yeah, like it was new idea.
Yeah.
Maybe a little pushed.
Yeah.
The Crew one, I think, was where it was oppressive. I think maybe Crew 2 would have been a little bit more fair.
Yeah, so.
Also, funny, I got rid of these for copies of Epic. Because when they banned this card and everyone was mad, Epic said, send us your Copters, we'll give you free boxes of Epic card game.
Yeah.
And I turned them in.
So.
And now I'm regretting it.
I have a funny story about Smuggler's Copter, actually. I did the same thing. There was tons of people in our LGS that had Smuggler's Copters, and they're like, will you just like turn these in and we'll all get copies of Epic? I was like, sure. So I sent them like 20 copies of Smuggler's Copter, and I still have like 35 of them. And they sent me like a case of Epic, and I was like, well, this is like so many. This is way more than the Copters I sent in. So I still have like 30 Copters left. It's really nice.
Well, better now than ever, I feel like, getting rid of those.
All right. So
Schmitty Game says, bouncing the creature just lets them fizzle your card draw. It's a terrible play. No, I agree. Matt said, I think I'm bouncing Copter here, and I was just trying to see if there were other lines. And I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So he's going to draw this card with both Copters. He's really close, but he just doesn't have a payoff. And like Keenan's about to untap with this Wilderness Reclamation. It's going to be all bad for Jacob again.
Killer Germ says, Teferi has looked very bad in this list, unfortunately. I think it's all contextual.
Yeah.
I think in this matchup, it's not at its best. There's a lot of cheap creatures. The Smuggler's Copters are things you have to worry about. But like in the mirror, imagine showing up and playing against Simic Nexus, and you have Teferi and they don't. That's a really big deal. So I definitely think that card has play.
All right.
It's just, not at its best here.
See Emery, Lurker of the Lock there, and I don't see a Godpharaoh's Gift or a Gate to the Afterlife in there. I might be missing one. It's pretty hard to see.
I
but
see Ballista.
Yeah, I don't think he has one. Keenan's looking over there too.
Yeah, I don't see much.
The Emery's a sweet addition in this list. It's really cool. It helps dig towards your combo a little bit.
I like it. I mean, with 5 mana, you can Gate to the Afterlife plus activate if you find it, and you haven't hit a Godpharaoh's Gift yet.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think Jacob's got a really sweet deck here.
Yeah.
Just probably not the matchup that he was looking for.
Keenan going to go ahead and it's a Keenan's end step here, so he's going to go ahead and float that 5 mana, or the 4 mana it looked like with the Nexus. Untap lands and then cast the Nexus. He has 2 floating here. Keenan will be able to take another turn. He's got a ramp spell here.
Still has a fog in his hand.
He's got Haze of Pollen.
So, like, even though he's at 4, he's not severely under the gun.
Keenan's just really missing a Search for Escanta here. And Dig Through Time's another one, but again,
not many cards in the graveyard.
Nothing in there.
Which I do think is one of the downsides to this Bant version specifically. He's got a little bit more permanent-based stuff.
Okay, there's going to be a lot of cards in the graveyard
now.
That is an alternate art Tameo Collector of Tales that Keenan has here. So he's going to plus, I wonder what he's looking for at this point. Looking for a Fog, you think?
He needs a land, right?
I suppose.
If he has a Nexus.
There's 2.
So he just has to. So
This is a Nexus.
So yeah.
So he gets a Nexus again. Okay, now Keenan's hand is going to be stacked. He's going to be able to dig through time this turn as well. I think. I don't want to say we're done already, but I think we're close to done.
You mean next turn?
Next turn, right? When he untaps.
So on his next turn, he'll be able to
go for Tameo again.
Try to find a Nexus, and then dig through time if he bricks.
Yeah, he actually might even just go backwards to get this search for his Kanta, depending on what he draws here. Wow, another Wilderness Reclamation.
Does he have another Nexus in his hand?
I don't think so. I could be wrong.
There's an Oko.
All right, so Keenan misses on whatever he was looking for there.
Nah.
Here comes his dig through time for basically for free.
Tameo and dig through time
combo
is an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, this is really powerful stuff.
Green is just such a good.
There's a Nexus.
Good strong color to be playing right now.
All right, well, Keenan actually has another Wilderness Reclamation in hand, and he gets to put, man, dig through time's so busted. He gets to put his 2 more cards in his hand. And he has Nexus of Fate in hand now. He has another Wilderness Reclamation, which he can play. He's got a Blast Zone here.
Yeah.
Which is a complete beating. So here comes the second Reclamation for Keenan. He gets the float one here.
I tell you, if Jacob had a mystical dispute, nope, that wouldn't do it. Oh yeah, that would be just insane. But his hand is empty, so
Keenan has a million mana right now.
Jacob is just F6'd.
Yep. Yeah, he's got no cards in hand at Keenan's mercy. I mean, Keenan's at 4, but like, does that even matter at this point? I don't think so.
Killer Germ says, NRG series thoughts on the influx of new cards to formats like Vintage and Legacy. Is change good, or are cards getting too good? Great question. I think Oko was like 5 of 8 of the
5 and 8 of the vintage champs.
Yeah. And I think that's bad. Obviously, the cards that have been printed recently are definitely good. They're cheap. They're very powerful.
Yeah.
The fact that they're impacting vintage, I think, is fine. But you just have to be careful, and I think they took Oko too far, personally. And I agree with Sam Black in that it's probably the best Planeswalker ever printed at this point. I also truly believe that it was a typo. I think the +1 was supposed to be a -1.
Imagine that.
And somehow got printed as +1, and there was nothing they could do about it, so they just ran with it.
Keenan is at 4 and is cycling his Haze of Pollen. How's that feel?
Feels super dead, Jim.
Okay. Keenan's actually able. This is funny. So he can go get the Haze if he wants to go get dig through time. I guess that's better.
Yes.
He has a Blast Zone again. Keenan is just like a billion miles ahead. He's just thinking about what's the best I can do here. All right, so Keenan going to go ahead and dig through time again. Found the Nexus. And another Haze of Pollen. There's a search for his Kanta in there as well. So he has search for his Kanta. He's going to go grab search for his Kanta and Nexus, I assume, here. He can still play this search. Yeah, well, he does.
Yep.
Here's a search. He gets to untap once. He gets to play this. He gets to put 2 counters on Blast Zone if he wants to blow up, but he's going to probably wait on this search for his Kanta.
Yeah. Well, it looks like starting next turn he can attack with Lumbering Falls.
Yeah.
And Lumbering Falls is a fantastic win condition for this deck.
Yep.
Just because it is a 3/3. You can rebuy it with Tameo. It's got hexproof, so it doesn't interact. It interacts very well against removal.
Puts the Blast Zone on 3. Bins another Oko. Show of strength. Man, this Tameo gets to go backwards, get dig through time a 3rd time. That is not okay what Keenan's doing.
Do you really need 3 of these in your deck, Keenan?
3 digs?
Clearly you only need 1.
Gotta find, yeah, this is something else here.
Tameo really showing her power level.
Yeah. Is King gonna miss? Oh, he's got a Sphinx's Revelation now. Never mind. Nothing to see here, Brad.
Not even sure you want it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to run up the score a little bit.
He has a Supreme, like 2 Supreme Wills, I think.
Okay. You got to run the score up, man. All right. Keenan's deck is very thin at the moment. Very thin. So he's
So Jacob just accidentally cut Keenan's deck. So we're going to see a cut judge call here. So this happens sometimes. Players forget that it should have been shuffled.
okay. So
we're gonna get them to pause the match.
Okay. So
And we'll wait for that to get to resolved.
yeah, we'll hang out with us for a minute here. Keenan has dug through time, I think, 3 different times, so he knows several cards in some order.
It's pretty much over. I think Jacob might even just be like, you know what, I'm just going to concede. Let's not go through the motions. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens. If it was Jacob, that's probably what I would do. Yeah, so, first of all, I want to say thank you. We've got just over 2,000 people watching the stream. It's one of our highest viewerships ever. And obviously, I know why. Pioneer is an exciting format. I think a lot of you guys, though, are discovering our series for the first time. So let's tell you a little bit about us. You can find us on all of our social medias, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, all at NRG Series.
All of our different social media handles. If you're looking for like photos of the event, posts when the rounds go live, replays, things like that, check out all of our different areas. If you want to catch up when the next event's coming, we're always posting on our Facebook and things like that. NerdRageGaming.com has a comprehensive schedule. We also post deck lists up there too if you're looking for some Pioneer stuff. We'll have a lot to look through.
I think Max had said he's going to try to post every single deck list from this event.
Okay, well, he's
that was his promise, not mine.
You know what? We typed a lot of them out, though, in Cardboard Live.
We have been typing a lot of them out. I agree. And so this year we've got this trial left for the month of November. And we have another one at the end near Thanksgiving. That'll be a team event.
30th, yep.
Currently, that's going to be Standard, Modern, Legacy. There's going to be some discussion if maybe Standard should be Pioneer, but we'll wait to see what happens there. And then we got Champs, which will be at the end of the year in December. That's going to be a 2-day event. It'll be a multi-format.
24 players.
24 players, $10,000 on the line. Yep. That one's going to be really exciting. So make sure you hit that follow button on Twitch. If you like what you see and you want to support us, because I'll be honest, commentary ain't cheap, folks. I work behind the scenes now. I get to see what this costs to have commentary every single event. And
he had to feed us 5 guys.
I mean, people complain that like Channel Fireball cut coverage, and just looking at the cost, like I can see why it's totally the wrong decision. But I can see why, they might have made that decision.
Do we have tournaments in California anywhere?
Do we have
God, I wish, because it was snowing when we came into this venue last night. We walked to get food, and it was snowing, and I couldn't play my Switch while I was walking on the sidewalk. It was actual
This guy is
problems.
Addicted to his Switch right now.
Look,
he's been playing all kinds of Slay the Spire.
Has anyone played Slay the Spire we have some downtime?
We have 2,000 people. Guaranteed someone
Slay
in
the Spire.
Yeah.
I am addicted to Slay the Spire. Please, someone tell me how to cheat in that game because I can't.
Why?
I can't beat certain things, and I'm getting very frustrated.
Fine.
It is an incredible game.
So if you want to follow us next year, maybe attend some of our events, we got a huge announcement for next year. We've got $150,000 in prizes to give away. And where we do once-a-month events, next year it'll all be Saturday and Sunday $5,000 events. So, got a little bit more incentive to make that drive out.
Definitely. All right, so looks like we have fixed whatever problems we had, and Keenan is taking all the turns and digging through time because he is a jerk.
Rubik Marvin asks, when did you guys start playing Magic? So I'll answer for me real quick.
Okay.
I first learned Magic when I was in grade school. I think I was in the 4th grade, maybe 5th grade. So that would have been, late 90s, but it was all kitchen table. Like I remember having a Slivers deck and loving it, and I remember Crawworm and all that stuff. And then I stopped playing when we moved, and then I picked it back up when I met my wife Michelle, and I saw some players at a game store playing it, and then I went home and I downloaded I think Duels of the Planeswalkers, one of those things, and then they had an ad like F&M, check it out. So I went. And I started again with Theros Black, and that's when I got that competitive itch.
Okay.
How about yourself?
Okay, I can ask you one more question before you finish. What was the first? Do you remember the first rare you ever opened, or mythic rare?
In a draft, it was a Thoughtseize. It was a Thoughtseize and a foil. Nope, a Theros Thoughtseize.
Okay.
It was a Theros Thoughtseize and it was a foil Biden of Thassa, and it was in a draft, and it was in my first draft on my first F&M ever.
Okay.
And I passed Thoughtseize.
Nice. Smart
And the guy to my left, like afterward, he's like, "Why did you pass this card?" And I was like, "Well, this is my first draft," and I thought Biden seemed better in a limited format, which I think I was right.
Wow.
But he's like, "This card's like $40," and I was like, "Oh,
I'm an idiot."
I mean, okay."
We saw there, Keenan was just going to take a bunch of turns. I think his last dig through time was double Nexus, and Jacob said, "You know what? I've had enough."
Yeah, I mean,
of this.
I think everyone viewing this, as well as Jacob, knew that the writing was on the wall.
Is Nexus of Fate good? Is it a good card?
Yeah, I mean, it just won the PTQ,
Sure
and here we just. We'll see when people start interacting with it a little bit more if it can keep up, but let's check out our backup match.
Yeah, so let's see what we got. Let's see.
Okay, we're just going to show you game 2 for the backup. When we were typing up these deck lists, we noticed that one of the players had a 16-card sideboard on accident, so they actually got a game 1 match loss or game loss. And so we're just going to show you games 2 and 3 if there are any.
Yep.
So let's jump straight down
this
into
is a
game
sweet
2.
One. I mentioned to you I thought that the Feather deck was really good, and I think you laughed at me.
Maybe
it was. No, maybe it wasn't.
It definitely wasn't.
It was Will. It was Will Kruger. That's right. It was Will Kruger because he said, "Tell Matt Dow that Matt thinks the deck stinks," and I said, "Well, this deck is sweet." So
Luke Faley was one of the first persons to introduce me to that deck, and I think Wyatt was streaming it for a little while. In Pioneer.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was Wyatt or not, but I think the deck has legs.
Okay.
I honestly do. I mean, there's a lot of really solid, prowess and heroic creatures out there.
All right, while these guys are shuffling up for this second game, first Mythic Rare I ever opened.
Yeah.
I did a draft at a buddy's house right when Theros was like getting over. It was like 2 weeks left in the format. And I opened Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver. It's the first one. And they had just given me a rundown. I never played the game before. They were giving me a rundown on like how the game worked. There's these creatures, instants, and sorceries, and lands, and this is how you do it. Open my first pack. I'm like, yo, what's all these plus and minus numbers going on here? And they're like, it's a Planeswalker. I'm like, you never told me about this. So,
and that's
Ashiok.
Where Matt learned to hate Planeswalker.
Yeah, Ashiok really did it for me.
All right, Reed's got no
creature, right?
No plays here.
Yeah. So Tony's got Hardened Scales on 1 into Winding Constrictor. He's going to abrade down the Winding Constrictor. Good line here. Does he find a creature yet for Reed? Not yet. All right, so
we're going to see 3 mana here. That is a Stonecoil?
Yeah, it's a Stonecoil Serpent.
Yeah.
Stonecoil Serpent. Pioneer, playable.
Maybe.
All right, there's a Reckless
Rage. This Reckless Rage going to deal with that card, though.
That's nice.
Protection from multicolored.
And Reckless Rage deals the damage, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Tony just making sure that it's not.
Yep. So Reckless Rage is going to deal 4. And then the 10th District Legionnaire going to get a +1/+1 counter and comes
and a scry, and it looks like Reed's going to leave that on top.
He's got God's Willing. He's got some stuff going on here. This Walking Ballista is a little annoying.
Now, how does Hardened Scales interact with big creatures?
So he had Fatal Pushes, I think, in the deck. So he's got a pair of Fatal Push. So it says Golgari here, which is true. There's Thoughtseizes. There's Fatal Push. We saw Winding Constrictor already. Those are the main deck cards. In the board, there's also more Fatal Push, Abrupt Decay, Collective Brutality, and Assassin's Trophy. There's tons of tools going on here. So another Reckless Rage.
Yeah, it's pretty good. God's Willing does not give protection from colorless.
He's got Titan Strength as well here. This is another matchup I think Reed is probably unhappy to play against. There's another Legionnaire. Okay. Goes ahead and attacks. He says, all right, Tony, what you got?
I think Tony's going to...
It
feels like taking this turn off is fine.
Okay.
Reed's down to 2 cards.
Sure.
Not under huge duress here. And if he can get a Hangerback Walker to, a bunch of counters.
I'm a really big fan of this deck here. And Reed's going to God's Willing. Okay. It's a scry out of that. And a scry out of the God's Willing as well. And God's Willing was so sweet.
Tony going to take 3, get 2 Thopters.
Yep.
Both of these players playing for the 4-0.
Yeah. About halfway through the tournament. That's a good start.
Yeah.
4-0. Basically, for this tournament, you got a 3-1 twice to have a chance. So even at 3-1, you're still in pretty good shape.
Man, Steel Overseer.
Yeah, that's nice.
Pretty solid here.
Yeah, that's super nice. So there's Steel Overseer there for Tony.
And now if you get to untap with like this
Yeah.
board,
Yeah,
Tony's at 15. That's a healthy life total with Reed only having 2 cards in hand.
It's pretty good. So Steel Overseer, you see 2 mana. It's a mostly a modern playable card at one point. It's kind of seen the chopping block though for like Ginger Brute now. Those affinity decks.
Now, I think Reed had a
Titan
Strength, right?
Yeah.
One of the play patterns we'd see with this card in the past was to do it on upkeep because it does have a scry.
Yeah.
Might have been something to consider here.
He's also just kind of like baiting Tony into these blocks.
Yeah, I mean you would like lose out on the 3 power for sure.
This is an attack for 9 here though. I mean this Titan Strength is 3.
Right,
and then the 7, and then the 8th point from the Swift Spear and the 9th point from the Prowess. So it puts Tony to 3. Honestly, does Reed have any like actual burn spells in here? Doesn't look like it. His Teamer Battle Rage is kind of like a burn spell, I suppose.
Teamer Battle Rage is pretty solid.
What did you do with that card with the Titan Strength? I missed it. Top or bottom?
I also missed it. Yeah. Someone in chat will be able to tell us. Anyone have a link for the Pioneer PTQ results?
I haven't seen
I'm not sure they're out yet.
I don't think so.
I know people have been posting their lists from like the top 8, but I don't think the entire lists are out yet.
Yeah.
I think that'll probably be posted on Monday if I had to guess. Skywarp says he topped it.
Okay, it's on top, so
that's a little scary. So we got a Ballista for 2.
From Tony out there, yeah.
And then we can activate Steel Overseer to get a counter on everything, which will give 2 counters, so the Ballista will be a 4. Sorry, guys. I did not update Cardboard Live. I will do that for you now.
All right, so what about Reed left on top here? We're going to have to see here in just a second while Brad is updating Cardboard Live for everybody. So Reed attacks for 4. Says, all right, Tony, you got to block some way.
I think we put in his brother.
Oh, did we?
I think we put in Blair on accident.
Okay. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we did. I will get that updated.
All right, let's see what happens. So Tony's figuring out how to block, it looks like. So Tony's thinking about blocking with this Walking Ballista, it looks like. And he can pump it up with the Steel Overseer, though. So Steel Overseer going to pump up that Walking Ballista. And everything else is going to get 2 counters as well. He's going to remove a counter. Remove 2 counters on this. That's interesting. He removes 2 counters on that Swift Spear. And is Tony going to stick these in front of...
How does he win from here?
Yeah, that's kind of what my question is. I thought for sure the Thopter was going to block. All right, so he just throws it in front and pings Reed for 1. And Reed has a Dreadhorde Arcanist as the follow-up. That's a good one.
That's a solid one. Keep in mind, God's Willing does not give pro colorless, so these cards can block even if Reed were to flashback something like God's Willing.
Yeah.
This Whiting Constrictor, though, like makes these creatures also very large, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how Reed wins from here.
He needs a feather.
He needs some pump for sure, like a feather plus like Reckless Rage doesn't even do it anymore.
Reckless Rage no longer does it.
He could do it in response to the Overseer activation.
Okay. So there's a Winding Constrictor. Yeah, with the Steel Overseer, the Constrictor, and the Hardened Scales, it's going to be pretty tough for Reed to get back in the game.
And then Tony's just going to need...
He's got Collective Brutality.
He's got a Brutality to like gain some life, too, if he needs to. He's in a little bit of trouble here.
He's in good shape. Yeah, he's gonna need Teamer Battle Rage here. And to have that Titan strength get flashback with the Dreadhorde Arcanist, I think, is the best line available.
Yes.
What's Reed got? Yeah, Reed's attacks are not good here. He's going to attack here. Dreadhorde Arcanist is going to flashback Titan strength. On what, though? All right. On the Legionnaire.
So that's going to be a 5 toughness creature?
Yeah.
So...
The Thopter gets it for free here.
Yeah.
Not free,
well, not
but
free. They trade, right?
Yeah, they get the trade.
And then the Steel Overseer gets to block the Arcanist?
Yep. Oh, this is better. The
No.
Overseer. Oh no, the Overseer
No,
does not live
they're-
because of
yeah.
the
Steel Overseer is a
the
1/1.
Titan strength.
Yeah. So Tony was just confirming the toughness there.
Yep. All right, so that's that.
And now, like,
Thopter dies.
I think Tony has a backup copy of Steel Overseer in his hand
I
as well,
believe you're correct. Yeah.
plus the brutality.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
I wouldn't hate just gaining 2 and then playing the Overseer.
He's got another hardened scales.
Wow. Okay, maybe. I just
He
don't want to
can do
get
anything here.
I don't want to get burned out. Would
Sure.
be my fear.
Yeah.
You never know what these decks are going to play.
Sure.
Looks like we're going to see another Overseer.
All
Now
right.
we know Reed doesn't have any burn, but
Yeah.
Tony doesn't know that.
All right. Looks like Justin Abrade, I think, is in Reed's hand. Yeah, I think Reed's basically toast here. Yeah, there's an Abrade for the Overseer, and he can pump it up.
Question in chat here. Where can I see the standings? The standings are at the bottom of the screen. There's a little button that Cardboard Live has. You can search for a player and follow along with those standings.
Wow.
And there's Nissa, Voice of Zendikar. Haven't seen this one in a while. This will come down and put a counter on each creature that Tony controls, which we
Gonna
know
put
because
4
of the
creatures.
Yeah.
No. Four
3 counters. Oh, 4. Yeah. Winding
Yeah.
Constrictor acts as the hardened scales.
Yeah.
Yes. And that is a big Steel Overseer.
Yes, it is.
Does Reed has like a braids, right? So
He does.
Could
He just
deal
abraded
with this?
something, but it's just not going to be enough here. All right, so Tony can win 2-0 with his Golgari Hardened Scales deck over the Boros Heroic deck. A little unfortunate for Reed. He didn't have like a 1 or 2 drop creature there to get through, to kind of start pumping damage through. He's only got 2 feathers in this deck too.
Right.
So it's more like
It's kind of like an all-in heroic deck.
Yeah.
Kill him quick.
Yep. It's definitely leans on like 10th District Legionnaire and Monastery Swiftspear rather than like Feather or Dreadhorde Arcanist.
So to give you guys an update of where we are, we're currently on round 4 of 8. We're playing some Pioneer today. We're 4 minutes over the round, so we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll be back for round 5 as soon as we can, and we will, I'll still be active in chat while we're waiting for matches to finish up and doing things. So if you guys have any questions or any problems at all, just reach out to us on chat. We'll get back to you as soon as we can.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I am Mappamonte. This is Brad Brown. We're getting ready for round 5 of 8 here, playing some Pioneer in Madison, Wisconsin. We have two of the titans of Magic streaming battling against each other here.
If I could like go into Whir and like pick players to play each other so I could have good feature matches, it'd be pretty close to what we're about to see.
It's pretty good. So we have Caleb Durward, who we watched only, I think, one of his games today. He was playing that Glorybringer Siege Rhino Madness deck. So we have him, and he's against Jeff Hoagland, who's one of my better friends, and obviously these are probably the two biggest Magic streamers right now.
Yeah.
It's
definitely
arguably
up
the best.
there, yeah.
So Jeff is a player on our series a bunch. He's also sponsored by NRG Gaming, obviously. So check out a little bit about Jeff here. He's 28. He's a Twitch streamer, believe it or not, with that pink, delicious cotton candy hair.
That, yeah.
How could you possibly forget? I had to walk around
We're
with this man in
going to need an
public.
updated image because he's also no longer sponsored by Tempo Storm.
That is true. That is true.
We'll get that done.
Maybe if he's lucky enough, he'll lose in the quarterfinals of this event, as usual. So Jeff's from Bloomington, which is where I also live. He has 1 CT top 8. Previous Magic accomplishments, he has only 15 SCG Tour Open top 8s. Only. He has a SCG Invitational top 8 as well. He enjoys mathematics and Linux development. Believes that a grilled cheese is the best sandwich. Now, Brad.
Super jealous of what I ate for lunch.
I would say you had one for lunch.
I did.
So,
it was cold and it wasn't very good. Five Guys has never impressed me.
Why don't you get a burger, you animal?
I know. It still would have been cold.
Jeff's favorite band is Paramore, which I can attest to because I went on several road trips where Jeff should have lost his voice by screaming Paramore. Haley Williams, is that her name? You don't know Paramore? You sound like you look like a Paramore guy.
I am not.
Wow, you look like a Paramore guy to me.
But thanks.
So Jeff's playing this this Simic Eldrazi deck.
What I'm looking forward to in this match is that last time we watched Jeff play this deck, he had to play it against mono red, and so it's like he's basically on the back foot the entire time, and then has to like play it as such. And now we've kind of got like these two almost mid-range strategies butting heads, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm interested. All right, so we're gonna jump down to these two. Let's see if they know how to play paper Magic instead of just digitally. We could get some laptops down there and let them play MTGO against each other, but instead they have paper cards. So Caleb on the play leads off with ace. All right, so Jeff leads off with a Llanowar Elf and Stomping Ground for Caleb. And Jeff has a turn 2 Oko Thief of Crowns. I think that one's good, but I can't be sure. So Caleb going to play a Blooming Marsh, and he has a Sylvan Caryatid in hand, but it's not great. So he's going to lead with Once Upon a Time. So he goes digging through his deck here. Wow, is he going to miss? I think Caleb is showing Jeff his Once Upon a Time here. His Once Upon a Time is Thoughtseize, Culligan's Command. I can't see what these other ones. There's a Mountain and a Fabled Passage. I can't make out the middle one, but his Once Upon a Time is not very good here.
Right. Did he just show it face up?
Oh, yeah, because it was so bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sweet. So sorry, I had to step away and deal with a technical issue real quick.
Okay. So Jeff led with that turn 2 Oko, in case you missed that one. That one's pretty good. Was Scavenging Ooze. Okay. He's gonna Assassin's Trophy down this Oko and further ramp Jeff. So Jeff has how many?
He's got a lot of 4s and 5s he can play.
I've seen if he had any basics in here.
Wow.
I don't think there's any.
There's no basics.
That is actually just Vindicate.
Wow. Okay. So 0 copies of Forest in his deck. That'll be interesting to see how this plays out now that Caleb knows that.
Get Vindicated.
Now, there is only 1 copy of Assassin's Trophy in Caleb's main deck.
Yep. It's got 1 Abrupt Decay, 1 Assassin's Trophy, so. All right.
I wonder.
Okay.
Does he have a Reality Smasher that he could have played? I don't know that he does.
I thought he had another Oko, but it looks like Rogue Refiner is the play here.
Yeah.
So Rogue
Solid play. 3-2.
And I think we have an energy. I think we have an energy counter down there as well, so we'll make sure we get that put up there for Jeff. And he has a Shockland, a Breeding Pool. And he's going to go ahead and play another Llanowar Elf. There's the energy counter. All right, so we're good to go. All right,
Caleb picks up a copy of Fatal Push for the turn.
He's got Fatal Push and Sylvan Carry added, so he's not in the worst shape here. All right, so he goes in and destroys that Llanowar Elf. Now, Jeff needs a big payoff card here. It looks like he might have an Elder Deep Fiend in hand, actually.
Yeah, that'll be a solid card this turn. Does Caleb have his copy of Crackling Doom? He does.
Wow.
That card's very good against Deep Fiend. You float your mana in response.
Yep.
And I think that's probably going to be the play we're going to see here.
Jeff's getting head off pretty hard on both of his plays here with the 2 1-ofs.
Yeah.
So you see he's going to go ahead and...
The power of the one-of.
Yeah.
Crackling Doom was one of those Jeskai Black All-Star cards.
Yeah.
This was really the Black Splash for the most part. You might play Murderous Cut sometimes too,
yeah.
But deals 2 damage to each opponent, and then each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures he or she controls. Notably, it is an instant, so Caleb will be able to float mana here.
Yeah, he's going to be able to float this mana here.
So we're going to float
red, black,
and then white off the Caryatid.
Yeah, and Crackling Doom.
We're going to let it resolve. Elder Deep Fiend's going to go to the bin.
Yep.
So Jeff just kind of sacked a Rogue Refiner here.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
tempoed Caleb a very small amount.
Yeah, Caleb has double Siege Rhino in hand, too. Jeff is in
for
big trouble
1.
here.
Another
He's got
Mystic.
all these mana dorks and no payoff, so... Yeah, Caleb's in pretty good shape. He's got double Siege Rhino, Chandra TOD.
Wow. Now, a lot of Jeff's creatures are bigger than this. Deep Fiend, Reality Smasher.
Here comes your best friend. I think your best friend's about to hit the battlefield, Brad.
I don't know. Is it still my best friend?
I think
of
so.
course
I
it is.
I think so.
Siege Rhino comes down. Lightning Helix is Jeff.
All right.
And he's got a second one here.
Yeah, Jeff's in big trouble. Killed a goose.
Killed a goose.
Strong
Right.
follow-up.
You know, food can buy you some time.
I suppose, but it's going to be really tough since Caleb does have a follow-up Rhino and a Chandra here.
Jeff seeing if there's any play he can make here.
Man. Yeah, Caleb's actually just 4 drop bombs. 4 drop plus bombs.
Is this just like Mardu Green?
Yeah, it's just Mardu Green.
Mardu Green. Well, it's more green based though. So
Yeah, it's definitely more. There's very minimal white is the card that's
sure.
Not,
So it's like Jund White.
Yeah.
Jund White.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Second Rhino comes down.
What's Jeff got here? Thought Nuts here.
If he's able to chain off some Deep Fiends.
That is a Wicked Wolf.
Wicked Wolf.
Oh, that's really good. Sure.
And then he can fight. Okay. That's
Yeah,
pretty solid.
That's very good.
He's got a
And he's got a food.
5/5 now.
He's got no food left. The problem is this. I think Jeff's going to be pretty hard pressed though to get back in the game because of the trample on the Rhino and this Chandra Torch of Defiance several turns over is not great.
Well, making food every turn.
Yeah.
Jeff has to block. Will he see the line of having to block here? Because if he doesn't block, Chandra will kill him. Jeff's going to go to 2.
He takes 2 and then he's dead.
Yeah, and then we'll show the Chandra.
Yep. All right. So Caleb Durward going to win game number 1. This is kind of one of the things about this Pioneer format is you don't know what to play around.
You have no idea what to play around.
Yep.
I mean, Jeff kind of ran into a one of Crackling Doom there and had no idea that it was really a card he should have played around. And that was a play pattern back in the day with Deep Fiend.
Yeah.
Is you wouldn't like play on their upkeep like that if you thought that they had instant speed removal for your Deep Fiend.
Hard to know there.
But it's really hard to know, yeah. Absolutely.
So let's take a peek here at... I'll take a peek at Jeff's sideboard, or I'll take a peek at Caleb's sideboard. It's right in front of me here.
Sure.
So he has 3 Pithing Needle, 2 Rest in Peace, a Fatal Push, a Back to Nature, 2 Noxious Grasp, another Crackling Doom, a Thoughtseize, a Vandal Blast, wow, a Lava Coil, an Anger of the Gods, and a Languish.
The second copy of Crackling Doom, pretty big here.
Yeah.
It's one of those clean answers to Reality Smasher, Elder Deep Fiend, that aren't going to force you into discarding, and you get to play it at instant speed. Noxious Grass, an interesting one to me. We saw Rogue Refiner, and we also saw Oko, so I think that's a card that I want. It does run a risk, though, of kind of being dead if Jeff just has like a really solid Eldrazi start.
Yeah.
The rest of these cards are pretty medium. I think Thoughtseize is a consideration.
Okay.
Crackling Doom also gets around Veil because it's each opponent.
Okay. I kind of like Languish in this matchup. You know, Jeff has like all these mana dorks,
Right.
and also hits Thought Not
Thought Not
Seer
Seer,
and
okay.
like Wicked Wolf. Also, you saw Rogue Refiner in there too. Matter Reshaper hits hits like a ton of the cards. So I think Languish is definitely going to come in here. I think Caleb wants to play like more of the control deck, and then finish him off with like Chandra or Siege Rhinos or Glorybringers. I think is his line here.
Sure, just got to be careful. I guess if you're ahead and you draw a Languish, you're not that upset about it because you're already ahead, and it'll be a good card to get you back. Okay. Now, if a Deep Fiend gets down, though, and all you have is this Languish, you're going to feel pretty sad about it.
Yeah, so he has those 2 Crackling Dooms. He's got a Dreadbore in here, too, which is just pretty good. So he's got answers.
Yeah, he's got an Assassin's Trophy, which now he knows doesn't even give a land. So we could see some early use of that, potentially.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting list. So checking out Jeff's sideboard here, we got 3 Spatial Contortion, 2 Reclamation Sage, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Wicked Wolf, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Aether Gust, and 2 Disdainful Stroke. So I would assume that these Aether Gusts are coming in for sure.
Disdainful Stroke is a
Disdainful
shoe-in.
Stroke.
100%.
Hit basically every card that Caleb cast that was worthwhile.
Almost
there.
every card, yeah.
So definitely coming in as well. Spatial Contortion seems kind of weak. Scavenging Ooze is an interesting one if you think the game's going to go really long with a lot of back and forth. I think Jeff's mostly has this card in his sideboard for graveyard matchups.
Okay.
Wicked Wolf's also a creature that can get bigger than cards like Siege Rhino, Languish. We saw it was a 5/5 there.
Yeah.
And I feel like if Jeff would have been able to untap with that Wicked Wolf, it might have been a different game.
Yeah, I think one of the big turning points, honestly, was Jeff not having a land to go get.
Yeah.
So he was still a turn behind, and he lost his Oko. And he could have played. He could have just played several things. I mean, he hit a lot of mana dorks in a row, though.
He did, but he was able to start generating food with the Goose, and that would have at least stemmed the 2 damage from the Chandra.
Yeah.
So it was really just about that last Rhino attack. If he could have had that Wicked Wolf a turn earlier, for example, it would have been a pretty big deal.
For sure. All right, well, these guys are getting ready to battle game number 2. Off to a 4-0 start for both of them. That's pretty solid. 5-0 is, you're feeling pretty good once you're 5-0 in these 8-rounders.
Definitely. 6-0 is where the sweet spot is, where you get to potentially double draw or draw and play for seed, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, and both of these decks look pretty good today. We saw Caleb's deck briefly. We watched Jeff crush mono red when he played it.
Yeah.
And then, Caleb's deck looks pretty sweet. I had my suspicions about the mana being weak. Caryatid probably is a lot of the glue that holds it together, and once upon a time finding the missing color source that you need. So it's pretty sweet so far.
Just goes to show you how good Caryatid really was in the standard format.
Yeah.
We see cards like Paradise Druid, and that has power, and people still aren't playing it because permanent hexproof is just so much more important.
Yeah.
Here we see a Scavenging Ooze from Jeff.
Okay, and that came in from the board, right?
It did, yeah.
Okay.
Expecting the game to go a little long. Does not attack through this very well, though.
Correct. There's another Scooz in his deck, in his hand?
Wow. Picked up a second copy.
Okay.
Jeff mentioned these Mutavaults were doing pretty good work today.
I believe that.
I do, too.
There's Oko.
There's Oko.
Oko cannot transform that Sylvan Caryatid into an elk.
Yeah.
It is elk-proof.
I was actually wondering, do you elk your Ooze since you have a second copy?
I don't think so,
and
man.
And it allows you to get some damage in that turn, but I agree with you. Here comes Siege Rhino.
That's going to be an elk. I think that one's going to become an elk.
But that elk, lightning helixes.
Sure.
So it is definitely a powerful elk.
Okay. Let's see where Jeff lands here. He's got a Rogue Refiner. That's
Royal Assassin says, I'd imagine that Jeff boarded out a few dorks. I think you're probably right. Yeah. If the game's going to go long, you don't want to top deck those Elvish Mystics.
Okay. Jeff follows up with a Thought Not Seer. That's not bad. Yeah, Jeff's actually in a pretty good spot here. I'd be shocked if this doesn't become an elk on this. Yeah,
you get an elk, and you get an elk.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great here too because now that it's nerfed, it's blocked by that Rogue Refiner,
right?
And it gets eaten by the Scavenging. It's kind of just like a trickle down effect with this card.
Absolutely.
And Crackling Doom really is not doing much either on this board for Caleb. He has one in his hand, but at this point, if he wants to shove any damage,
he has two in his hand.
Actually. Yeah, it's just not doing anything.
Is that a Chandra I saw?
Could have been.
Because Chandra's not bad. Because getting in with this elk does put Jeff on the back foot a little bit if the Rogue Refiner dies.
Okay.
But,
Suppose.
But Chandra Minus doesn't do a great job either because then your Chandra just dies.
Right.
And like Oko's at 7 loyalty already because it's Oko.
Yeah, and he can swap if he wanted. This card is a mess.
Untapped Draw says Scryfall's home screen is all elk.
That's classic.
I love Scryfall. They're just a fantastic service that they're providing to the Magic community.
All right, so Caleb going to go ahead and grab that Plains out of his deck with the Fabled Passage. Do you have another Rhino in hand?
I don't know. I don't know if
He's got a lot of stuff going on. I think the best possible is probably a Glory Bringer here. Let's see what Caleb decides to do.
Oh, is that
like
what
it
the
could
red
be.
card was? Okay, I thought it was
Yeah, there's the
Chandra, but
Glorybringer.
it looks like it was Glorybringer.
Okay.
It's pretty solid here. He can exert to kill the Rogue Refiner and
Yeah.
then attack Oko.
Yeah, so
And that's what we're going to see here.
you see that exert on Glorybringer you mentioned there, partners. Flying Haste, 4/4 for 5. You may exert it as it attacks. When you do, it deals 4 damage to target non-dragon creature opponent controls. So when you exert it, it doesn't untap during the next untap step. So
And I believe that if you elk the Glorybringer, it still does not untap.
I would assume not. Wow, that's rough for Jeff.
That is a hand. That's a Fatal Push,
Scoos.
and 2 Crackling Dooms. That is a lot of removal.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Caleb there.
No way currently to trigger Revolt, but
Yep.
he can Crackling Doom plus push next turn.
Yeah.
So Jeff's...
Hey, Justin.
I think
trouble.
this turn he has to elk the food. And then next turn he can elk the Glorybringer. Because the Glorybringer will remain tapped.
Yeah, it'll stay tapped. Yeah, interesting. All right, well.
I think that's Jeff's play.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what he decides.
I bet he... Yeah, this is tough.
You could take the Fatal Push so he can't, like,
Double.
2-spell. I mean, he'll be able to
Yeah.
play the Ooze, but...
The problem with this is, if you let him have both Crackling Dooms and you draw like Reality Smasher, you feel really bad.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So that's exerted.
I mean, the Crackling Doom's going to answer the Thought-Knot Seer.
Right.
Like, guaranteed.
Let's see what happens.
So it just comes down to whether you want tempo.
Jeff takes Scavenging Ooze.
Okay.
Okay, he wants to fight over that. Okay.
He wants his Ooze probably to be bigger than Caleb's. Sure. And Caleb's got the mana advantage right now.
Okay. And Jeff is going to elk that food, as you mentioned. Okay.
Still... So this is funny because I think this is a good attack. And the reason I was going to say is, like, if the elk gets pushed and the Thought-Knot gets Crackling Doomed, then you don't really want to trade your Ooze for his elk.
Right.
And Oko's only going to 1 anyway.
Yeah.
And notable, one of the things about Crackling Doom that was so strong in the past was you'd be able to redirect the 2 damage to a Planeswalker. And that card can't do that anymore.
He could still elk push here, right? Or, excuse me,
yeah,
Crackling Doom and push. And he can kill that. It can redirect, right, the damage?
No, that's what I was just saying.
Okay.
So each opponent takes 2. In the old rules, you used to. And that's back when it was in Standard. That's why it was so good.
That's right.
But now it's a little bit weaker.
That's right.
So this Oko should live unless Caleb, for some reason, has another hasty creature. Or we're just going to Pithing Needle.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one to come off the top here. So Pithing Needle rolls off the top for Caleb. It's going to name Oko, it looks like. So you can see as it enters the battlefield, name a card. Activated abilities of sources with that chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So that Oko is the name here.
And now, yeah, I mean, Jeff is kind of like preemptively saying, all right, well, you're going to push my Ooze. And since we've named Oko, I feel like it's reasonable.
Yep. Ooze down.
And now we can't elk the Glorybringer. So Jeff's in a lot of trouble here.
Jeff has another Ooze. He can get to a 5/5, I think, this turn, actually.
Okay. But that just dies to the other Crackling Doom in Caleb's hand.
Exactly. So that's kind of where that wasn't great.
And you can't, like, utilize Mutavault to sack that instead. I think that might have been a Once Upon a Time that Jeff picked up. Pithing Needle showing its value here.
Yeah, that was a good draw for...
Maybe that's the kind of card we need in Standard?
Yeah, Caleb's game 1, he had the 1 of Crackling Doom,
Yeah.
He had the One of Assassins trophy, and now he has one of the 3 Pithing Needles post-board here, which is really great for him.
So what's his best pickup here? Probably something like a Matter Reshaper?
Thought Knot Seer is good too, I think. Matter Reshaper is great.
Yeah, he had access to a Reality Smasher there, but I think he wants to make a play this turn for sure. This gets him the most value.
I think he's going to swing in. Okay. All right. See Matter Reshaper there. When it dies, you reveal a top card of your library. You may put that card onto the battlefield if it's a permanent card. Converted mana costs 3 or less. Otherwise, put it in your hand. So,
does Jeff have any way this game to remove that Pithing Needle?
I don't think there's a way. I was just looking around here. Unless he has Rex Sage in his deck, which I don't think he would have them in post-board after what he saw.
Caleb has 3 needles in his board.
Yeah.
That's some hate.
That's respect. Yeah, that's mad respect.
For sure.
You know what's funny is we watched that Sultai deck, the Sultai deck too, and like this. Oh, if you think Oko's a problem, 3 Pithing Needles probably right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So everything's dead on Jeff's end.
And this Glorybringer is exerted.
Yep, exerts again. Jeff gets to untap. I think Caleb has 1 card left. Jeff drew a Llanowar Elf, I believe.
He's got double Mutavault as options.
Yeah, it just doesn't get through this Caryatid fast enough, which is pretty bad. Is that a goose? Here's a Gilded Goose. Makes a food.
So 2 Mutavaults can block the Siege Rhinoed Elk.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a winning line at all.
I think it's fine. I think it's completely reasonable.
I think he's going to have to do it.
I think that's what Jeff's going to do here. And then he can still leave open Aether Gust because only one of these is going to die.
Yep.
And then like he can upkeep Aether Gust the Glorybringer. Or not upkeep, but draw step.
Yeah, there's
I actually think Jeff's not in a bad spot here.
You're the only one in this.
No, I actually think...
Really?
I think Jeff's okay.
Okay. And Caleb has no cards, right? So
he has no cards, so he just needs to find an answer to this Glorybringer.
Seems pretty tough at this point. I guess he has the Goose making food as well.
Exactly, right.
So,
exactly, yeah.
Man. EDF?
I think that might have been. That can certainly swing some games.
Wow.
So this turn we can play Matter Reshaper.
So Jeff's going to play Matter Reshaper.
Right. And then we can pass the turn, draw step.
Caleb,
oh,
Rhino.
no. Oh, no. Okay, so here's the draw step or main phase, whichever.
Yeah, so the Rhino puts Jeff to 1.
That's a good draw. That's a
really
pretty good draw, Caleb. And we know the Glorybringer. We know, as the audience, that the Glorybringer is coming again next turn.
There's an Oko and an Elder Deep Fiender, the 2 cards in Jeff's hand.
So, Jeff...
How do you get through this?
Jeff's going to need to wait.
This is not good.
Jeff's going to need to wait until attacks now.
It's a great game. Man, that's tough.
Does he have another Aether Gust? Is his last hand?
No.
Last card Aether Gust?
It's Oko. There's an Oko in there, and there's an Elder Deep Fiend. I think are the 2 cards.
If he can find another Aether Gust.
So, yeah, here's the Elder Deep Fiend. 3, 4.
Imagine if Jeff were like flashing back K return right here. Wouldn't that be insane?
Oh, yeah, that'd be really good.
So we're going to trigger the Matter Reshaper.
Yeah, Jeff sacrificing the Matter Reshaper. He's leaving mana open.
Whoa! Finds another Deep Fiend.
The problem is these Caryatids can't. I mean, they can't be targeted either. So he's in trouble. Well, he's got to try and attack.
He definitely gets an attack here. And that's a Rogue Refiner. Is he a? Oh, he could use the food with the Goose and get another Deep Fiend in play with that Rogue Refiner. Does he have the blue mana? I think he's 1 blue short. He would have to pain.
Could use the Goose.
He needs 3 blue mana. Yeah.
He's got 4 total.
But he has to pain for one of them.
Right. He could use the food for the Goose.
Oh, sure. Yep.
This is pretty tough, though. Yeah, Caleb says, all right.
But no, he needs green mana, too.
Right.
That doesn't paint.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Oh, no. Oh, this is so close.
I don't think...
He... Wow. Is there a way he can... He can't pop the food.
No, I don't think he can do everything here.
Man.
Says
Mana
go.
base hurting him a bit.
I mean, he could sack his own Deep Fiend, I suppose. Oh, gosh, there's a Rhino in
It
there.
didn't matter. This is the thing about Rhino.
And Jeff says, yep, that's cool.
Fantastic draw.
All right, well.
Wow.
Interesting match there. It was really cool. So we had it's funny, we watched Caleb's, like, this is what the deck looked like previously, though. It was like Siege Rhinos. What was the other card they used to play in the Mardu Green deck? Do you remember, like, why they played all those cards together? There was another 4-drop, though, I think.
Are you sure?
No, and maybe it was just Crackling Doom and Siege Rhino.
I think it was. I don't remember all of the cards, but
yeah.
Yeah, Jeff. If a Rhino didn't come into play, Jeff had a line of sacking his Deep Fiend to his own Deep Fiend.
Okay.
We were looking at the mana in such a way to see if maybe he could, because he had a Rogue Refiner plus 4 mana with the Goose, and maybe he could get the Rogue Refiner in play, and that way he gets to keep his other Deep Fiend and then potentially start swinging for 10. He still has to chain off pretty well, but the Rhino off the top meant that it didn't really matter what Jeff.
Chad has informed me the 5-mana red creature instead of Glorybringer was Goblin Dark Dwellers that we used to play in that version.
Yes, right.
So that was a sweet
that
one.
flashback 3 or less, I think. Right?
Yeah, it was really good. You used to have like Cull against command, and you could Crackling Doom again over and over again. So at any rate, Caleb's going to move to 5-0. Jeff's at 4-1. So good start for both of those guys. We also have another really great backup feature match here. We have Lewis Kaplan, who we saw earlier playing that Prime Speaker Vanifar Saheeli combo deck.
On turn 4 out of nowhere without a Felidar Guardian in play.
Exactly, crazy. Yeah. And Sam Black is playing the mono green deck. We watched him play earlier as well.
Yes.
So both of these guys at 4-0. So we're going to watch them do battle here right now. And I don't know.
It looks like Sam's on the left here. I'll get these deck lists updated for you guys. The names are backward briefly. That does get fixed here momentarily. Working with a couple of new staff members here, so we'll try to get this sorted out as this tournament goes on.
Caleb is running Crackling Doom, so someone asked about that. There are Crackling Dooms. See Sam once upon a time and finds a Burning Tree Emissary.
Yeah, Sam Black is on a couple of blue lands, right? He's got some sideboard. I mean, he just played. Oh, that's Lewis, right? We have the names swapped. Yeah. Yep, the names are swapped. So Sam Black's actually on the left.
Yeah, we'll get it fixed here in just a minute.
This is a recorded match, so we can't fix it in real time, but we did catch it partway through, so you'll see that get updated. All right.
So
here comes Oath of Nissa. Finds an Oko? No, yeah, it can get Oko.
All right, so Lewis takes the Oko. Spirebluff Canal into, all right.
Ooh, into untap elf, attack you.
Great.
What a combo card. Get in for 1.
Yeah, so the Corridor Monitor is the play there.
Yeah.
Sam says, I play Burning Tree into go. So, I mean, this is,
all right, well,
this is almost it. He's the 1 card away from
it's all on Sam now, right? Because I'm pretty sure Lewis can combo from here.
He needs
he needs a Saheeli.
He needs a Saheeli still.
But he can start generating a ton of value.
Oh, yeah.
He can go like Renegade Rallier, get back.
Whatever he wants.
The 2-drop.
He could even sacrifice and go get Deputy and take the pressure off the table if he wants.
He could, yeah. It would definitely stop a lot of the devotion going on.
All right, so we have fixed the names for everybody.
Oh, right. You chain all the way up to Thalia's Lancer. And then
Thalia's Lancers is in this deck? No, there's Jeru with eyes open in this deck. That's
Jeru.
the other one, yeah.
Let's pull Jeru.
Yeah, we'll get Jeru up too. So Prime Speaker you can see is the kind of the combo element of this deck where you get to chain up the ladder. And
if Jeru's in his hand, that's bad, right? I guess if he has a land, he still has 5 mana. But then
Right.
Yeah. Jeru with Wise eyes wide open. With eyes open.
Yeah, just not wide. They're
Yeah.
just kind of open.
Sorry,
It's
that's
early.
that's a movie.
That's
eyes wide open.
shut.
I don't. Oh, it is. Dang
You're
it.
done.
Man,
You're done.
I am done.
Read the text,
I
monkey.
think it's time to drink a Rockstar.
Yeah, probably. Oh, wow. Lewis just naturally finds the deputy, which is significantly worse here, actually. Because he does have this mana confluence, I suppose, but he couldn't cast it with the lands in play currently.
Right.
So.
And the Jure's 2 white,
Yeah,
right?
it's double white. Yeah.
So now Lewis can't combo and has to figure out how to win from here.
Right. Oh, it is a song. It's a Nickelback song. That's why I removed it from my memory. You look like a Nickelback guy, not
I
a
sure
Paramore guy.
don't. I sure don't. I know that one for certain.
Oh, man. All right. So let's see what Lewis comes up with. There's probably tons of lines with this Vannifar combo deck. So Lewis goes ahead and activates that Vannifar and eats the Corridor Monitor, and he's going to go for Renegade Rallier.
Renegade Rallier.
And
So he gets to get 2 of them.
yep. And then he's
Get 2
Felidar
Felidar Guardians.
It's a sweet deck. Yeah, I would say he's probably blinking Oath of Nissa, trying to dig for Saheeli. He can kill him this turn if he finds Saheeli. Nothing. So Lewis finds.
So Renegade Rallier has Revolt. If a permanent left the battlefield, when a Renegade Rallier enters the battlefield, if a permanent controlled left the battlefield this turn, return target permanent card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So basically he returned Monitor and then sacked it again.
Yep.
And then got another Rallier, returned Monitor, sacked it again, and then went up the chain. So he get 2 Felidar Guardians in play. Cut Sam off some Devotion here.
Yeah, I think I like that.
I do too. A card Sam's going to need is like Walking Ballista this turn. And now I think if Lewis untaps, he has the win in hand.
Yeah, it doesn't look great here for Sam. He has. There's a Nissa. We watched that kind of pull away in one of his other matches, but I don't think it's going to be good enough here. Lewis is 100% wearing an elk
Yes.
antlers. That is.
He was turned into an elk early this morning.
Yep. Yeah, Lewis is great.
Lewis is fantastic. For Halloween, he went as the farmer from Untitled Goose Game.
Yes.
And his wife was the goose.
That's pretty good.
And yeah, just fantastic.
That's solid.
Just a great guy all around, but just a fantastic sense of humor as well.
Nice. So this is pretty nice for Sam.
All right.
Wow. So he gets to use the bite ability on
He's
Vivian.
got a ton of devotion.
Yeah, and he's got 4 mana in the pool because of the double Burning Tree Emissary. This is quite the line. Trying to figure out how to win from here. I don't think he can.
I mean, these creatures don't have haste.
Right.
So
All right. So then he goes and casts Leyline of Abundance. I think he has enough to cast this Nissa again.
yeah, I mean, he's going to make some big creatures this turn, but Lewis is likely going to just untap and kill him.
All right. Yeah, Lewis is
That is a mana confluence.
okay. Does he have? Yeah, he's got the white source. All right, he's got the second white source, so he does have it locked up here. So for Jiru with eyes open,
Goes to his hand though, so he has to
does he have a way to get?
get it out of his hand.
Oh, Reflector Mage. That's pretty nice.
Right? It goes to his hand. I'm not.
Yeah. So the Saheeli,
Yeah.
you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Saheeli's in his hand. Yep.
So Reflector Mage bouncing Nykthos. That's kind of a nice little
Yeah, that's cool.
little play there.
So he's going to be able to. Lewis is able to play it again, or excuse me, Sam's able to play it again, but
Right.
is it enough? Did Lewis play 2 lands there? I thought he might have.
Yeah, he played Vantage plus Confluence.
Yeah. Again, we're in a time-shifted match, so we can't go back, unfortunately.
I don't know how much it matters. Apologize that it wasn't caught. We're going to repeat this like 5 times, but this is time shifted, which means it's recorded. So it's kind of like too little, too late, unfortunately. We'll definitely make it known to Lewis.
Yep. So he has 12. I think Sam has 12 devotion here. Devotion.
Astrogen said. Astrogon says, so it's scripted? Yep. It's scripted. Excommunicated from Magic.
Oh, yeah, only the harshest penalties
I know,
are
it's like
given
Twitch
out.
chat just loves to point out other people's mistakes.
All right, so Sam, I think, knows that he is dead. So go ahead and scoops him up here, and we're going to get into game number 2.
So Lewis didn't even get to take another turn to take advantage of that mana.
Yeah, so it didn't matter at all. All right, so we'll jump back up to us for a second. I'm looking at Sam's deck.
How does Sam interact with the combo?
So, well, the thing is Sam has these Voracious Hydras in the main deck, which is one way. He has the Vivian Arcbow Ranger, which also can fight things down. Walking Ballista, he has quads of, so that's or those are already like built-in answers.
Yeah.
He's got Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, Hornet Queen, Whispered Elementals, Reclamation Sage, Nylea's Disciple, Scavenging Ooze, and Shaper Sanctuary.
So Ooze could interact with Renegade Rallier, which could disrupt the combo. I don't know how good that is, but that's something to consider, I guess. Yeah, looking on Lewis's side, we got an Irration Cleric, a Voice of Resurgent, a Knight of Autumn, a God Eternal Aketra, 2 Rest in Peace, a Fairy Time Raveler, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Wear and Tear, and then 2 Declaration and Stone.
Good stuff.
There's some good stuff here. He can interact with Leyline of Abundance pretty early. He's got Teferi, he's got Knight of Autumn, he's got these Wear and Tears if he wants. He's got Deck and Stone to take down a bunch of like Burning Trees if he wants.
Yeah. I mentioned Sam having Voracious Hydra. Looks like he has a pair in his hand too, so it's not bad. Lewis down to 6 cards here. He's thinking about which one to put in the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, the mana is pretty rough in this cat combo deck.
All right, so Sam's mana is real good. He has a Forest and a Elvish Mystic.
No Leyline for Sam here.
Yeah, I like this a lot. You cut Lewis off a little bit, so you can see Voracious Hydra where X equals 1. Enters the battlefield with that 1/1/1 counter on it, and then Sam chose the fight mode on there, which was very smart in my opinion.
So Nykthos, make 4. Vivian, pump my Hydra.
Rawr.
Pretty solid turn there.
That was very nice. There's a Saheeli.
Nykthos doing a lot.
Oh, Lewis
didn't
knows
use
better.
our dice.
Lewis knows better.
I think he knows it's going to die, so he's just like, I want my scry. Vivian Arcbow Ranger, really solid card. Another one of these Planeswalkers that just has a high starting loyalty, immediately jumps to 5, gets to add 2 creatures or 2 counters up to 2 target creatures, and then they also gain trample till end of turn. The minus lets him fight, and the -5 is basically a wish, which is very good in this deck. There's an Ulamog in the sideboard.
Wow, and now a Nissa who shakes the world. That is...
And that can make a lot of mana, Matt.
Sam is firing on all cylinders this game.
He can untap the Nykthos, and then...
Yeah, I would say I'd be surprised if he doesn't, actually.
Attack for, what, 6?
Yeah.
I think he would want to do first. See what Sam decides.
Yeah.
Get that Saheeli off the table.
Yeah, Saheeli definitely has to die. All right, so.
Okay, we're going to distribute some counters first.
Yeah, Sam putting some more counters out.
Oh, so now 4 of it gets to go at Lewis.
He could, he could just attack him, right? It's quite a lot of mana.
Double.
I was saying this gets to double the kill. Sam says, all right, here's 18, and Lewis says, you know what? Good enough for me.
Nykthos really showing how powerful it is. Especially alongside those mana dorks. Didn't need Leyline of Abundance there.
No, sure didn't.
Notable. Makes me feel like, Nykthos is the problem card. It's not Leyline. But I'm also, again, not convinced it's ban worthy.
That was awesome.
That was sweet.
That was sweet. And I hate green decks. Like, the green deck's like bane of my existence. Like, just mono, like, mana dorks. I'm like, come on, really? Give me a Wrath.
Yep.
And, like, Wrath's not even good really against you. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong. But it's not, like, game-breaking. You got to play, like, Planar Cleansing or something. These decks need to play Planar Cleansing, the white control-based control decks. I
could see that. It's not unreasonable to me. You definitely need to be able to clean up the board and the walkers. They're too good. Like, curving the 4 into 5 on like early is just insane.
Sam finds Nykthos with that Once Upon a Time. And he's going to lead on Llanowar Elf. And he's got Voracious Hydra again. I mean, he's got the pieces he needs. I really liked Sam's play. It was an underrated one of just playing the Voracious Hydra for 1 to kill Lewis's Mana Dork to kind of stunt his growth.
Absolutely correct.
It's really great play.
Planar Cleansing doesn't kill Nissa's forests. That's pretty relevant.
Yeah, that's true.
That's pretty relevant.
That's true. I mean, you got to do something to stem the bleeding. I don't know what it is, but...
Fire Owl says, instead of cleansing, do the hour one. I also agree, the hour one.
Revelation? Or Revelation, I believe it's called?
So, yes.
Okay. I'm into it. Look, I want a white-based control deck to be good, too.
There's also the red, like, blow up a land, do 20 to everything.
Oh, Star of Extinction?
Star of Extinction. That's a little bit more expensive, but...
What if Hour of Devastation? Does that hit lands, too?
I can't remember. You'd have to look it up.
I certainly will do that.
All right, so Lewis does have a mana development this time, as does Sam. Sam's also got a copy of Nykthos in hand, along with...
Each creature and each non-bolus planeswalker. It's interesting.
Yeah.
The problem is these planeswalkers go to 6.
Exactly.
In case you're wondering.
I don't think that one's playable.
Strange.
So Lewis trying to decide what to do with his turn here. Looks like Saheeli's going to come down, immediately scry, deal 1 damage to Sam. And if this Saheeli doesn't get off the battlefield, oh, there's a Walking Ballista.
Yeah, so Sam's got a pretty nice turn lined up, honestly.
Well, now that you're Walking Ballista, this turn's fantastic.
Sam's got a Burning Tree Emissary, too. He's got a lot going on. Burning Tree nets him neutral.
Yes. It actually gains 2 mana. Yeah. So there's a Courser.
Nice.
Gain a life. Flip a card. Oath. Burning Tree. Make 2 mana. Activate for 7 mana.
7 mana.
Ballista for 3.
And he gets to shoot down the 2 elves also if he wants.
Yeah, true.
He gets to shoot the 2 elves and just leave the 1 counter. The important part is you want to leave the 1 counter on for when Saheeli goes backwards. Wow.
Courser of Crewfix. Pretty standard staple, I would say, in its time in Standard. 3 mana, 2/4. Play with the top card of your library revealed. And then if that card is a land card, you can play it for the turn. And whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you also gain 1 life.
All right, we're going to go over this again because we can't figure out.
Rod Cop calling you out in chat, right? Did he just play that land and put it back into his hand? He did. The rules state that if no information has changed, you can rewind your game action.
Yep.
And so Sam decided he wanted to pick his land back up.
Yeah, so you can rewind that. We watched one where, wow, this is nice. We watched one where it was a shock land that wanted to come in untapped instead of tapped. So that is a perfectly legal play. I forgot how sweet Courser Crewfix is, especially with like manipulation effects like Oath of Nissa. Able to see things like this happen where he was able to see the top card and then went for Oath of Nissa.
Dude, how does Lewis come back from this?
I really don't know. There's a Voracious Hydra about to get cast for like a gajillion.
Felidar Guardian. Nope,
that's not going to do anything. Because Sam, is going to be able to eat the Prime Speaker and then attack down the Saheeli. Sam looks like he's in really great shape.
Yeah, I want to know how. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought was going to happen. Is that he was going to put a second counter on Walking Ballista.
Sam is just in a commanding board state here. And Lewis says, "All right, you got it." So Sam Black's mono green deck going to be 5-0. Sam's played really well too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You saw like he
has counted pips.
I would say he's getting every last ounce he can out of Nykthos,
Yes,
which
absolutely.
I don't think every other player could see some of those lines.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
they take a lot of. You got to count a bunch, and there's a lot of math involved in it. But
Well, it's like, how much mana do I want to sink into this thing or
Yeah.
this thing? And yeah, I agree with you. Really showing, why Todd plays this deck. Sam's got a slightly different version.
Yeah.
And I think this deck's really strong. I mean, like I said, it was one of my top contenders coming into this tournament. The PTQ results pretty much proved that for me. I was on board when I saw Newmont stream it.
okay,
I think like turn 2 in a game, or turn 3 rather, he had like a 11-11 Ballista, and then on another game he had, or maybe it was at 11-11 Krasis, and then like he had a 6-6 Ballista in a game on turn 3. And I'm like, how do you possibly come back from this on that early of a turn?
yeah, it's pretty tough. So here's the question I got to ask you. So we've watched 5 rounds now. We've watched tons of different decks.
Yeah.
Is there any holes you think you can exploit so far in the format?
Oof. I think there's some underplayed cards.
Okay.
I think one big one that I would really like to see is K return.
Okay.
It cleans up a lot of these dorks on the front half, and then when the board starts to refill, especially against Mono Green Devotion, you get that second half, which will just 5 everything. We saw in Jeff's match, like, if he was able to just clean up all the Siege Rhinos and the Glory Bringers because they had a K return he could flash back off the D-Fiend, that game, I think, is just, like, over.
Okay.
Now, that does mean, Jeff would basically have to rebuild his entire deck to make use of the graveyard, but maybe there's an Eldrazi strategy out there that can do that. I know, like, Grapple of the Past, Vessels of Nascency, these kinds of cards, Satyr Wayfinder, put cards into the graveyard. That might be something to look at and try to exploit the format. I do think Elder Defiend is a very powerful card. It gives you some really good tempo plays, and it could exploit all of these Sylvan Caryatids.
I got another question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think Pithing Needle is main deckable in this format?
No.
Okay.
If you play against Mono Green Devotion, like, what are you naming?
Exactly.
Like,
well, there's Nissas. And
sure, but if
it
it stopped mana abilities, I would be on board. And you and I actually had this discussion. Well, I pretty much told you my thoughts on the car right up, which was, I wish lands didn't activate for colored mana, but still had activated abilities.
Okay.
So, for example, Nykthos would tap for 1 colorless, but that was not an activation cost.
Okay.
And then you would activate it for 2 mana. And what that would allow is that Pithing Needle could come down, and it could name, like, mana creatures. It could name a land. I mean, obviously it says, I think, non-land card, or it talks about mana abilities. So it'd have to be reworked, but I wish that that's how lands worked.
You don't think it's good enough from, like, Nissa, Vivian, Walking Ballista? Like, you
but these aren't the only... Well, let's say you play Boros Heroic. What are you naming?
I don't know, yourself, because you're dead.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think it's good enough.
Okay. I've seen Mono Planeswalkers.
Would be a card I could see main boarding. Because at least it's a body. It's not just a 1-mana artifact that you're putting onto the table. Unless you have Oko in your deck, then maybe you can slam Pithing Needle, but you're not naming Oko, and it's a 3/3 elk, which, it was anyway.
All right, sounds good. So we'll talk about our social media here at Nerd Rage Gaming. So if you check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or Instagram, check us out with the /NRG series on there. All of our social medias are pretty uniform. You can find deck lists, upcoming events, posts about the rounds, going up pictures from the events. You can turn them into your profile picture, which is really sweet. NerdRageGaming.com. You can check us out. If you want to learn about next year, you can check that website. And we have all kinds of great stuff coming up in 2020.
Guys, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Come back to the booth, actually, Jack. I just want to say thank you for everyone for hanging out and, watching this Pioneer event with us. It's been a blast so far. We're about to enter round 6 here. If you're new here, hit that follow button. Give us a like. Hit us up on all the social media. If you're feeling generous, hit that subscribe button as well. And, we'll be back for round 6 just momentarily.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to round number 6 out of 8 here in Madison, Wisconsin. We're playing some more Pioneer. Brad, we have some sweet new kind of lists here. So we have Phil Silberman and Duke Sneed. We're jumping down right now because we've been on a little bit of a delay here as we updated Cardboard Live. So we're hopping down right now to those guys. And you got Phil Silberman's list and Golgari Seasons Pass.
I walked over to Phil earlier today because I saw 4 Read the Bones as he laid out his deck. And I was like, whoa. And he's like, this might as well be Dig Through Time in my deck. And I was like, wow, okay. And he couldn't figure out what the last 2 cards to put in his deck were. And I recommended one of them. So this Nissa Vastwood Seer, guys, this one's all me.
Okay,
you
you're
can
the man.
say Brad Brown got Phil to put that card in the deck.
Okay.
What his other one was, I don't know. But if you haven't seen Seasons Past, this deck is...
Bring your friends.
We keep going to refer a friend of all things.
Because we want more people to show up.
We do. We're subliminal messaging. We're just really bad at it. If you haven't seen Seasons Past before, we're going to pull it up on screen. Basically, the idea is you only play it as a 1-of in your deck.
Yep.
Sometimes post-board, you'll play it as a 2-of. And then you'll play this alongside Dark Petition. So you get to return any number of cards with different converted mana costs from your graveyard to your hand, and then you put it at the bottom of your owner's library. Then you use Dark Petition to essentially tutor it from the bottom of your library so that you can cast it over and over again. And then once you have a Dark Petition in your graveyard, you can start looping these over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You play this alongside... what's the card that gains a bunch of life? Nissa's Renewal.
Nissa's Renewal, yep.
So we'll pull that one up as well. So this is kind of, again, a standard deck that we saw in the past that has been updated with some more relevant cards.
So I played this deck. Jeff and I actually worked on this deck a lot. And Jeff top-8'd Star City Orlando, I think, with this deck. This was back when Green-White Tokens was a deck in Standard. So Battle for Zendikar right there. So, yeah, Jeff put a ton of work in this. I'm interested to see if there's any, like, really great upgrades in here. There's like Vraska's Contempt. Mastermind's Acquisition is a sweet one you got in here. And you also get like Thoughtseize. So it's pretty sick. It's a nice upgrade.
This Scavenging Ooze is going to do an okay job, unless Phil can answer it, of removing some of these good cards from the graveyard. I personally love Nissa Vastwood Seer as a card to get back with Seasons Pass, because then you can start flipping it, generate some card advantage. And Duke's down to 2 cards in hand. I think this is the kind of matchup that Phil was hoping to play against.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Duke has already Thoughtseized away that Seasons Past, actually. So So can Phil win a straight-up game is the question.
Right.
And now it's exiled with the Scavenging Ooze as well.
Yeah, nothing like a Tameo to return it or anything like that, because we're just straight green-black.
And Phil has smartened up. He must have...
We do have a Mastermind's Acquisition that can go get the second one out of the sideboard and then cast it.
Very smart. Yeah, Phil has wised up. He must be from the future because he also has Field of Ruin in his deck against these Nykthos decks that are everywhere.
Absolutely.
So Jace Vryn's Prodigy the play there for Duke.
And Phil has language. I'm almost like okay 1-for-1ing against this card.
I think he has a Hero's Downfall as well.
Oh, he also has a Walking Ballista.
Yeah, if he had a 6th land, it'd be really good.
Yeah, it's got a Downfall.
You can see Phil kind of like... Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm taking the 1-for-1 on this.
I mean, he's got another language in his deck if he wants it. How does Phil go infinite? He doesn't go infinite in the sense of a single turn going off. What he does is he goes infinite with value.
Yeah.
He can use Seasons Pass to get a bunch of cards back from the graveyard as card advantage, and then that goes to the bottom of his deck, and then he uses Dark Petition to tutor it up and cast it again.
Yep.
And then once he gets the second Dark Petition into the graveyard, the Seasons Pass can start getting back Dark Petitions, and then you just get to loop it over and over and over again.
Yeah, this is interesting for Phil here. You know, he has, through 2 languages, through that Nissa, he's got a Hero's Downfall and a Thoughtseize in hand, and he just showed some restraint here, just kind of passed and said, all right, well, don't really care about Kalidas.
Probably see like an instep here, blow up your land, get a basic, and then maybe a Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, I bet the Swamp comes out from Phil. Yeah, he looked like he was a little bit hungry for black mana, and you mentioned he's got this Hero's Downfall ready to take down
I don't think you want... He's not like too concerned with Kalidas because he doesn't have any creatures on the board yet, but he doesn't want to leave it around forever because he does have this Walking Ballista.
Yeah, it's also pretty mana efficient here. You know what? Phil's deck doesn't really have like a big mana sink other than Seasons Past, obviously, and like
it has Walking Ballista.
Okay, so it has Walking Ballista. Gotcha, gotcha. It's a 1. Yep.
Right, but again, he can get that back as a 0 with Seasons Past.
Yep.
Which is a pretty good value. So he has to be a little bit careful about his graveyard. Scavenging Ooze is in the format.
All right, so Phil's going to lead on Thoughtseize. And
Is Duke's deciding, do I blow up one of his lands? He's like, sure. I guess I'll do that.
blows up a dual land.
Phil did not float mana. But Duke, 2 lands in hand. So Phil's looking to draw. Probably Mastermind's Acquisition is probably his best draw. Something like a Read the Bones would be very good.
Yeah, I mean, Phil's in a really great place here. And you mentioned, I mean, he has inevitability, basically. And even he's just winning a straight-up game right now against Duke.
JD Noble mentions he can infinitely Lost Legacy away all of the opponent's remaining threats if he wants.
Certainly can do that.
It's definitely an option.
Certainly can do that. We used to win by boring our opponents to death.
Sure.
Actually, the real way we played was Sylvan Advocate, and Hissing Quagmire was the way we kind of killed people.
There's a Read the Bones. Now, I do want to point out this one Mastermind's Acquisition is also very good with Dark Petition, because now we can tutor for that, which gets the Seasons Pass.
Wow.
So I really like what Phil's got going on in this
Phil's deck is very cool.
Super grindy.
Yeah, I'm pretty into it.
Read the Bones, very powerful card when it was in Standard. Scry 2, draw 2, lose 2.
Yeah, so he scryed both to the bottom there. So draws 2 fresh ones. Says go.
Phil's got to be feeling pretty good here. I think that was a Fable Passage for the turn.
Looked like it there.
Right, there's another Read the Bones.
Man.
Remember when you used to just like Read the Bones into Read the Bones?
So I'll do you one better. I used to play Read the Bones. So our turn 1 was like tap land. Turn 2 was Seeker of the Way into Read the Bones on 3. Into Gideon or something like that. That was crazy. That black-white deck was really good.
Well, there's the Mastermind's Acquisition.
Yeah. Can he wait?
Does he?
Oh, Lost Legacy too?
We're going to Lost Legacy first.
Yeah, Phil's going to Lost Legacy. Duke here.
Let's see what he names. We'll get confirmation from our judge.
He's going to say, you can't look at my deck, is what Duke says.
Good call from Duke.
Yep. I wonder what Phil was naming there as he cast that spell.
I'm pretty sure he just named like every card in your. Like he literally said, "I'm going to name every card in your deck," and Duke was like, "Oh, well, I better scoop then."
All right. So didn't name anything, but yeah, Duke a little unfortunate there in game 1. I feel like this is the matchup Phil wants. He doesn't want an aggressive matchup.
100%.
He wants some mid-range battle.
Yeah.
He wants to see the God Pharaoh's gift deck every round.
Yeah, I mean that one might be close to grindy with him. I mean Phil's deck is slow.
Yeah,
but it looks like an absolute fun house.
All right, well I'm going to take a peek here at Duke's sideboard. So he has 2 Languish, 2 Collective Brutality, 2 Pithing Needle, 3 Narset Parter of Veils, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Veil of Summer, and 2 Noxious Grasp. There's some good ones here. Collective Brutality is okay. I'm trying to think about like Narset. Is Narset a card you'd want?
Yeah, he showed you Read the Bones.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair.
I think it's got some value for sure.
Okay. Anything else you like in Duke's sideboard here? Like Stroke is pretty good, obviously, I think.
Yeah.
It's close, but I think it's good enough.
I think you'd probably want to bring it in.
He saw Languish. He probably, I don't know if he knows Mastermind's Acquisitions in here, but if you see Languish and Seasons Pass. He didn't know about
Master, but he did see Seasons Pass.
Yeah, and with Seasons Pass, you know there's Dark Petitions in there.
Right.
Well, probably. So,
well, if you played in that format or remembered it.
Sure.
So on Phil's side, before we pull up, while we're talking about his sideboard card, we're going to signal to Jack that he's got a player profile.
Phil does?
Get that ready. Phil does, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So looking at Phil's sideboard, we got 2 Noxious Grasps, a Seasons Pass. Oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't. I can't read.
That's okay.
It's for our backup match.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 Noxious Grasp, a Seasons Pass, a Scavenging Ooze, Veil of Summer, a Kalitas, 2 Duress, 2 Collector Brutality, a Pithing Needle, a Graphic Digger's Cage, a Cry, and 2 Tireless Tracker.
Okay, lots.
Lots to like here. I like Pithing Needle naming Oko.
Okay.
Did we see Oko though?
Did not, but the thing is that these Sultai control decks, you know that they're in there. And even if it's not Oko that you're hitting, they have Planeswalkers, right? Like everybody has. He saw Jace also.
He did,
So you know it's going to be at least good against that. You can assume that there's some number of Okos, like you mentioned. Liliana the Last Hope shows up in all these decks too, so I think it's a pretty safe bet against these 3-color mid-range decks.
Yeah, so the Noxious Grasp seems like an obvious one to me, and the Tireless Trackers as well. I could also see Veil of Summer for Phil because his discard isn't as impactful against Duke's, but Duke's is very good against his because these like Seasons Pass are just so important. He could also not bring that in and just bring in the second Seasons Pass as an option as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you here. I think Phil's just kind of favored in the matchup, but I agree with you that Veil Summer's probably good enough. Man, it's hard. Tireless Tracker's okay, but I don't think you want it against all this removal. Like, unless you think he's going to take some out.
But that's the point, is like you want to play a land, and then you get your value back. So like when you're 1-for-1ing each other, you want as many 2-for-1s as you can possibly get. So
Duke leads off on Fabled Passage. Going to go ahead and crack that. And Phil plays a swamp. He has Fatal Push in hand here. So I thought I saw... Yeah, there is 2 Hour of Promise in Phil's deck also. Yeah. I saw one hanging out in the hand. I was wondering.
No deserts, though, that I see.
He has Field of Ruin.
Just Field of the Dead. No, is that a desert?
Field of the Dead?
Yeah, I don't think it is.
That'd be insane. It could be $1 million right now.
It would be. So it's just a value card.
Yep.
Got to have some number of 5-drops other than Dark Petition.
Yeah, Field of Ruin and Blast Zone are pretty free additions here. Mm-hmm. Big fan. I like to want a Urborg as well. So there's a Thoughtseize here.
Let's see. Fatal Push, Dark Petition. Oh, man. Hero's Downfall. This hand is good. No threat, but a lot to be desired here. So the Hero's Downfall is going to get taken. What do you think you infer if your Hero's Downfall gets taken? That he has an Oko in hand?
Could have Oko, or like some 3-mana walker, whether it's Oko or Liliana is probably the 2 alarm bells that go off in your head here. Mm-hmm. Phil's hand is really bad, actually.
No, I think it's perfectly fine.
You think so?
Yeah,
against Oko?
He's got a Fatal Push.
Yeah, you're right.
He's got a Dark Petition that can get a Hero's Downfall.
Okay. So Phil plays a tap land and says go.
There's that Field of the Dead. Just a land. Didn't even give it a type. How rude.
Just land. Yeah, it's literally just
land. It's a rare land. You didn't even type it.
It's not even.
Just a land. I'm so sad. All right, here comes that Oko.
Yep. So Phil's going to need to answer pretty quickly here.
Really? It's not that quick. The first one makes a food. That one gets Fatal Push. Then he's got to make another food.
Yeah.
And then he's only attacking for 3.
I don't want to fight Oko forever.
I mean, I don't either, but I think he's got some time.
Let's see what Duke does.
There's a second copy of Oko.
Yeah, so he's going to make this into an elk. He comes smashing in. Duke lets it go.
Phil's trying to exhaust his opponent by making him go through the motions.
Yeah, I like it.
There's a Tireless Tracker.
Yeah, we mentioned that one being good.
That'll be a 3/3 soon.
That'll certainly be an elk. The good news for Phil is he gets his Fabled Passage, and he's going to be able to make 2 clues here.
Yeah, we'll see. Duke has open mana, so Phil should wait.
Yep.
Popping the Fabled Passage to see if Duke uses his mana. She does not. A little bit of restrain there. Here's another copy of Thoughtseize. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so Duke picking Phil apart here.
And is that
renewal?
This
is renewal. Yep. Yeah. This is renewal, Dark Petition, and Hour Promise. So, man, it's tough to take any of these.
You know what's real good with Tireless Tracker? Nissa's renewal.
Not wrong.
Unfortunately, this Tireless Tracker will soon be a 3/3 elk.
Dark Petition is probably the best card because it could be anything here.
Absolutely.
The other cards are quite annoying, but I think this is probably the best one.
You also have Spell Mastery already.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider. Now, Phil will have Hour of Promise next turn, which means he'll have Nissa's Renewal the turn after.
Wow. Quite good.
Hour of Promise was a really solid card in its time in Standard. You get to search your library for up to 2 land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then you shuffle your library. Then if you control 3 or more deserts, you create 2/2 black zombies. And the art on that card is just awesome.
Yeah, it's really great.
Locust God, I believe.
Let's see.
Here we saw Abrupt Decay on the tracker, and in response, we popped Fabled Patches to make sure we got that second clue.
Huh. Okay.
So Phil's, doesn't have to worry about Disdainful Stroke here.
I think Phil's in great shape now.
I think we're just going to cast this honor. Now, does he have deserts?
He's got to have at least 1.
Well, he needs 2,
I don't see
right?
any.
I don't see any. 2, though.
Blast Zone's just like a value card at this point, I suppose.
Yeah, I like that. That's probably one that he'll get. He can also get a Hissing Quagmire, which would be a creature land to help
Temporal
him.
Malady, too? Yeah, he's Temporal Malady.
Is that a Temple?
Looks like
or
that
is that
one's.
a Quagmire? I can't tell.
I think that one's Temporal Malady.
Algo says 2-2-2-2. Reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg joke, which is something along the lines of, I want to change my number to 222-2222.
Okay. All right.
So that when my friends need to get a hold of me, I can say, just press 2 for a while.
Oh, no.
And when I answer, you will know that you have pressed 2 enough.
Oh, no.
Mitch Hedberg is great.
All right, so Duke coming at that Elk again, another Thoughtseize, so he gets to take Nissa's renewal. I mean, the problem is we're going to see just like Standard Best, where how are you going to beat this Field of the Dead?
Yeah, that's going to start to come up. He's also got these 2 clues, which can generate some value.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. Duke's had this Courser Kruvix in his hand for quite some time now. Just doesn't have a second green source.
My wife is in chat now, sighing at me. Everyone say hello to Marauding Map.
God bless you, Michelle. Thank you. I'm not the only one. I'm not alone here. Yeah, Phil's starting to juice back up. He's got Read the Bones now. Here's Zombies, which we have, of course, packed away.
Yeah. Many zombies.
Yeah.
We should get some foil ones. I bet I have some. I should bring my token box. You've never seen my token box, have you? No. I have many tokens.
That's so sad.
You know what? I'm going to bring it next time.
Good. Phil actually has picked up an Abrupt Decay for the turn as well, so he's going to really clean Duke out here.
Can just...
All right, so another Courser? Is that serious?
He doesn't have a second green, right?
No, he just drew a second Courser now.
Yeah.
Wow, that is quite the beating.
Amalek says, hello, Marauding Map. You're clearly a saint. Anyone who has to put up with me day to day is definitely a saint.
Oh, yeah, can't agree more. All right, so Duke is trying to fight back here. Now, that Jace Vryn's Prodigy helps.
That's pretty good.
The problem is Phil has him covered. I mean, he's going to draw at this clue.
So Phil has... Oh,
Masterminds Acquisition
that's so
is a good one. Phil gets to...
So is the decay going at Oko or Jace, do you think? I'm thinking Jace.
I think maybe... Well,
you can beat a stream of 3/3s.
So I think he wants to kill Oko, and he could Acquisition for like Languish here and clean up the rest of the board if he wants.
Oh, sure.
There's a lot of lines. Whatever line I said is probably wrong, and Phil probably
I was going to say,
much
I almost wonder... Okay, I think that's based on this attack.
Yeah.
I think that's a play he's likely to make. Oh, this is 5 minutes. This is another hour. Oh, man, hour with Field of the Dead is so good.
Busted. Oh, another. And he gets to get the second Field of the Dead out here.
So we're just going to win with Field of the Dead.
Yeah, it looks like that's Phil's strategy. Field of the Dead.
Boom.
And that's the Hissing Quagmire there.
Yeah. So we're going to make 4 zombies.
Yeah, Phil
Duke's in some trouble.
I think the only thing that he has to flash back with the Jace is Thoughtseize also.
Yeah.
So
I think there's an Abrupt Decay in there.
There could be.
Was there not?
And it just doesn't matter.
Right, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
You have an infinite stream of 2/2s. One of the ways to combat Oko, by the way, is to just go wide with 3/3s or less. This is looking really solid. Nissa asks, Marauding Map, what is the good joke to bad joke ratio? I can tell you there are way more bad jokes than good jokes.
Oh, 100%.
I love a good dad joke.
You know what dad rhymes with?
Bad.
Bad.
Yeah.
Bad joke. Phil is leaving both of those cards in his hand, or on top of his library, to draw with the scry from Read the Bones, and one of those was Pithing Needle. So now this Jace really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, do you think he'll Thoughtseize here?
Like, what are you doing with Thoughtseize at this point? You know, he was really looking for. Looked like a green source is what Duke was looking for.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe try to get some value with these.
Yep.
These the coursers.
Yeah, he was trying to get some way to block the zombies or do something. I mean, right now he's just really up against it.
Right.
Phil is in a commanding position.
I mean, how do you deal with this? There's the
So he is going to go for the Thoughtseize. I suppose that's the best you can do.
Duke's going for the long game. He's like, I'm going to see you again in top 8, and I'm going to see what's your list. I'm going to thought seize you.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's all bad here, Duke. Not the matchup you wanted to see. This Golgari deck has to be better than all these mid-range decks. Like,
Yeah,
it's the best.
100%.
It's the best mid-range deck in the format, I would assume, right now.
Yeah, I'm curious how it would stack up against like another Field of the Dead type deck, like one that's more focused on Field of the Dead. Because
Sure.
this is Phil's kind of like, I don't know if it's plan B necessarily. It's just like his long-term plan.
Okay.
Whereas the other like hyper-aggressive Field of the Dead decks are just like, I'm gonna get Field of the Dead out. I'm gonna make a million zombies, and then see how it goes from there.
Okay.
Is Hour just a grab lands for Field of the Dead? And,
Seems like it.
There's
no other utility, really, besides the there's a Blast Zone, a Field of Ruin, and these two Field of the Dead.
It lets you get, like your creature land as well.
So Phil gets left with Vraska's Contempt and a Pithing Needle.
And you might be wondering, like, why Vraska's Contempt? You know, you have access to things like Hero's Downfall. But remember, Seasons Past looks at CMC, so you need to have a good mix of zeros, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, all the way up the curve.
I mean, this Oko doesn't do anything.
It doesn't. Feels like...
It's too many zombies.
I don't care about Oko.
Just too many zombies.
And we kind of saw that in Standard before they banned Field of the Dead. It was one of the cards keeping Oko at bay.
Yeah. He sends all of them at Duke. And Duke doesn't have enough blockers, and he dies. So Phil going to move to 5-1.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I really like Phil's list.
Yeah, it's pretty good here. I mean, we can take a peek, and just the highlights there. The Read the Bones were really good.
Yeah.
They're super good with Nissa's Renewal because you're able to just churn them over and over. It negates like the pressure that Thoughtseize puts on your life total. Being a there's something to be said about being a 2-color deck also.
Yep.
Your lands aren't as punishing. They don't come in tapped ever really unless you want them to, like Temple of Malady, for instance.
And he does need to.
It's good.
So like, it's funny because going into the morning, Phil was telling me like he didn't have Field of the Dead in his list, and he was kind of looking at his mana base, and he just had a bunch of basics.
Yeah.
And someone's like, "Well, why don't you play Field of the Dead? The cost is really low. You just have to play like a Quagmire, a Llanowar Waste, a Temple, a couple Woodland Cemeteries, and then you're good." And Phil's like, that makes a lot of sense, and so. He already had the hours in his deck to go get some of these utility lands, and so now with the Field of the Dead, it's really just showcasing the power. And I think from talking to him especially after this round, I think he made the right choice.
Yeah, me too. I'd be surprised to see if he played something against like Keenan's deck, which is
he's got the Lost Legacy in the main to name Nexus, but it's not good. The matchup's not good. You got to find that card. He does have 4 Dark Petitions to tutor up for them.
And he's got Duress and Brutalities and things like that. But
Keenan's got Tamios, so you kind of like... Well, in the main board, he's got Tamios, and you can't discard. Yeah. So game 1, I think Phil probably has some game with the Lost Legacies, but I think like post-board, Phil doesn't have enough to really keep up. We can see, maybe they'll face each other. We'll see how that goes, but... Yeah, I think that's going to be one he's going to struggle with for sure.
All right, well, we'll jump to our backup match now. This one might be a little bit quicker. We have Forrest Winstead is playing Boros Burn. He's playing against Jack Cummins, who's playing... so we've looked at this deck list, and it's basically Esper Super Friends. Has a Light Splash for Saheeli and Nicol Bolas Dragon God also. So there's a few different red cards. So it's basically going to be 4-color Super Friends here. So we'll get the deck list on the screen for you here in just a second. And you can see Forrest... Boros Burn deck is kind of operating on all cylinders here. So Jack already down to 14. Not going to have the most time here.
Yeah, I was typing up this Forrest's deck list, and this thing is streamlined. I mean, it is just 4 ofs everything, including lands, like 4 mountains, and it is just burn and creatures that go well with burn and light up the stage.
Okay.
Really interested to see how this deck performs in an Oko metagame.
Okay, there's Prophetic Prism for check. That doesn't do anything. There's a Thoughtseize. That one doesn't sound very good against the mono red deck.
Pretty much hope that they take a 3-mana spell here.
Yep. So there's a Lightning Strike.
Or a 3-damage spell, rather.
Wow, they're all 3 damage spells. There's a Wizard's Lightning.
Is he just dead?
He looks dead.
So he takes 6, he pumps twice, that's 9. He'll go to 1.
He'll go to 1. Yep.
And then Runes kills him on the next turn.
Yep.
So I don't know how Jack gets out of this, but...
Doesn't look good. So he takes the Wizard's Lightning. So there's a Skewer the Critics and a Lightning Strike left in hand there for Forrest actually found a Swiss spear, so now he's actually dead.
Oh, yep, that would be enough.
There's 12 exactly. I believe so. He sixed him and then hits for 6 more, and Jack is dead in game number 1 in neck break speed. That was something. Let's talk about Jack. We'll get him some camera time before he dies in fire again. I just feel like...
What's that game like? What about Jack, or what do you know about Jack?
You don't know Jack.
You don't know Jack,
Yeah. Good try.
Well, we're about to learn.
Honorable.
Yeah, I know. My brain's turning to mush. I need some caffeine.
All right, so Jack is 22, hometown, Lawton, Oklahoma. But if you've ever talked to Jack, you know that he is from Wimbledon, England in the UK. 2 CT top 8s. Jack's pretty high up on our leaderboard as well. He's trying to punch his ticket to our championship at the end of the year.
You can see he's Olympian.
Yeah, he's an Olympian.
In his picture here.
Yeah. Jack is 4th on our leaderboard currently, and Forrest is actually 9th, by the way. So these guys are both fighting for the points
at large
bids.
Yep.
So, fun fact about Jack: he taught English classes in India for a few weeks, which is kind of cool. So he's been all over the place, very well traveled.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're part of the Olympic team, that you travel a lot.
That happens.
Yeah.
That's it. Former rugby player, and he used to own a set of Power 9. I wonder when he owned that.
Yeah, everyone I've known who's ever owned them, like, sells them and, like, buys a car or puts a down payment on a house or like college or something. Yeah.
It's nice.
So looking at Forrest here, his Twitter handle is ThoughtsEasyU.
Interesting.
I like that Twitter handle.
Interesting.
23 years old. He's a quality inspector from Stillman Valley, Illinois. 2 CT top 8s. Hoping to hit a 3rd one here. He's got January 2019 and May 2019. So having a good year.
Yep.
Definitely kind of a breakout player on the tournament series. Absolutely one of these individuals who loves Magic. He reminds me a lot of like Will in that regard, Will Kruger. Just someone who just wants to talk Magic all the time, wants to play Magic all the time. And, just has a ton of time doing it, making relationships.
I got some questions here about Forrest.
Yeah.
His handle is ThoughtsEasyU.
I know, right?
His favorite color is green and Whispered Elemental, and he's playing mono red.
Yeah.
Pick a lane and stay in it.
You know what? This is how you top 8 CTs, Matt. This is how you top 8 CTs.
Oh, man. So, plays the guitar and plays shows on the weekends outside of Magic. Go-to karaoke song. Another Queen song?
I mean, Queen's pretty popular right now. They had a great movie recently.
All right. I want to see if Jack gets any better in the post-board game. So
I'm going to guess no.
Well, he's going to get better. He can't get worse, right?
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
2 Duress, Epiphany Dome, 3 Arishan Clerics. All right, there is hope. 2 Negates, 2 Noxious Grasp, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Mystical Dispute, and a Kaya, Orzhov, or Serpent.
Okay, so
that
the
one's
Kaya's good, the Clerics are good, the Duresses are good, and the Negates are probably good.
Yep.
But you got to be careful with the counter spells because you also still need removal to kill the creatures that Forrest is going to play, and then you hope that the counters are good late.
Okay. And then just Forrest is 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Searing Blood, 3 Skullcrack, 3 Smash Smithereens, 3 Eidolon of the Great Revel, 2 Experimental Frenzy. I think I like the Frenzies to try and go a little bit longer. He didn't get to see much of Jack's deck, but we'll see if he gets to see more in game number 2. But I think that's probably where I would start. Maybe the Skullcracks, other than that, and maybe the Eidolons. But other than that, I wouldn't go too heavy. Game 2, your game 1 plan worked pretty well, so we'll hop in right now. All right, so Jack leading off on a Duress. And Forrest's hand is stacked. He has 1 land.
Wow. Typical burn strategy here. Needs to rip that second land, but he is on the draw.
And he's got to light up the stage as well. So Jack going to go ahead and take that light up the stage. Probably the best choice. And here's a Swift Spear for Forrest off the top. Jack going to Prophetic Prism here. Pass. Yeah, Forrest is going to be in some trouble if he doesn't hit his second land. Yeah, it looks like he missed. So Prophetic Prism you see there enters the battlefield, draw a card. You can pay 1 and tap it to add any mana. Jack leads off on very powerful Oath of Kaya to take down that monster Swift Spear. So Jack looks like he's in pretty good shape here so far.
Yeah, Oath of Kaya is definitely one of those powerful cards against this kind of deck.
Wow.
I wonder if Forrest didn't board in the Skullcracks and will now that he's seen Oath of Kaya.
Yeah, and Arishan Cleric now. So
yeah. This is a powerful start from Jack.
Yeah, very good. So probably one of his better ones. So Enters the battlefield, gain 3, and it's a 1/3, so not too bad. He's actually making Forrest have to burn a Wizard's Lightning on it, which is pretty solid. Jack has a negate here, too. He just says, all right, well, I'll negate this. Man, 2 of them. 2 Wizard's Lightnings. This does not look good. Yeah, Jack is just running away here. Feldar Guardian, bouncing that Oath of Kaya, replaying it, and killing the Gitu Lava Runner is really great for Jack.
Jack really showing that, you know, I have a plan for this strategy,
Yeah.
Forrest. You're going to need to be a little bit quicker, and I'm going to probably need to stumble on some mana.
Yeah. There's a Teferi.
And it makes me wonder how good and viable these red decks really are in this format.
Yeah. So Teferi pluses here, and Forrest got a bunch of cards left, but they don't look very good. He has a Skullcrack in his hand, actually, Brad.
Ah, okay. Nalaric says, Forrest changed his Twitter handle to @non-basic-forest. So appreciate the heads up there. We will make sure that player profile gets updated in the future.
He's got a couple Wild Slash and a Skullcrack. It's not good enough at this point. So Forrest kind of thinking about his options. Yeah, Skullcrack is no longer a reasonable card at this point. Jack has gained, I think, 6 life or maybe 9.
Much, yeah.
He's very
and how reliable are Skullcracks when your plan is Oath of Kaya plus Felidar Guardian?
Yeah, not great. So he's going to deal Jack 5. Jack's at 13 or down to 11, and you know, Jack has this Teferi to bounce, whatever he wants. He's in really great shape. Able to bounce that Oath.
The world is his oyster at this point.
Oh, boy, a Kaya now, too?
Take out a Swift Spear. There's no Earthshaker Kendras or anything in Forest list.
Yeah, Jack is way ahead. His start was really good.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kaya Orzhov Usurper here. 3 mana, +1, exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. You gain 2 life if at least one was a creature card that was exiled this way. And then it can -1 and exile non-land permanents with CMC equal to 1.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to back it up here, and we'll get game number 3 ready to kick off here in a second. Anything you see different you wanted to either of these decks? I mean,
I don't think so. I think Forrest is going to need a hope that being on the play is good enough, and that Jack stumbles on his mana just a little bit.
Yeah, is Eidolon of the Great Revel like even playable now at this point? Or Frenzy?
You probably still want it because you don't care about your life total too much, and if you can get like 2 damage off an attack plus the 2 damage off the trigger, maybe you're happy enough.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. So
Frenzy seems a little slow based on what we saw, because the more turns that he has to draw cards, maybe you have to go longer.
Just try and grind him out. I don't know. All right. So there's an Urborg there from Jack.
Got a couple of questions here. Any thoughts on Phoenix in this format? I think it's fine. I think it's considered like a tier 1 deck or a level 0 deck, however you want to phrase it. I don't think it's had a very good showing. I think people are starting to understand how to combat that deck.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that.
See a lot of Scavenging Oozes floating around. If your Toba198er says, I want the 4-color Super Friends list, you can find that on Cardboard Live on the stream right now. It is overlaid.
All right, so you can see Forrest has a little bit better start. He has that Boros Charm into a light up the stage, but Jack's going to follow it up with Narset Parter Veils. That Boros Charm getting negated is pretty big, so Jack trading 2 mana for 2 mana. And I think that's pretty solid. He looks like he's in good shape. And that Narset actually finds an Oath of Kaya. And I thought this game was going to get really bad for Jack, but it looks better. It looks like this one's much better.
Somebody said, Cardboard Live is showing me the previous match. I will get that updated for you if I can. I just clicked update again. They should be updated. So if you're not seeing Jack's list, give that stream a refresh.
I will also check on our end here. So Jack has this 1 interplanar beacon as well. Like
oh, yeah, just some random life gain. Yeah,
some incidental life gain here. That's going to be for Saheeli, so he's going to go back up. Wow, up to 20. Skull cracked. Okay.
Do you have old matches recorded on YouTube? Not usually, but we do have them on our past broadcast for Twitch. So if you want to check out our old CTs, you can check them out there. For a while there, we were putting matches on Twitch. Kind of a smaller staff tournament, so it's hard for us. If that's something someone is interested in doing, say an editor role or something, you can always reach out to max@nerdragegaming.com.
All right.
If anyone's looking to get involved with the stream at all, you should probably reach out to max@nerdragegaming.com, whether it's for sponsorship, a role to play.
Yes, you should fill Max's
Yes,
inbox,
if
actually.
you have anything
Yeah.
for Max.
If you like
memes.
Yeah, actually tell Max
Just
what
keep
you
it
like
clean.
better, Burger King or McDonald's. And if you answer Burger King, he's blocking you.
Send him elks. You know what? Just send him all the elks. Max@nerdragegaming.com. If Max doesn't tell me that he had 100 elk memes in his inbox next week,
Yeah.
I'm going to feel really bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so here's that Saheeli.
Yeah.
Now, we know that there are Felidar Guardians in this deck, so that is a way Jack can win out of nowhere here.
Not the best.
I mean, I would expect
Forest.
Forrest's deck to have an answer.
I certainly would hope so. All right, here comes this Oath of Kaya. Just
No
comes in
skull
uncontested.
crack. Oof.
Yeah. All right, Boros charming Jack. 15.
Johnny Cat says, Max plays MTG was just thrown under the bus.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Snow-filled.
Like to have a
bus.
little fun around here.
Yeah,
Can't just all be business. Email sent, says Big Baby Boy Bobby.
Bless you. Yeah, Forrest's hand is really not shaping up, and Jack just has so much life gain. I thought this was going to be a massacre. Game 1 was.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he has a ton of stuff post-board.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a list, sometimes you don't see the full picture on how a matchup's going to play out, especially post-board. And you can see that Jack has figured out a configuration where this burn deck and these mono red decks just aren't
Cleric.
suited to answer all of these cards.
Erishan Cleric plus Saheeli is hilarious.
Well, it's a little risky, though, right? Because
Yes.
you, like, go to make a copy and then
Sure.
they blow it up.
Yep.
Which still probably feels okay.
Here's another Cleric. How many skull cracks do you think you could have? Not enough, I think, is the answer.
Oh, so we've moved on from emails. We've got PM sent.
Oh, good.
Doomwake sent a Raven. I
Okay.
didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, for the right price, you can get just about anything in
Oh,
America.
okay. Yeah, that's probably true.
All right, so the Soulscar Mage is...
Netman Q says, I tried to send an email, but it turned into an elk.
Oh, yep, got it.
Man.
It's a good joke. Big fan of those.
The internet is just, it's going to be a giant elk one day. And we're
Yeah.
just,
Wow. Forrest goes to Lightning Strike down the Erashin Cleric, and Jack says, you know what, we're just going to negate that while we can.
we're going to wild slash Jack just so we can
Light the stage
light up the stage, get some card advantage here.
All right.
There's another light up the stage, and we
Oh,
got a
yeah.
land to play.
The stage is officially lit up.
Another wild slash. So Wizard's Lightning?
I mean, it's just not enough.
Yeah, for 5 days. Oh, now we
Rude.
push it.
That is so
all of
rude.
this work.
Yeah.
And it's an herb. There's an Urborg in play. I forgot Urborg.
Yeah, Urborg's very good.
Urborg's great. We're going to gain a life for a Jace here.
Yeah,
Ooh, come on, minus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Jack's
please.
fine.
I want
Well,
decisions.
the problem is that
Yeah.
there's this Wild Slash
I
hanging
knew
out,
it.
so
Yep.
there's no way he could do
Well, it
that.
goes to 3. Jace minuses twice, remember?
I think it goes to 2, man.
No, it
starts
minuses
at 4
and
and it goes to
minuses.
2.
Oh,
All right.
it starts at
Bring
4.
Jace
It
Arctic
starts
the
at
thought
4.
up.
You're right.
I played this card a million
You're right,
times,
you're right,
man.
you're right. But it minuses 2 twice.
It sure does.
Yeah. But I forgot you had to kill it.
Yeah. It's not great.
There we go.
There you go.
Yep. Starts at 4. You're
It's
right.
a nice looking Jace.
Is that the book promo, Jace?
Dual deck.
Or
yeah.
the dual? There's a book
Jace
promo,
versus Vraska.
Jace. Oh, but that was Bellerin, I think.
Saba and Greg Lyons to the stage,
All right, well.
please.
All right,
Also
so now we minus.
Seth Pellegrin.
Oh, now you got choices. What would you like? So Jack going to take the Prophetic Prism just to draw a card here.
Again, we are paging players.
Doesn't need the land. Doesn't need a second copy of Saheeli.
Yeah. Scry's first. Good sequencing from Jack. So see if he wants to keep this card with this Prophetic Prism in hand. Says yes. Going to go ahead and play it. Draw a card here. And Jack finds...
And then combo.
All right,
Yep.
that's it.
Wow.
Jack's deck is cool.
Jack's deck is really sweet. I mean, this is one of those things too. It's like we look at it and we say, okay, this is a 4-color deck,
Yeah.
right? It should have a bad burn matchup.
Yeah.
But able to take it down 2-1. Now, this could be an above average draw. There could be a number of reasons that this happened. It could still be a bad matchup, but it looked to me like he had a configuration and a set of tools to combat this.
Yeah.
One of the decks, though, again, like kind of on the top end, like how is he going to fare against Nexus?
Okay. Yeah, it's a good point. Okay, so we're gonna take. We got a couple minutes left here. I think you want to take some questions from
Yeah,
chat?
let's.
So you can either do one of two things. You can tag me on Twitter. I got my Twitter hanging out here. You can see my handles right here. If you got some questions, they can be Pioneer related. They can be Subway sandwich related for Brad. So you can tweet all those. We'll try and answer them as best we can on air too.
Tannen Grace
Okay.
says, how much fun are you guys having today, Matt and Brad? But he tagged us at Matt and Brad, so you can't like tag my enter my handle so that I can see it. And then he said, I feel ignored.
Okay.
Tannen.
All right.
Come on, Tannen.
All right.
You know I saw what you said.
It's fun.
It's been a blast.
It's been
It
fun.
has been a
It
blast.
has been
This
awesome.
format is amazing. I absolutely love watching it. I think I would love playing it, and I love the strategies we're seeing. I think Phil's deck's probably one of my favorites of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's got the power level to win the tournament, but it's definitely like one of the sweeter decks that I've seen.
Okay.
No Can says, NRG series, I figured out why you're wrong about banning Nykthos. It's definitely busted. Evidence, Sam Black is playing it.
That's good. That's good. You know what Sam's not playing, though?
Oko.
Oko.
Yeah.
Bingo. Nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, like, he thinks it's powerful, and I think that it is too. But I think it's powerful for a number of reasons. A, power level, but
Yeah.
B, no one's figured out how to hate the card yet.
Sure.
We don't see Damping Sphere anywhere,
Okay.
which I think is a card that can shut down Nykthos' strategies. So I've been notified that the last match slip is in. We're 2 minutes over time, so we're going to jump into a break. We'll be back with round 7 in just a few minutes.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Pamonte. That's Brad Brown. We're getting ready to kick off our second to last round of Swiss here, round number 7, playing Pioneer on the NRG series in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
We have a lot of really great players here in the room today, and they're showing it here with their records.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the players to watch here. We can see Caleb at a 5-1, Sam Black, Joe Vernal, Keenan Davidson all at 6-0, Jeff Hooglin, Charles Martin, Lewis Kaplan all at 5-1, and then Jonathan Hobbs, a little 4-2 action.
Yeah, so really showing their chops here in this new Pioneer format. Everybody's got some sweet decks. I think, the better players are going to be able to play around things a little bit and maybe able to make the best choices as the day goes on. And you can see it looks like the top 2 tables, so Sam, Joe, Keenan, and Tawnwin is another one that's 6-0.
And what's Tawn's archetype?
Tawn is playing hardened scales as well. So those 4 players going to be able to draw here probably and then play for seeding in the 8th and final round. But we do have a pair of matches here at 5-1. So we have Cameron Gillenshaw, I think is how we say that. I almost
we
said
picked
something
some
else.
tough names.
Sorry about that. And Sam Zakraszewski is how you say him. He won one of our championship trials, I believe, with Jund. Is that right?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. So Sam, he top 8'd and won in August. He won with Jund, right? So so Sam is in our championship. And he's trying to get a few more points here. He has a funny deck name also. So he has a deck name of Absanimals. And it's basically Absan aggro.
Yep.
Someone asked us earlier if Fleece Main line was playable in this format.
Here we go.
And we've got it. We got that. Rakshasa Death Dealer. Someone asked about Anafenza. There's Warden of the First Tree. There's tons of these really great Absan cards.
This list.
This is you.
This is my jam.
This is you. I'm going to move this over.
Yeah, you
That's
should.
for you, man.
This is the kind of Absan list I would like to play. I might play a few more removal spells, but I really like what he's got going on here. We've got Absan Charm, standard all-star,
Yeah.
draw, put some counters on some creatures, exile something big. Yeah, I mean, I am super excited to watch Sam play this deck, and, has picked up a loss so far. Not sure what that was to, but let's see if he can win another one here.
Okay, so we got Sam on that, and then we got Cameron playing the Bant Saheeli deck. Looks like they're ready to roll, so we'll jump down there. Cameron's deck is just kind of like stock. Feldar, Guardian, and Saheeli. Some Okos, Othanissas, Gilded Geese, Once Upon a Times, all that jazz. So we'll see what happens here, and Sam leads on Warden of the First Tree, which Cameron is reading. Cameron is reading Warden of the First Tree, and we will read Warden of the First Tree as well in just a second here. This card was a standard all-star.
Yeah, the format was a little bit slower, and you got to pump a lot of mana into this. I don't know if this is a Pioneer card I'm super excited to play.
With Fatal Push?
I think I'd probably rather experiment one over this card, since every other follow-up card is going to be absolutely gas. A couple questions here. Untapped Draw asks, is there a cut to top 8? Absolutely.
Yes.
There is a cut to top 8. Deck list will be open. We'll actually share an entire Google Doc with all of the top 8 deck lists. I know, and it'll actually go all the way down to 16 by the end of the weekend. Yeah. So you guys can check that out.
Wow, another powerhouse card from Standard Past and Dromoka's Command there. So using the abilities, 2 abilities there, +1/+1 counter on that Warden, and then fighting the Gilded Goose down. So Dromoka's Command is a sweet one if you're able to play it in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to play this card in Modern when Twin was really popular because it counters red damage spells. And then you could eat Deceiver Exarchs and such at instant speed.
Okay. All right, so Cameron goes for Oath of Nissa and finds a Teferi Time Raveler. You mentioned Warden of the First Tree in this format, and Fatal Push and Teferi make me a little hesitant to jam that one.
Right. Experimental 1 has some game against Fatal Push, at least.
All right, Sam comes smashing in for 2 again. Going to take some pain off of his lands.
Yeah, Mana Confluence is a real cost.
And there's Anafenza the Foremost. So Anafenza the Foremost, we are going to put our director to work in this game, I guarantee it. So Anafenza the Foremost, a bunch of cards we haven't seen yet, though.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
All 3 cards that Sam has played we haven't seen yet today. He's 5-1, so doing pretty well for himself. You see Anafenza here. It is the Absan legendary creature. So for those Absan colors, it's a 4/4. Whenever Anafenza the Foremost attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on another target tapped creature you control. So important it doesn't do with vigilance creatures. If a creature card will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, you exile it instead. So whether it's discarded, like Arclight Phoenix is, whether it's killed or something, anything like that.
Yep.
So Anafenza is pretty powerful, I think, in this format overall. All right, and Cam says, yep, I'm going to do this. I think that's pretty powerful. I'm going to go ahead and bounce it. So leaving the Teferi vulnerable, but just doing like some setup here.
And Sam, like, thankfully isn't playing a matchup where his life total matters because these mana confluences have been a real cost.
Yeah, that's for sure. Looks like Sam's going to be able to get this Teferi off the table, though, and he has pretty good follow-up. He can follow up with that Anafenza again. He has another Warden of the first tree.
He also can, I don't know if it's a Shockland or Concealed Courtyard yet, but he does have a Siege Rhino in his hand and get some of that life that he's lost from the Confluence back.
Yeah, looks like a Godless Shrine, I think.
Sam says, you know what, you're at 11? I'm going to shock you. I'm going to attack you and then play, I would assume, 2 creatures.
2 creatures, all right. Well, yeah.
There's that Anafenza. Here's another Warden. This Teferi's not going to have time to bounce another creature.
That's true. That is true. All right, so let's see what Cameron's got left over here.
I see a Felidar Guardian.
Yeah, he's got the combo. He's got Saheeli and Felidar Guardian, but not going to have time.
Not enough mana, yeah. Well, if he plays Guardian, it's a pretty big roadblock. It can block the 3/3 Warden, potentially.
Sure.
I guess then he can pump it at instant speed, though. So that's kind of awful.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And this life total is a little outdated. I believe he's at 9, right?
I actually think he is still 11. We'll get confirmation that the life totals are correct. So he is going to go ahead and plus the Teferi here. All right, so let's see what Cameron goes with here. Suppose he has a food token in order to try and hang out. All right, we're getting confirmation on those life totals for everybody. Sorry about that confusion here.
So Sam.
So Teferi plus, yeah, 13 and 9. We got it all squared away here.
Tell him to refresh the browsers.
Okay.
All right, here's an attack at Cameron again. This is, let's see.
Oh, come on, Sam.
You're already using one of our
Come
dice.
on,
there are
Sam.
plenty over there. So that's 2, 6,
10.
7, 8.
It's 10.
Those are only 1/1s, right? The Wardens?
Oh, that's 7, excuse me. But he's got the Siege Rhino in hand. Yep.
Right, yeah.
We'll get that red dice off of that Warden of the first tree there. They're actually 2/2s right now because of the Anafenza.
Right.
So that's for 8.
Yes. I think, is he worried about a level up maybe? I'm not sure.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We will figure that out. All right, so. And then they're going to, wow, Sam pumping.
And there's a level up.
Yeah, these cards.
Pop some food.
These cards, the cards that are templated like this with the leveling up don't make it very easy to put counters on them.
They certainly don't. I remember this being a fiasco in Standard at the time.
All right, so Cameron is dead. I think exactly there. It was going to be exactly 12. So Sam's Abzan aggro deck is running down four color Saheeli. So interesting there. I don't know how he's going to be able to beat this deck. Honestly, it just gets out so fast. The Abzan deck does.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The Teferi didn't really buy him a whole lot of time, and I think Sam made the appropriate call of just going to the face there.
Sure.
And really taking advantage of, him not being able to do anything really.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm taking a peek here at Cameron's deck list. And it's on your screen through that Cardboard Live extension if you haven't checked already, but there's 1 Phyrexian Revoker, 2 Knight of Autumn, 1 Walking Ballista, 2 Rest in Peace, a Detention Sphere, 2 Veil of Summer, 1 Blessed Alliance, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Declaration of Stone, and a Deafening Clarion. Okay, so there's definitely tools here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Clarions are good, but they have to come down pretty early to clean up the early creatures, and then you have to have answers to the late game like Anafenza, Siege Rhino, but the longer you go, the better your deck is. So I think the Clarion should come in.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I think so. We saw how this deck is going to be like mono 4-ofs, the Abzan deck for the most part.
Yeah.
So I think Declaration in Stone is another one that's good. You're going to hit like multiple creatures. You can either hit like Rakshasa Death Dealer. They possibly don't know it's in the deck, but that's really good answer to that straight up.
I mean, if I was sitting across from this, I would have no idea what's in the deck. I mean, it could be any creature from any of these standard formats. Like, what 2-drop did he decide to play? I would definitely put him on an aggro deck because I saw Anafenza, but I wouldn't know exactly what 2-drops. I mean, and you could mix it up. You could play like 2 Fleece Mainline and 2 heroes if you wanted, right? You have no idea what you're going to expect. And so you just kind of have to bring in, I think, your board wipes or like you said, Deck and Stone I think is absolutely reasonable, and just kind of hope that your removal lines up. I think that's one of the problems of like playing removal heavy decks right now is
you just don't know what to remove.
Yeah, people are playing all kinds of stuff, and you could blow up a goose and then realize, oh, I probably should have held that for something else.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I think the Deck and Stones and the Deafening Clarion are coming in. Maybe the Blessed Alliance as another way to like Celestial Flare like a creature down. And I think you got to remove these Spell Quellers. There's no way they're any good, especially if you're bringing in Deafening Clarion, right?
Yeah, and you saw Dramoka's commands. Like if you quell something and then you just end up fighting it and getting the caster thing. Like we saw a Queller in like the Bant Coco mirrors and stuff, and Dramoka's command could kind of be a blowout sometimes with that card. So just got to be a little careful with it. Should it come out? I don't know, but I do think since he's under the gun so much, like you said, he really needs to focus on disruption and then executing his combo as soon as he possibly can.
Okay, what do you got for Sam?
So Sam's side, we've got 2 Knight of Autumn, a Pithing Needle, 2 Rest in Peace, a Sorum Solemn Visitor, 3 Veil of Summer, a Cast Down, 3 Duress, and 2 Ritual of Soots. So I really like the Pithing Needle. You can put that on Saheeli, put that on Oko. I don't hate the Cast Down either. That can remove the Felidar Guardian. I think that's a solid removal spell that people aren't playing.
Yeah.
The 3 Duress are really interesting to me. Cameron's deck in particular has like Spell Pierces in it, right? Which are probably coming out, but there is some level of removal I'm expecting to bring in. And then you can also nab those Saheelis and Okos with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty into Duress and Cast Down. You mentioned the Planeswalkers are a big deal. Even sometimes you may get like one of these Othenesses is kind of stranded in hand. Cast Down seems humongous.
Yeah,
we noticed all the mana dorks, whether it's Gilded Goose or the Elves. Also, Felidar Guardian's just the best card to hit if it's, if he leaves it exposed.
Right.
Which he might, because he might not think there's too much going on, like as far as removal for this deck. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Cameron brings him these Veils, which I almost wonder if that is your like typical post board plan against these any black based deck, where it's like they're gonna bring in interaction for my combo, so I'm just gonna bring in the Veils and potentially like go off one turn later, essentially.
Yeah, and honestly, I think like when you look at Sam's deck, there's a ton of removal. There's Fatal Pushes, Abrupt Decays, Dramoka's Commands you mentioned, Assassin's Trophy, there's Thought Seizes, so
Abzan Charm.
I mean, there's Abzan Charm even, you got to bring these Veils in too, now that I think about it, so it's an interesting choice.
I love this deck.
Yeah, it's very cool.
We saw, was it Seagrass who played a deck like this into a top 8 of a PT?
Could have been. Yeah, there was a lot of this deck. This deck was like one of the more played decks.
I think it was Siggy, and I just remember coming out of that PT, my wife being like, I want to play this deck. This deck looks sweet.
I am taking a peek here. Looks like Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So I'm just seeing if there's...
Cameron taking a mulligan here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah, they used to play Den Protector 2, a Windmate Rock. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
That one was good. Probably not playable in this format, but because they're just better cards. But, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on. All right, so it looks like Cameron's happy with the 6 cards, and they're ready to roll. Sam has a Thoughtseize here, too, so that's pretty punishing on these.
I think that's just a fantastic curve for a deck like this.
Yeah. So Sam going to lead on that Thoughtseize. I'm sure he took from his Jund deck that he top-8'd and won our event with in August.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and Thoughtseize and see that, wow. So Cameron has Wicked Wolf, Oko, and a Hallowed Fountain. And there's an Oath of Nissa as well. So Oko's the problem card here, and Sam diagnoses that as well.
Wicked Wolf, not very good if you don't have a food to go along with it.
That is true. Yeah,
And there's a Spell Queller.
Sam's got this Fleece Mane
So
Lion.
it's pretty solid on the play here.
It sure is.
Maybe it's a play draw dependent card.
I suppose. If he gets Thoughtseized again, it feels miserable, but I think that was fine line. So Sam going to go down to 14 here.
I think we're likely to see... Oh, maybe it is going to be another Thoughtseize.
There's the Warden.
Little punished here for probably sequencing.
Maybe he wanted this to happen
Maybe.
because he has his Dromoka's command in hand?
Maybe, but he also like didn't know that he drew this, right?
Okay.
Okay, so...
Oh, he doesn't have a
Oh,
blue
he
and
doesn't
white.
have blue-white.
Right.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. That's how that works.
That is right. That is how that works.
That's
Mana.
how these works.
Dave DE says Siggy top 8 in Cons PT. Yeah.
Siggy top 8 Cons PT.
With
yeah,
Admin and Aggro,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so you see that. Thoughtseize comes down. And Spell Queller is pretty annoying. Wicked Wolf is able to come down and fight right away.
I think...
If he hits a land, I would probably take the Queller here and just hope he bricks. If he bricks, you're in really great shape.
Well, he bricked.
Yeah.
I still think there's an argument to take Wicked Wolf, but I guess if he's eating your Warden on the first tree, that's like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, how much, based on Sam's hand, how much mana are you really putting into Warden?
Right. All right, so Cameron looking at 3 cards here. Definitely needs a land out of here. He's short on those, and I don't think any of them are lands, actually.
Well, he could take an Oath, and then if there...
He can't take
Oh,
Oath.
right, he can't take Oath, yeah. He needed to play the Oath.
Yeah. All right, so no third land for Cameron, it looks like. And Sam, I mean, how appetizing is just Dromoka's commanding this this Elvish Mystic this turn?
Yeah, so the chat saying maybe Sam should have taken Oath with the Thoughtseize,
Yeah, maybe.
just because he is...
I think the problem is you don't want to try and color screw your opponent. You want to take, like, the important card.
Yeah.
Like, Oko was super important there.
Usually, in my opinion, when you go for a color screw, you need to be far enough ahead on board where the chance of them bricking a turn
Yeah.
is enough that you take over the board.
Okay.
And I don't think that's necessarily where we're at in this situation. And so I think it's a little greedy to go for the mana there and instead take the more powerful card.
Yeah, I feel like Sam's just gonna blow this up. He knows about the Teferi in Cameron's hand too. So again, if Cameron misses again, he's gonna be just probably dead at this point.
So this is another Dromoka's command fighting a mana dork. And now he's
Saheeli. Wow.
now he's getting aggressive while taking Cameron off mana.
Yep.
Here we see Deck and Stone on the Warden.
Yeah, that's Cameron's best play there, is trying to get rid of some of the pressure and be mana efficient. He has 2 3-mana Planeswalkers in hand in a Saheeli and a Teferi and that Wicked Wolf that
There's
Sam knows about.
Death Dealer. I think Sam's actually, his like biggest weakness right now is just lands. He's got
Yep.
this Gideon Ally of Zendikar in hand that he can't cast.
Man.
But Cameron can't hit that third land.
Yeah, if Sam hits a 4th land here, it's probably over.
Fatal Push the draw.
Yeah.
Man, Fleecemane Lion, I missed this card. So powerful.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Does he want to deploy a Death Dealer?
I don't see why not. There's really no reason not to at this point.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. I mean, he could pop a Clue and try to hit that 4th land, and then
So
if he misses, he still has a Fatal Push available to him.
here you see that Fleecemane Lion Brad was talking about for green-white. It's a 3/3.
Dude, I love the art on this card even.
It's really cool, yeah.
You could pay 5 to Monstrous it, and then you could put a 1/1 counter on it, and then it's indestructible and hexproof. If you want to see me cast this card, there is an old SCG video. It's my first ever SCG event.
Okay.
And I was on camera like round 6 or 7, undefeated, and I played awfully. Like,
Good.
Awful.
Good.
If you want a good laugh, you can Google my name in SCG, and you'll probably find it.
All right, we definitely have Knight Allies because I saw one earlier. I know I put Knight Allies in that box.
I'm certain there are Knight Allies in that box, too.
Okay. So Gideon, I think Cameron's actually just dead anyway. We cut it here. So Cameron gets to stick this to Teferi.
Bastion Zero Tech says, guys, what are the top 5 decks in Pioneer? So I think that's going to change based on the weekend, but I think my first answer would be Mono Green Devotion.
Yep.
Sultai Midrange.
Are you ranking them or just saying them?
Saying somewhere in those
Okay.
those top 5. Okay. I'm not sure if Phoenix is up there anymore.
cat.
Cat combo.
Yep.
Green black ballista.
Yeah.
And then
the
Nexus. Yeah, Nexus for sure.
All right, looks like Sam's going to attack here for lethal. And Sam's deck really impressive there. I don't think the Copycat deck really has too much going on for that. Dramoka's Command's a complete beating against most of these decks.
You know what Abzan Aggro could play and isn't? Is Grim Flare. It's not a huge power and toughness at the start. You would need to maybe warp your deck just a little bit for some delirium reasons. But
yeah, I think this is mostly Sam's deck feels like mostly green, white, splashing black really lightly.
Sure. So but we're playing Death Dealer, so we can play Grim Flare as well.
I suppose that's true.
And just the ability to filter your deck, I think, might be a little bit more powerful than some of these cards. And I also think the Warden of the First Tree, I don't know how many times he's ran away with that card at the event, and I will be asking him. You can be sure of that. But I think Experiment 1 might be the better card there.
Okay. All right,
although it is easier to cast because you can pay black on Warden, right?
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, at any rate, he's going to move to 6-1. I assume going to be able to draw in the last round. Yep. Cameron down to 5-2, so going to have to play that last round, obviously, and hope to get a little bit lucky in the end. So we'll jump to our second match here. So our backup match is Caleb Durward, who we watched playing this, quote, Glory Rhino deck with the Mardu deck against Charles Martin playing Simic Ramp, and both these guys are 5-1 as well. So you can see.
I'm going to get these deck lists updated for you guys on screen here.
Charles has a Leyline of Abundance in play. And Caleb Fatal pushes the first mana dork and then says go. This is going to be pretty bad if there's a land and a Nissa. Looks like Oko is in there too, hanging out.
You guys should be able to see those updated lists now. So it looks like...
Yeah, there's Oko.
There's an Oko.
And he can play this Elvish Mystic as well due to Leyline of Abundance if he so chooses. Sure does. Because that Sylvan Caryatid makes 2 green mana.
All right, we'll have to see how well this Mardu deck can keep up with the mana that this ramp deck has.
Yeah, I think Caleb's gonna have some trouble here. I'm sure he's played his deck against mono green before though, and has felt okay about it.
Right, but those mono greens didn't have Oko in them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Turning those Siege Rhinos into 3/3s, turning those Glory Bringers into 3/3s.
All right, so an Elk for Charles. That's for 5 Devotion. Yep, because of Leyline of Abundance is 2.
These 2 Planeswalkers are so good in this deck.
They're really good.
Does Caleb have any main deck sweepers?
No, I don't think so. Oh, he has a Languish, I think. Let's see if he has one.
Does not look
Doesn't look like it. See Leyline of Abundance there. Pretty good. Has 2 Devotion also for free, basically. So. Wow, attack for 7.
Attack for 7, yeah.
Very aggressive here. Yeah, I think Caleb's pretty dead here.
Yeah, we've seen these big mana decks just like absolutely hose these mid-range decks.
What is he going to Rhino him here? Okay.
You mean
nice Elk.
Yeah.
The Elk. Tannen, hope you're doing great today. I'm very excited about your podcast. If you guys haven't checked out Tannen and Ross Merriam's podcast at PioneerCast on Twitter, they got a lot of really insane information. They went through a jillion deck lists this weekend in their multi-part cast. So if you were looking for a Pioneer primer, I would suggest going there.
So here's a Questing Beast for Caleb. And again, this is a recorded matchup, so I apologize with the life totals. I think Caleb's at 13 here.
Yeah, Caleb's pretty dead here at this point.
Yeah, having a little bit of technical issues with our internet at the venue.
All right, well. Caleb's deck, I wonder if Caleb's deck's probably better against mid-range decks rather than these like Tron over-the-top decks. His deck feels very Jundy in the sense that it's just like a mid-range battle and they just play value creatures over and over. And then something goes over the top like this Simic Ramp deck doesn't feel particularly good.
Yeah, so far I would say these decks, these mono-green Devotion decks, are the story of this tournament. There's a lot of them in here. I think Charles might have accidentally grabbed 6 here.
Okay.
Not sure. It looks like there might be a judge call going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus seems to be the only deck going bigger than this deck.
Yeah. I'm with you. And the thing is, too, is the green deck doesn't really interact. It's just like kind of a race. Can I kill you before you fog me to death? And you know, the Nexus deck's basically like a turn 5 combo most of the time, it seems like, especially with like all the fogs, and being able to buy back dig through time was ridiculous in Keenan's deck. Like over and over. He cast the same dig through time 3 times, as a matter of fact. Like that's crazy. Yeah,
Tamiyo rebuying basically any card out of your graveyard is insane.
So interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, Altania says this is an easy hidden card error fix. That's what I expect too. This would be a basically Caleb will get to pick 1 card out of the pile of 6 for Charles to shuffle back. If that's indeed how it still works, I'll admit I let my judge certification lapse, but pretty sure that's what we'll be doing here.
All right. So yeah, they're just getting sorted out. Again, we're time shifted, so it's recorded, so we can't do anything about it, and we won't have the best information on this one, unfortunately. But
Kiloderm says, I've been on mono green ramp with 4 times Ugin. Ugin is a house in Pioneer.
Sounds good.
I don't hate it. All
right, let's read some questions. So someone says, what are your thoughts on the format? What do you think the Tier 1 decks are? We kind of went over that, what we thought the top 5 decks were.
Yeah.
Top 5 cards that are underplayed in Pioneer so far.
Ooh.
You got any? I got a few.
Damping Sphere is a sideboard card strategy / Alpine Moon. I think those naming Nykthos are good. Mistcutter Hydra is on my list as a card that needs to get looked at. I don't know. How about you name a few while I think of some more?
I got Mutavault is definitely in my top ones.
Sure.
Field of Ruin is a huge one, I think.
Yeah.
You can cut down like some of these like Eldrazi decks like Jeff was playing. Obviously Nykthos is a big offender.
Oh sure, I got another one. K-Return. I think K-Return definitely there's a deck that should be utilizing that.
All right.
Dealing DMG or damage says Declaration in Stone. I agree. I think there is a downside to playing that card, and sorcery speed's a little weak.
I think 8 mana Ugin is, if that's the one they're talking about, I'm not sure.
Oh, I forgot. 8 mana Ugin's in the format.
8 mana Ugin is one. If we're going to play your stupid Kozilek's Return deck, I'm playing 8 mana Ugin and not looking back.
Does it? That doesn't trigger.
But it's going to exile all this stuff. And I think you're playing like bigger, I know it doesn't trigger it, but you're playing bigger things like that. Like 8 mana Ugin is like one of the cards you're just playing in one of these ramp strategies. Like whether there's like red-green ramp.
To me, I wonder if that's like a Marvel card.
Sure.
Right? Like Marvel
is
into
Marvel
Ugin.
playable? Yeah.
Is Marvel? I mean, that's a great question too. Is Marvel playable?
Yeah.
It's hard to know with Oko, but if you can spin into Ugin right away, that seems real strong.
It does seem good. All right, so it looks like they've resolved this here. Charles is making more Elks. Nice questing beast. Have a 3/3.
So Finna asks, what even just happened? He took a card from his hand and shuffled it into his deck. What was that? So this was actually a judge call with a fix. He had looked at 6 cards with Once Upon a Time, and the fix for that is that the 6 cards get revealed to Caleb, and then Caleb gets to choose one of those cards to shuffle back, and then Charles gets to pick of the remaining 5. So Matt's got his hand on his head here. What's going on in this match that's got you so upset?
I just hate the spin down, the giant spin down. I think it's so stupid.
Sure. For the amount of floating mana.
Yeah. So Charles going to untap that Nykthos. He's going to tap it again. He has a ton of devotion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more. And Caleb says, you know what? You got plenty of mana. We're going to pick my cards up and move to the second game. So we'll jump back up to us here for a second. Looking at Caleb's deck lists.
Yep.
What do you think? I know we
Anger
looked
of the
at his
Gods,
board.
Languish, Noxious Grasp, Fatal Push.
Crackling Doom.
Crackling Doom seems kind of weak to me. Like, there's a lot of 3/3 Elks floating around, and you're not going to... And you can't redirect to Planeswalkers anymore. Pithing Needle, I think, will be another fantastic card here. We're going to name Oko, Nissa... What else? I mean...
Sure. Those are good enough, probably.
Probably.
Okay. I'm taking a peek at Charles's sideboard. He's got 3 Scavenging Ooze, 3 Shaper Sanctuaries, 2 Sorcerer Spyglass, 2 Aether Gust, and a bunch of 1-ofs in Reclamation Sage. Shifting Ceratops is one you mentioned, like kind of like Mistcutter Hydra impression. Carnage Tyrant. That's another one.
Oh, okay.
Walking Ballista, and then in his own Oko, another Oko, of course, the fourth one.
Sure.
Because we couldn't possibly find a way to fit all four.
So what do you like here? To me, the Aether Gust seem pretty clear. The Shaper Sanctuaries are interesting to me, but I don't know if I'm super excited about them.
I don't think so, because if you assume that there's going to be more sweeper removal,
Yeah.
Sorcerer Spyglass, or Shaper Sanctuary, excuse me, is just kind of nonsense.
Right.
Scavenging Ooze is kind of close, but if it's Anger of the Gods, it's obviously worse. Languish and things like that, probably good, but
What do you think about just Carnage Tyrant?
if you know Caleb has Crackling Doom, there's zero chance you're playing
agree.
this. You're playing this.
That's a great answer to
Tyrant.
Carnage Tyrant.
Yeah.
So we saw Sam Black have Hornet Queen in his deck.
Yeah.
And maybe that's, because it goes wide, maybe that's better than a card like Carnage Tyrant.
And I also think it's significantly better in like a mirror, right? Like a straight up mirror. Hornet Queen's got to just be like the Stones.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you just get a bunch of blockers against the lands,
Sure.
and they all have Death Touch.
Sure.
So like if you're going to clean them all up,
To me, though, Walking Ballistas in the deck, so you're just like...
That's fine.
You got a bunch of 1/1s, and I'm going to make an 11/11 or
that's
something
fine.
and
That's
just pick
fine.
them all out.
that's fine.
I don't know. That one's an interesting one.
All right, let's talk about our friends BCW, who have supplied the first 200 players in the room with some Elite 2 deck guards. I actually used these last weekend in Atlanta. I found Rick, and I got some free sleeves from him, of course. I also saw Rick in the airport, which was really funny, and I said, hey, you're the sleeve guy for BCW, and he was like, are you kidding me? So hi, Rick, if you're watching. Make sure to check out their products. Awesome sponsor of the series. Again, if you're one of the first 200 players registered for our tournaments, you get a free pack with your entry. You can check out more of their awesome products at www.bcwsupplies.com. Just all kinds of great stuff. Different colors, gloss, matte, whatever you like, they got you.
Yeah, and this is something we're hoping to continue into the 2020 year, so be on the lookout for that. And check us out on our social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all at NRG Series. And you can head on over to nerdragegaming.com, look for articles. We're going to be posting deck lists there. So I know you guys are asking for all of these Pioneer deck lists. I believe that is the plan. That's what Max Con is going to be working on, getting all of these lists to you guys.
Yep.
At the very least, we'll be posting top 16, but I'm pretty sure we're going to try to get all of them.
Yep.
So speaking of next year,
Yeah.
2020 is a big year for the NRG series. Basically doubling everything. We're doubling our prize money by having 2 tournaments instead of 1. We got 3 player tour invites, 16 player, $20,000 championship, doubling the prize pool there. You can check us out. Check all the information in an article at bit.ly/NRG Series 2020. That is case sensitive, so if you have any problems with it, head on over to nerdragegaming.com.
Yeah, and if you want to check out, if you want to be firm on your dates, you got a calendar in front of you, you got a phone, use your calendar, Google Calendar, whatever it is. You can see the dates here. January 11th and 12th, we're in Gurnee, Illinois. In February, we're going to Indianapolis, Indiana, 15th and 16th. We're actually playing Pioneer on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll be playing Modern.
Yep.
So if you want to check out some more Pioneer, I think that's actually like the week maybe after or before the Grand Prix. I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to double check.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
The March and 21st and 22nd. We're back in Wisconsin. We're in Milwaukee, though, somewhere we've been several times before. It's going to be a team event, Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. So bring a couple friends. And then Sunday, some more Pioneer. Because who could have
we
less
love
of this format?
our Pioneer. Yeah.
It's really cool. It says date TBA down there for April. I can tell you right now that's April 4th and 5th if you're marking that on your calendar. It's a $10,000 Modern Players Tour qualifier, and it's going to be a huge tournament. And then Sunday we're playing some Modern. So a Modern weekend, April 4th and 5th, and that is in Naperville, I believe. It says Chicagoland, but I believe it's Naperville.
I believe it's going to be in Naperville, and this will be our first ever showdown. So just to be clear here, this is going to be a $10,000 Saturday event.
Yeah.
The top 8 will be on Sunday,
Yep.
and the winner of that event will qualify for a Players Tour
Yep.
invite. Yeah.
Nailed it.
As
And
well
our
as the championship.
Yep.
Yeah.
So our 16-player 20K now?
$20,000 16 player. That's insane.
Yep.
So we're going to head on back down to the match. These players are finishing up shuffling here.
I will answer chat's question. It says, I've never heard of Chicagoland before. Well, you've never been to the Midwest then, because that is, Chicago is just one big blob. Yeah, it's a giant blob.
All right, Caleb leaning off of Thoughtseize here. We see 2 Elvish Mystics, a Vivian, and a Hydroid Crisis, and a few lands here.
Hydroid Crisis. Okay, we've crossed over into Pioneer.
That's kind of the Simic.
Yep.
aspect. That plus Oko.
How many of those are in here? There's 4. All 4. Okay. So Caleb, yeah, leads off on this Thoughtseize and takes the best card in the hand. That's a fine strategy with Thoughtseize in my experience.
Yeah, one of the ways to attack these ramp decks is to just take their big things, let them play out all of their mana dorks. The challenge of that is when they're playing off the top, it's very, very good.
Caleb has a 3rd land rolled up and double Siege Rhino. I can't make out the 4th card in his hand, but he notably doesn't have any red sources yet, so he's not going to be able to cast this this Anger the Gods on curve if that's in his hand somewhere. Let's see what he comes up with here. All right, there's a mountain. And Fatal Push is one of the
Fatal
dorks.
pushes.
You pick your favorite.
Right.
That's
which
what.
Which one do you want?
All right, so Charles here has a Botanical Sanctum. And for 4 mana, there is the Vivian. Okay.
Vivian not going to be doing much fighting this game by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Going to see a Siege Rhino come down.
Yeah, certainly looks like Siege Rhino. So Caleb going to use that Fabled Passage and going to go get any of his basics here. So he has a Forest, Plains, and a Swamp left over.
Does he have no more mountains?
No, just that 1.
Oh, no, he has 2.
Oh, excuse me, just the 2. There's
He
2
could
mountains.
get a mountain if he wanted, but then he wouldn't be able to cast Siege Rhino, so that's a problem.
Yeah. So Caleb's going to tap 4 mana and the Siege Father. Siege Rhino comes down. This is your card, man. It's your time.
Yeah, 4 or 5, trample, cast Lightning Helix with ETBs. I cast this card many, many times in both Standard and Modern. One of the most oppressive creatures, I think, printed. And I would have said ever, but I feel like nowadays, like the power level.
Oh,
is
this is
like,
nothing.
Yeah,
who cares about this card?
all over the place.
This card's terrible now.
But if you like casting Siege Rhinos, I think Pioneer is the format for you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think
It's a
this
little
is
too slow for Modern, but I think
is.
there's a spot for it in Pioneer.
Found a home here. So there's another Hydroid Krasis drawn here for Charles, and he's got a Llanowar Elf. So Vivian, pluses again.
So now we're going to make a 5/5 elf here, play another elf.
So it's able to fight next turn if it wants.
Yeah, but you're kind of putting your eggs in one basket.
Suppose.
If Caleb were to draw some removal, which he did not do.
Yeah, Caleb's in trouble here, I think. Another
Also
Rhino.
Another Siege Rhino.
So we do have some problems again with the life totals, but we're going to get them sorted out for the next round for you. Again, this one is a recorded match, so we're unable to get that fixed. Charles is going to go ahead and use that bite effect with the Elvish Mystic. What if he attacks here? I know he would trade, but I think that's probably fair. He could also just leave it back and block, though.
It wouldn't trade, right? It's a 5/5. So Caleb would take 5, and then the Vivian would die on the swingback.
Okay.
So Once Upon a Time here is going to be the play.
Oh, right. They don't actually fight. It just deals damage.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
sure.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Well, he killed. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, it's just straight up damage.
Yeah. So Charles casting very powerful Once Upon a Time again and finds Breeding Pool. Probably not exactly what he's looking for. Although this is just getting him up towards this Hydroid Krasis next turn. So just passes back here. Caleb has a Sylvan Caryatid. I didn't make out that last card here. Is this Glorybringer?
5 mana? If this is Glorybringer, that's pretty solid.
Okay. So Caleb's going to read this Vivian again.
I mean, it doesn't kill the 5/5, but it's definitely going to deal with this.
Yeah, definitely.
Vivian.
So he could exert.
He could also just not exert.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to exert. I don't think killing the Llanowar Elf is really where you want to be. I could be wrong, though.
Well, this Krasis is now looking like a 5/5.
Yeah, it's very, very important.
Which is relevant.
So the thing, too, is Charles is insulated against Crackling Doom this way because that Elvish Mystic is a 5/5.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if that's to die, if a Crackling Doom is to come off, he would be able to get it. So finds an Oko instead.
Okay, that might have been the blue-green card I saw.
I know he has a Krasis
Does
as
he?
well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that another Glorybringer?
I think it was Pithing Needle.
Okay, well, that's even better.
That's a pretty solid draw.
Okay, yeah, sure was.
And then we have a Sylvan Caryatid.
Yeah. All right. So Caleb points to that Oko and says, this is the one I'd like. Yeah, Caleb being stonewalled by an Elvish Mystic is kind of hilarious at this point.
Yeah, Vivian makes creatures get big real fast.
Yeah. So Charles, Once Upon a Time. All right.
Another Once Upon a Time.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time is so powerful.
And there's a Nykthos.
Wow.
Doesn't have any mana gain at the moment.
Not
He's
yet.
only got 3 devotion.
Yep. That's one you definitely want, though, as the game progresses here. And again, Caleb's just stonewalled by this Mystic, and he doesn't really have a lot to get around it. Now, if he is fortunate enough to rip something like a Crackling Doom off the top here, he's going to be able to get through pretty quickly.
That's assuming they're still in the deck.
Right, exactly.
But like Fatal Push is good.
Yep.
Assassin's Trophy, Abrupt Decay. These
He's
are all
got quite a bit
solids.
of cards, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Charles draws another Once Upon a Time, I think.
Man, they're just always 6 cards down.
Yeah. All right, so he's going to go ahead and stick this Hydroid Krasis while the getting's good. So this is for 6 here.
Casual draw 3.
Draw 3, gain 3. Another Nykthos. It's funny, he has a Nykthos, a backup Nykthos, and a backup Oko in hand now. Not the best.
Not the best. There's a Thoughtseize.
All right, so you get to see what he's working with, and Caleb's going to take the one card that's not legendary in Charles' hand.
We're still at a board stall.
Yeah, it's definitely not great for Caleb here. This Hydra Krasis is going to start crashing in here. Just a 3-turn clock. And there's a Walking Ballista, I think.
Well, that seems good.
How... He doesn't have... He's netting positive mana now.
Yeah, he gains 1,
Yeah.
so that's 8 mana. It's a 4/4 Ballista?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty solid. I think...
He could even play a second Nykthos, a backup Nykthos,
True.
to gain a little bit more. I'm not sure if that's dead exactly.
It still just nets 1 mana, though. Right?
Oh, right, sure. So he could...
I guess it nets 2 mana by doing that.
So
it's
this is
an-
for 4 mana.
It's an extra counter if he wants.
Okay, and then down to 2. Going to activate the Nykthos again. Back up to 6. And that's 10 total mana.
Yep.
It's a 5/5. So it's a 5/5. Yeah, and this is going to put Caleb actually dead exactly next turn. 6 down to 11. Better than exact, actually.
I kind of like attacking with the 5/5 elf too, because if he double blocks, you just get to ping the 3/3 elk, and then
That's fair.
Eat the rhino.
All right, well, there's just a land. So Charles Martin going to pick up the match here and go to 6-1 over Caleb D. And so Caleb down to 5-2, and Charles up to 6-1, probably able to draw the last round. You can see picture of Charles here. He's got he's 29. He's a CPA. 1 top 8, probably good for another one here today. He's always on our series. He's 2018 Autumn Regional Champion. So last year.
Yeah. Enjoys playing board games with friends, except for Clue. What do you got against Clue, Charles? Clue's a great game.
Colonel Mustard in the convention center with an Oko Thief of Crowns.
Yep. Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, you just won the whole game.
I guessed right away. So what?
Game, yeah.
Right,
like on the first turn, really, you're just gonna guess and win.
That's it. I'm a jerk. What can I say? First favorite Magic deck was Red, White, Heroic, and Theros Standard. So this is a format Charles is probably in love with because he's played every Standard format since then, I'm sure.
Yep.
And he says favorite bands as a teen were Explosions in the Sky and Pink Floyd. Still rocked out to them today.
Everybody's got their nostalgia song, right?
Yeah.
What would yours be?
Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Fantasy.
Yeah. All right.
say something, Brad.
No, I didn't
This tournament will
say
end
anything.
right now.
I didn't say anything about anything.
All right. Well, we got a little bit of time left. Who's got some questions about Pioneer? I want to talk some more Pioneer. Feel free to shoot us. Yeah, shoot us some
Big Art
questions in
says,
chat.
any spicy mono black devotion
Gosh,
today?
I wish. I couldn't find any, though.
Yeah, I couldn't see any either. It didn't seem to be faring too well. I think that that's also a deck that's like pushing these the big mana decks are like pushing this out of the format.
Yeah.
And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying like ban the big mana decks. I want to be clear. I don't think anything should be banned yet.
Okay.
Typically, in a new format, big mana decks are the best thing that you can be doing.
Okay.
And it's going to take some time for people to adapt. And I also think like having a Tron-esque deck in the format is healthy for it. And so we need to give players a little bit of time to adapt. I think Mono Greens was a really good choice for week 1. We'll see how it fares next week.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that WotC doesn't jump the gun on some of these bans.
Feel free to tag me on Twitter, too, and we'll catch any questions that we might miss in the chat. So if you want to use Brad and I's, those are our Twitter handles on the bottom below.
Yep.
Feel free to follow us or whatever you want to do and tag us in the tweets. I see some people tagging me in the chat here, so there's a ton of questions. So here's a good one for you. So any tribal decks running around? I didn't see the Merfolk or anything.
Any.
Yeah. Let's see. There
Any
was
5-color Nibs? No.
Field of the Dead. Yes. Phil Silverman's deck.
Phil Silverman's a Field of the Dead deck.
Yep.
He'll probably be in the top 8, so you can see that.
Any Kethis combo? I didn't see any, but the deck does look sweet.
I think there's too many. Like, people have learned that Scavenging Ooze is a very good card against that deck, and I think Scavenging Ooze is like kind of everywhere. People are kind of showing up to beat Phoenix.
Sure.
And then they're hitting the Kethis combo because of that.
Okay. I see any dubious challenge? No.
No.
Where's Deathray Shaman? Unplayable in this format, I think. I am going to say it.
I don't know if I'd say unplayable, but not very good.
Okay.
Definitely not very good. If you're not making mana with that card, which you're not doing very often, I don't think it's necessarily like a really good turn 1 play.
Yeah.
Late game, it's probably got a lot of value in burning your opponents out and like grinding that way.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's really worth it.
People asking about our Pioneer over Standard at the team event. Not going to talk about it yet.
We'll have an
early.
Announcement probably sometime next week on that.
Undefeated decks. So let me check this out real quick while you filter through some more stuff.
So Doomed Squirrel says, NRG, your deck list doesn't work. We're using Cardboard Live. You can find the deck list on the overlay. Eventually, once we get into the top 8, we will have a top 8 command that you can use, and you'll be able to see all of our top 8/top 16.
The undefeated deck lists right now, I can tell you, was Bant Nexus, Mono Green, and Hardened Scales. So those were the 4 current ones. What else we got? How many channels do you have unmuted in the subs Discord? I think 6. I think 6 maybe. There's a sports one, a Pioneer one. There's my channel. That's it, I think.
J-Rod Sprinkles asks, is this a two-day tournament? Nope, just a 1 day. We'll be doing the top 8 today. After next round of Swiss, and then we'll do the top 8. Skepa says, any Bant Coco decks? I didn't see any, and if there were, they're not doing too well.
Yeah, I didn't see any. Here's one that says, any Pyromancer's Goggles deck list? I wish, and I'm going to try my hardest to play that plus Sphinx's tutelage at some point.
Okay, sure.
At some point.
Sure, all right. Jusum Jim says, best way to stop Bant Nexus? I would say Teferi is still very good. Narset's an okay answer to it. Those are my favorites right now. If you want to get like really deep, you could play Lazav. That would slow him down a little bit.
Suppose.
I'm not in love with that idea, but if you're really looking for some deep answers, but yeah, Narset and Teferi would probably be where I'd start. And then if you are going to play a not those cards, you want instant speed enchantment removal so that when they play the Wilderness Reclamation, you can blow it up in their main phase before they get to untap with it.
Okay.
It's really just keeping them off the mana. You want to avoid discard spells and counter magic like too much because they're bringing in Veils, they have Tamios, and if you can attack the graveyard, something like a Rest in Peace, you can shut off their Dig Through Times and their Azcanta. That's going to be a big deal as well.
I'll fire through like 3 of these here. So, any Voice of Resurgence? We've seen a few, nothing too major. Best Tarmogoyf-like card. Somebody says Questing Beast? ? I feel like
Caleb's like the only.
I feel like the
Beast.
what's the card? Fleece Mainline was like the closest thing we had to that today.
Sure. Yeah.
Sylvan Advocate might see play. Fatal pushes in the format, so it's really tough for those cards to excel. And then the last one, any Jeskai Ascendancy list? I haven't seen no Jeskai Ascendancy today.
I have a not also. And I want to be clear, with Narset and Nexus, yes, it doesn't stop Dig, but they have other cantrips in their deck.
Right.
So they have to be really careful on how they cycle and when they can cycle. So it's not a clean answer. There is no clean answer. Like Teferi is not a clean answer to Nexus. If you want a clean answer, you need to be playing cards like Lost Legacy, Unmoored Ego, like take the Nexuses out of the deck. But that doesn't stop their sideboard playing as well. I actually think we'll start to see Nexus decks play cards like Whisperwood Elemental.
All right. I got a couple more, and then we're going to get out of here. So any Aristocrats or Rally the Ancestors? I have not seen any of that today.
I think that strategy overall is kind of tier 2. There's maybe something to it, but it's a little bit slow, and I think you can be doing more powerful things.
Mono Blue Devotion, we haven't seen any. I mentioned we should find Master Waves today in Bidenoth Acid, but we haven't.
Yep.
And then the last one we'll take, and then we're going to get out of here for a minute, is any Soulflayer deck lists. So I know, man, who told me they're playing Soulflayer? Ben Miney is playing Soulflayer.
Oh, okay.
And he was doing okay today.
Sure.
He told me his deck was broken, but everybody says that in every format ever. So his deck must be okay. I think he was like 4-1 the last time I checked in with him. But yeah, we got one more round of Swiss to bring you, and we're going to get to a top 8 and then crown a champion. So we're going to take a break here. We're going to bring you the last round of the Swiss, and then stick around for top 8. Remember, hit that follow button. If you got any specific questions in between the round here, follow Brad and I on Twitter, ask us some questions, and we'll be back here in a little bit.
See you guys soon.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the last round of Swiss, round number 8. I'm Matt Bamonte, this is Brad Brown. We are putting a bow on our Swiss for the Pioneer, first ever Pioneer NRG CT.
Yeah.
The largest paper.
First paper streamed one,
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, absolutely insane
It's cool.
turnout today. Absolutely insane format.
Yeah.
Just super hyped for this.
Yeah, so we've watched a couple of our players here as this cream starter rises to the top, and we're about to crown a top 8. We've watched several of these players in the feature match area now, and we've seen some of these decks, but we have Phil Silberman, who we watched play the, what's the name of this card? Seasons Pass
Yep.
deck. But we've watched this Hardened Scales deck, but this one's built a little bit different that
This
Robert
one,
Liffin is
yeah,
playing.
definitely. It's got Pelt Collector, Experiment one,
Yeah.
Rishkar, so it's kind of like using some creatures and not just like Steel Overseer. Really interesting lists here.
All right, well, we're ready to jump down there and see how it goes here. Now, Phil has tons of removal for this kind of deck. We'll see how it goes as Phil has his sleeves nicely sorted. Someone asks, any dredge decks? No, and I'm very sad about that.
Is there a really good dredge deck in the format?
So, I don't know about really good, but you have Prize Amalgam and Narcomoeba are real cards.
Okay.
The 1/1, the Stitcher Supplier is in the format.
Sure.
Haunted Dead is also in. There's different things you can do.
Maybe you can play that along like the Witches. And yeah, Soul Flare is kind of dredgy.
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of. That's more graveyard-centric. But Witch's Oven
Yeah.
is like a card you could use alongside Stitcher Supplier to like help fuel your graveyard.
Yep, Niv asks, how many players? We had a 160, I believe, was the final after drops and everything. So Robert Litvin leads off on one of the most powerful cards, I think, in the format in Once Upon a Time. Finds a Hangerback Walker, I think it was, or maybe I think it was Walking Ballista, actually.
Yes.
So leads off on the namesake card, Hardened Scales.
So we'll see how Phil's deck is able to navigate this. He has 3 mainboard copies of Languish, but Hardened Scales is infamous for getting a lot of big toughness going really quickly.
Yeah, Michael asked about what known players are in top 8 contention. You can check out the standings on our Cardboard Live extension. Should be in the middle of the screen. There's like a little trophy, it looks like. It should be up there. You can see Robert puts a 2/2 Hangerback Walker into play here, thanks to that Hardened Scales.
Hangerback Walker is a good grindy card here. Any removal that Phil has is likely not going to exile, which means Robert's going to get a few Thopters here. See if Phil has an answer to this card before it gets out of hand. Hangerback Walker was just a powerhouse in Standard. I mean, this is kind of our first... It was one of our first cards that was like double X 0/0s, right? That were artifacts and just colorless, and people spec'd on this a lot, and definitely paid off. So let's see what Robert's got here for his turn 3. I know he's got a Nissa, Voice of Zendikar.
Yeah, one's pretty powerful. He's got a second Hardened Scales as well here.
Maybe he can do something like a Hardened Scales plus a 2-drop. There's an Experiment 1, followed by a Walking Ballista, which will enter with 2, which means the Experiment 1 also triggers, and will also be a 2.
All right, so...
Experiment 1 was a card I've registered many times in Standard when I was playing Naya Aggro. It's a green 1/1 with Evolve, so whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has greater power or toughness than this creature, you put a 1/1 counter on this creature. So Experiment 1 just continues to grow, and then you can remove 2 +1/+1 counters from it to regenerate it.
Okay. And you see Phil takes the time to Assassin's Trophy down that Hangerback Walker that attacked, and now there's 2 Thopters there for Robert.
And Phil has a copy of Hero's Downfall, and the real question is, does he have a card like Languish for a follow-up?
Okay, there's a Thoughtseize.
Okay.
Wow, that's a nice hit.
We're
He gets to take
the
that.
Nissa.
Yeah.
Does he have a Languish next turn?
I think he does.
Does he have a 4th land?
I think that's the part he's missing is that 4th land partner, but he might have, I think he has plenty of time here. He's still at 20. He should be at 18 now after that Thoughtseize, I believe. We'll make sure the life totals are updated here.
Let's attack for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's another Experiment 1. All right, can we get a land? Phil's knocking the deck.
And
Needs to be untapped.
And he hits it.
Oh, boy.
Languish.
Huge Languish.
All right. So
Robert's going to
ping him for 2 with that
him for
Ballista.
2.
Yep.
Regeneration helps 0
Yeah.
against a card like Languish. And
Yeah.
Phil is back in this game. Let's see if Robert can find a threat here. And now Phil's got like Dark Petition. Be interesting to see how Phil navigates this turn. Looks like 2 Dark Petitions?
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. I love the art on Languish, by the way. It's so cool.
The crocodile?
I have the, I think there were maybe game day promos or something like that. I have those still stashed away. They're really sweet.
So Phil's going to end with 3 black mana in his mana pool because Spell Mastery is turned on. Search your library for a card and put that card into your hand, then shuffle your library. Does not need to reveal it. If there are 2 or more instants and or sorcerer cards in your graveyard, you get to add 3 black to your mana pool. So this turn, since he has 2 of them, he could get a card like Read the Bones and use that 3 mana to make sure he hits his land drop.
Yep.
And then next turn, he can maybe get something more powerful like Nissa's Renewal or Seasons Past or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's one of the things I thought that first came to mind for me. I was wondering if Phil wants a card like Liliana in this deck that you can like play for the 3 mana right away to go get. But, I mean, he's made, it's probably like a second or third draft. Definitely nothing finalized here, but this is pretty good so far for Phil.
Did pick up a Field of Ruin last turn, so he does have a land to play for this turn.
Yeah, Phil's in great shape. He's got like 4 removal spells, a Dark Petition.
And now he'll have access to 4 mana if he wants it. So this Dark Petition could get like Mastermind's Acquisition if he wants something out of the board.
Yeah. A lot of stuff.
He's got a lot of choices here. Let's see what Phil decides. And it was the top card. So if he just would have waited a turn.
Of course. And he's going to use that mana actually to Field of Ruin.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah. So he's a black floating right now?
Yes, 1 single black floating.
Right. And then... So black floating, will he use this green mana at all? Does not appear so. Want to thank you all for hanging out. If you have any questions for Matt and I. Speaking of questions, Lawtrocity says, is Syncopate good enough for Pioneer? The interaction options for blue-white are not very good. I agree with you. They are not very good, and I don't think blue-white is very playable. Do I think Syncopate is playable? That's a card that's much better on the play than it is the draw. And I also think, maybe like pre-board it's good, but then it's going to get really bad post-board.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the card. I'm sure it's got some play to it, though.
Yeah, so Syncopate's interesting. It depends if you want to like play Drown and Lock and things like that, because if you exile their card, you just want to play Clash.
But I don't think Drown and Lock's at all playable.
Okay.
There's no real like Thought Scour effects, and
sure.
It's like really bad late. It's really bad against Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise because the overall CMC is just so expensive.
Okay. And Phil's casting this Lost Legacy here, So for 3 mana, he gets to name a non-artifact, non-land card, search target player's graveyard, hand, library for any number of those cards with the same name, and exile them. Player shuffles his or her library and then draws a card for each in their hand. Robert has no cards, and Phil is choosing to take Nissa, Voice of Zendikar.
Yeah, this is a card that is basically a 2-for-1, like taking out the Planeswalkers. And then Winding Constrictor is already on the field, so I don't really like that name. You're not going to name Hardened Scales because you need creatures for that. Phil can clean up this Constrictor with the Decay in his hand if he wants.
Yeah, Phil has Hero's Downfall. He's got Decay. I mean, he just looked through Robert's deck and
he'll probably use Downfall, I was going to say, this turn because he knows that there aren't any Planeswalkers he needs to answer at this point.
And there's the Seasons Past.
And now Seasons Past. Phil's life total is something to consider.
Sure.
A Walking Ballista would be a 5/5.
So you can see Phil's going through his graveyard here. He casts the Seasons Past for 6 mana. Return any number of cards with different converted mana costs from your graveyard to your hand. Put it Seasons Past on the bottom of your library. So he grabs a land, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh.
Yeah.
He drew 6 cards there.
I'm a little surprised he took the Hero's Downfall since he also picked up a removal spell, just because naming Lost Legacy on Walking Ballista, I think, gives Robert 0 options of killing him on Robert's turn. I was just reminded, Lost Legacy cannot named artifacts. Thank you, Jack.
My favorite is that Phil took the 1 of Thoughtseize and then moved to discard and discarded the Thoughtseize. Why would you do that?
Just to show that he can.
What a waste.
All right, this is a big creature.
Yeah, the Serpent, Stonecoil Serpent, but Phil's hand is just loaded.
Yeah, it's also got protection from multicolored, so it can't be a Decayed, but we know he has the Hero's Downfall.
Yep. And Phil's going to leave that Fabled Passage. He knows the Season's Pass in the bottom of the deck, but I don't think he cares right now. He's going to try and fill his deck up with some more things.
He doesn't care at all. Yeah, Field of the Dead is probably a more consistent win condition for Phil's deck than something like Ballista.
Yep.
Ballista's in there just because it, can kill early mana dorks, and then it's a 0 for Seasons Pass. We'll see how Phil wants to navigate his turn here. He's got a lot of options.
It just says a handful of.
It's like I guess I'm gonna do this one, and then just pass.
Yeah, Phil's gonna grab this Nissa's Renewal at some point, and the game's gonna be over. So.
Again, I do think Walking Ballista is probably the scariest card.
Yeah, I mean, Phil's going to start chipping down these hardened scales. He knows there's through 2 of them already. So
we're going to ask for updated life totals here. We just had a huge jump back to 20 to 20.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Again, if you want to see standings, you can check out the Cardboard Live extension on screen. You'll find the standings at the very bottom center of the screen. Yeah, we're having some technical issues with our internet at the venue site, unfortunately. Not quite up to par. This is our first time at this venue. It's always a little bit of a learning process. We definitely appreciate your patience. We're doing what we can. All
right, so Phil grabs Hour of Promise, going to cast Hour of Promise with that 3 floating from that Dark Petition.
And that's going to start to make some zombies.
Yeah, and Phil's about ready to start winning the game. He's done not losing, and he's ready to start winning the game.
So he'll gain a Scry here, plus a Blast Zone, and then this Fabled Passage can also make zombies. Want to thank all the viewers in chat helping out everyone with deck lists and learning the extensions, and just really appreciate it.
All right, Phil finds another Dark Petition, just in case. This Nissa's Renewal is going to be great.
Once again, as you finish your round, if you believe you have made it to the top,
yeah, Nissa's Renewal, getting 3 lands that make zombies is just going to be that make 2 zombies each land. So we're going to have 6 zombies coming in. This deck is sweet.
It's very good.
I really like Phil's build, and to think like he couldn't decide what 2 cards to put into his deck at the beginning of the day.
Would prefer to collect your prizes by PayPal rather than waiting for a check.
Gethra says this venue seems 100,000 times better than where you hosted SCG Regionals, which was at the Accelerated Center in Chicago. We were on a grass field. Yeah, maybe if they fixed the internet at this place, I would be a little bit happier.
Dude,
but
the Accelerated Center was awesome. Are you kidding?
Oh, and also when you're on your feet all day, walking on grass is real nice.
All right, so Robert says, you know what? We're dead here. Phil's just going to make 1,000,000 zombies and kill you eventually. So Phil going to pick up game number 1 here over Robert's Golgari Hardened Scales deck. This has got to be what Phil wants to see with all this removal in his deck.
Yes, absolutely. We got a question here. Avid Magic player says, how does Phil's deck work? Do you want to give the rundown?
Sure. So let me talk about Phil's deck here just in general. So he's got a bunch of removal spells here. The Abrupt Decays, Trophies, Fatal Push, Hero's Downfall. So I mentioned I was being funny saying he's ready to stop not losing and ready to start winning. So basically you play this early game of remove your thing, remove your thing, remove your thing, and then you're able to refill your hand with things like Read the Bones. You're also able to refill it with Seasons Past, which is a big one. So you also have ways to tutor out the Seasons Past in Dark Petition, as well as Mastermind's Acquisition to go snag the additional copy out of the sideboard if you'd like. So you grind your opponent down basically to have no cards, no permanents minus lands, no non-land permanents, and then you Seasons Past back. And then you're able to, and Seasons Past goes back in your library at the bottom, and you're able to start looping that card over and over again until you eventually kill them with whatever win condition you want. Phil has Nissa Vastwood Seer, can make a token and kill them. He's a walking Ballista. And then we mentioned he has the 2 Field of the Deads that also start making zombies. So that's kind of how it works. It's just a long, grindy deck, card advantage kind of style deck, and then you just win with kind of your leftovers, whatever that might be.
Yeah, really solid deck choice here. I really like the Field of the Dead as a finisher. I think the deck would be much worse without that. But yeah, this Nissa's Renewal buys him a lot of time, gets him a bunch of mana, and then he can use that mana to do all the things that you were just talking about. So looking at the sideboards here, I'll start with Robert Lifton. He's got a simple one. It's 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Veil of Summer, 2 Abrupt Decay, and 2 Scavenging Ooze. What do you think about Leyline of the Void in this matchup?
Wow, that's pretty good. I would certainly bring that in. I'm trying to think where else you would bring this card in, except for I mentioned that Dredge deck that's kind of like medium. Where else would you bring in the Leyline of the Void?
Bring it in against Nexus to slow them down? Because they're like on digs, right?
I suppose that's fine. It shuts off Dig and Search for Azcanta.
And Tamio's?
Tamio.
Like minus ability?
That's probably fine. If you're not going to bring it in this matchup where the namesake card is drawing you a million cards, I don't know when you would. So those are probably fine. Man, the Thoughtseize has got to be pretty okay. The more I think about it, though, Thoughtseize just doesn't matter against Phil's deck, really, oftentimes.
Phil has he has anything to remove this card? The
Leyline? Yeah, he's got
two trophies. Okay.
He's got 2 trophies.
But multiple Leylines will be a problem. And he has no postboard like Rex Sage to get with Mastermind's Acquisition if he needs to or anything like that. So
yeah,
might force him into a little bit more of a fair game here.
So here's another interesting pivot point. So for Phil, if he sees these Leyline of the Voids, if they do come in, would you bring in like Tireless Tracker postboard to try and have an alternate win con?
I might. That would make a lot of sense to me. I also think like this Kalidas could come in.
Yeah.
The way we saw this deck built, I wonder if Noxious Grasp is worthwhile.
For Robert?
For
Phil?
For Phil?
I don't think so. I mean, it kills Constrictor,
Rishcard,
Pelt Collector.
Nissa,
we didn't even see
Constrictor, Experiment 1, Pelt Collector.
I guess he saw 3 of them.
But keep in mind, too, that like we're in round 7. These players probably scouted last round a little bit. He might have a good idea what Robert's got going on.
All right.
Can 5/2 draw into top 8?
Absolutely not.
No. An X2 might make it in.
Yeah,
but they can't draw.
6 and 2. There's likely to be at least 1 in. I don't think there's going to be 2 in though, based on the standings there. You can also see the standings there on your Cardboard Live extension here. You can kind of see where the players are shaking out. I believe the top 3 tables drew, and then everyone else is playing. I believe I see Ton over there playing an actual game against Mark Kelly.
Okay.
So.
All right, so Robert leading on the namesake card again. Yeah. Got to be a good start.
Once upon a time into Hardened Scales. Again, he had that last game 1, or game 1 he had it as well. This exact same start, I believe.
It's going to be, I feel like really it's about the languish. Can Phil navigate in such a way that he keeps the creature small and is able to languish the board? And can Robert, put enough toughness on his creatures to make languish, not relevant? Which is going to be tough.
All right. So Phil has a Woodland Cemetery here.
Phil has a Decay.
Yeah. I think he's basically just trying to set up for these languishes.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think he's probably a little bit scared of Veil of Summer. So going after this now makes perfect sense.
Yeah, this seems smart to play at sorcery speed here.
All right, so here's a Thoughtseize.
There's not a... So both players have Thoughtseize in. So that means something's up.
So there is a Noxious Grasp in there.
Phil did bring it in. And like I said, if he knows what Robert's up to with the deck list, there's a good chance that this is right.
I believe they're Dragon Shield Cowboy Bebop sleeves. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
really
not
know.
a sleeve master.
I try to stay away from printed sleeves like that, just because they can wear differently and then they considered marked sometimes. Senior Rhinos were in fact cast today.
Lots.
Oh yeah, Caleb was a master at ripping them against Jeff. So Thoughtseize takes Thoughtseize.
All right, there's a Hangerback Walker coming down.
So Vraska's Contempt in Phil's hands actually kind of good, right? Because he can just let this Hangerback Walker get big and then Contempt it.
Yep.
Does Robert have any way to sack his own creatures? I don't think he does.
Yeah, so he doesn't have one of the cards I saw in some of these other decks, like Evolutionary Leap.
Right.
No.
I like that.
Yeah, I saw Evolutionary Leap in some decks online when I was looking around, but nothing here. There's another Thoughtseize.
This one likely to take Contempt, I would assume.
This is so hard because Acquisition is just like pretty brutal.
Okay, we're just going to take that one.
Yep.
And yeah, it looks like Phil's going to be able to Contempt this Hangerback Walker.
Yep.
And just with a couple Thopters left over, that's...
Robert's down to 1 card too.
That's looking pretty good for Phil here.
Yeah, Phil's in great shape here. And
Maybe with this take, Phil's got Robert on having a veil in hand.
Sure.
Would kind of make sense with the thought seizes.
Yep.
So we're going to go for this now. And
Yeah, he does have the veil.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that makes a lot of sense why he took Thoughtseize. And then why he took the other cards as well.
I think Robert just drew another Thoughtseize. He just tripped Thoughtseizing him.
I mean, that's certainly a way.
Take the hour.
And now this Noxious Grass is basically dead.
It's a 2-turn clock here. So, wow, and there's a Winding Constrictor too.
Would you even play that?
I'd probably just attack with everything
You
here.
get a counter.
Okay.
I agree with you. I think I would also attack with the Hangerback Walker.
Make Phil have it. Phil's got Noxious. He knows about the Noxious Grasp, right?
He does. So, playing the Constrictor does play into that. But at the same time, you can, in response, put 2 counters on your Hangerback Walker.
Phil now has an Abrupt Decay also, and I think he's got to fire it off here.
Yeah, and then hope to draw Languish. I agree.
Yeah, I mean...
I think I'm on the same page.
He can let it ride for what? Man, I just...
No, it's going to go up to 5.
Yeah, and the one thing I don't want is to get Veil of Summered again.
Right.
So
now Phil's on drawing. Ooh, you know what he can draw? He can draw a Dark Petition because he'll have 5 mana, and that'll give him 3 black, and he can use the 4th black or the 5th land for the 4th mana to cast Languish. So that means he's drawing live. He's got.
Sure is.
We already took 1 petition, so he's got 3 Languish and 3 petitions in his deck.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid.
All right, come crashing in for 6.
And he's got a 3-turn clock here.
That makes that a little bit more annoying.
A little bit more rough, yeah. What do we got?
Phil find it.
There's a Walking Blister for 2.
Not quite as good.
It does allow him to block, but now Robert can get this Hangerback Walker out of range.
Yeah.
Land of War Waste should be untapped. Siphon says, any banning before we have more tournaments results would seem hasty, but I don't have access to WotC data from MTGO. So even if 60% of the field is playing Mono to Green Devotion this weekend, we need to give it a little time for the format to shake out. It takes a little time for players to react to what is the perceived best deck. So I think any banning on Monday would be hasty.
Yep.
But we will just have to wait and see what WotC decides.
So Phil going to take 4 down to 5 here. I just don't know what he's drawing to. Dark Petition's not live here.
Well,
yeah, he was short even for Dark Petition for Language there. So Phil going to pack him up there in game number 2.
And we just saw Thoughtseize into Thoughtseize into Thoughtseize with a Veil, a bunch of these 1-mana powerful discard, counter discard cards that, combined with some threats, was able to get it done.
Yeah, pretty interesting back and forth there. And again, Veil of Summer just showing its teeth, and it was pretty nasty there for Phil. I wonder, he looks like he's pulling these Thoughtseizes to the front. I bet he cuts some amount, maybe if not all of them here.
Yeah, I'd be hard pressed to cut them. I don't know what else you would bring in is the thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get veiled, but if Robert's taking your Thoughtseizes with his Thoughtseizes, that means you just have to play around Veil properly, and you're not gonna be able to sometimes. I mean, it's a 1-mana spell, and I feel like they have to stay in.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. So we're gonna get into game number 3 here shortly. I still think I like Phil's matchup here with the additional sweepers and things like that. And Kalidas we saw to kind of stabilize, because, I mean, honestly, Robert just doesn't have any way to get rid of that.
I mean, if Phil can get a Kalidas down,
then
these Hangerback Walkers, when they die, don't make Thopters.
Right.
That's a really big deal. And, I mean, there are lines with this Dark Petition where he can go get Kalidas. Again, Robert had a very above-average draw, I feel like, just with Thoughtseize into Thoughtseize. 3 Thoughtseizes into Veil.
Yeah.
And, he got to take cards that were really powerful and leave this 4-mana awkward Vraska's Contempt because he knew that this 1-mana Veil would counter it. So we're going to...
I don't think he got a chance to cut Phil's deck. I'm not sure.
He accidentally flipped a Forest.
Oh.
I think they're going to...
Oh, okay.
He's just like, I have to shuffle again. It's like, oh, sure.
Okay. All right. Phil looked like he's snap kept his hand. It looked pretty good.
So everyone is screaming ban Veil of Summer. I'm totally on board. I think the card was a mistake and we should just completely ban it. It's taking away the interaction that Magic was, and it's It's just super punishing.
Yeah, it's a pretty annoying card. I'm not gonna lie.
Either that or red needs more power level, where people just like have to start cutting veils from their sideboard because everyone's playing red and white cards.
Sure.
I mean that's, but then it's just like power creep all over again.
All right. Robert looking at 7 cards here, and Phil has a languish in his opener here. So.
And here we see Thoughtseize. There is a Veil of Summer.
4 lands?
Oh, wow.
So 4 lands, Scavenging Ooze, Veil of Summer, and a Winding Constrictor.
So
this does not look particularly good for Robert.
I don't know what Phil's hand is, but if he has even 2 pieces of interaction, I think we take the Veil of Summer. If he has no interaction for these creatures, he might take a creature. But I'm going to guess Veil of Summer is the take.
Sure is. So Phil takes the most powerful card. Yeah, and he has a languish
in hand.
Yeah. So it's like Robert drew Hardened Scales. All right.
Okay. Doesn't really work with either of those creatures.
So Phil actually has a Noxious Grasp, I think, in hand.
Oh, that's really
good. So he's
good.
able to get this Winding Constrictor this turn. That's really good.
Do you let this one just stay on the field, though?
If you're gonna go ahead and eat it anyways eventually with
a languish, yeah. So he just needs to worry about like the counters.
Yeah, and I think really he's keeping that Noxious Grasp for something like Nissa Voices Endikar.
Sure.
As an out, so pretty good for Phil.
Also, this Scavenging Ooze is much more important, I feel like.
Yeah.
Here we see Walking Ballista.
Okay.
Will we see... We'll probably just see a Languish next turn, right?
Yeah, Phil has it. I'm pretty sure he's just going to take his 2-for-1 and...
he could use the Noxious Grass and then... like force Robert to put more onto the board. But
well, he knows there's 1 land in hand. I think he knows at least 1 more card in his hand as well.
There's another Scavenging Ooze.
Walking Ballista for 3.
Does Phil have something like a Fatal Push here?
Acquisition. Okay, he's got Read the Bones here.
Read the Bones, look for Fatal Push? Okay.
Sure. Phil has 2 cards.
He has a
there.
land, so I imagine both of these get shipped.
Yep.
Picked up a Thoughtseize.
It's a little scary here.
Yeah, because now he's at 12, and then he'd go to 10, and that's it. He can't actually cast Thoughtseize unless he can answer the Walking Ballista, because Robert can just put a counter on the Walking Ballista. That'll make it a 5 power, and if Phil's at 10, that's lethal.
Yep. All right, so he's got to pass.
So this Walking Ballista might walk away with this.
Oh, I thought that was a Veil. Looks like a Pelt Collectors instead is the card here. Phil puts a 4th and 5th counter on there. Takes Phil down to 9. So now this is also out of Languish range.
Yeah. He's going to need... So we can acquisition for a Fatal Push, and that takes him to 4. That might be the best play we have here.
All right, so yeah, Phil's going to go ahead and masterminds acquisition. He's going to go through his deck. I assume Fatal Push is the grab here, and he's going to have to kill this Ballista and take 5 for his trouble. Pulls it to the
maybe
front.
He can convince Robert to ping the Pelt Collector for 1.
That's that's good.
I mean, maybe. Let's make it a closer one. How about you ping that card?
The best part about Masterminds acquisition to me, you can go get anything. You don't have to reveal it. So it's kind of like a mystery for your opponent. What am I playing around? And Phil has to do it now before he gets veiled again.
So it goes to 4. Is there any way Robert kills him?
He has to have double creature, and I don't think he does. He'd have to have
another Walking Ballista is probably the best.
Yeah, another Ballista could do it. All right. So what you got? It's a Noxious Grasp for Phil, though. So Phil is... Oh, was that a what? No way.
There it is.
He's got him. Wow, he gets him. All right. And Phil had a Noxious Grasp in hand, so next turn he was going to probably be able to stabilize. So unfortunate for Phil, but Robert finds the Walking Ballista we mentioned was one of the outs that gets to kill him, and wow, he's up to 7-1 here, so I think he's going to be in. Phil might even squeak in at 6-2, but who knows?
Yeah, we think 1, maybe 2 X2s make it in. I hope Phil does. I love his deck. Maybe there's a way to build it so that like Walking Ballista isn't as good. Maybe there's some sideboard considerations like Pithing Needle where you could name Ballista. I don't know, because then you have like Nissa Voices in a card that you can name 2. I don't know if that's great, but might
Yeah.
be some considerations
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that match definitely didn't go the way I thought it would. Game 1 did.
Yeah.
Game 2 was about Veil and Thoughtseize.
Right.
Game 3 was kind of about Veil. Like, he had to take it, and then it just left Phil in a weird spot the rest of the game where he didn't have enough to deal with everything.
So what I saw was that these Noxious Grasps just weren't very good. I think maybe, like, maybe they just weren't solid cards. Like,
Okay.
both times he had Noxious Grasps in his deck or in his hand, like, they had to kill non-important targets.
We mentioned, too, there was a turn there where Phil took the turn off and let the Constrictor hit him once, which was honestly one of the turning points in the game there, too, because he wanted to get his 2-for-1 with Languish. He's going to look back at that game probably and think, maybe I could have Noxious Grasped earlier on the turn where that hit, and then like you just play a 1-for-1 game and maybe wait a little bit longer on the Languish. I don't, it's really tough to say in that moment. I think what Phil did was totally acceptable at the time.
Right.
It just, you're going to look back, if people always say there's no way I could have won the game. Well, there are different ways, and you just have to think back. You have to go backwards and kind of figure it out. And Phil's definitely the kind of player that does things like that. So I think he'll go back and watch that. But speaking of watching matches, we're going to watch Jeff Hoagland play. He is 5-2 currently, I think, against Grant Wozniak, who's playing 4-color Saheeli. So Jeff is putting a Once Upon a Time on the table. And we are going to get the deck list updated for you here in just a second. We're having a little bit of technical issue, but we will get you going here in just a second. As Jeff leads off on that Once Upon a Time and finds Botanical Sanctum. He's going to play that for a turn and play an Elvish Mystic.
All right. Deck list should be updated for you on stream now.
Once Upon a Time for Grant as well. He finds Felidar Guardian.
At the start of this round, we weren't sure if an X2 could make it, and Jeff's tiebreakers were pretty solid, so that's why we put it on feature. Table 3 did ID, and I believe that did lock Jeff out, but, you make a decision, you stick with it. We certainly weren't fully aware. See if Jeff can win this matchup regardless. Players are still paying for cash here. We do pay out to top 32?
Yep.
Top 16?
32.
Yeah, top 32.
And Grant at 5-1-1 is still live for the top 8, by the way.
Yes.
So
because he would be 6-1-1.
Correct. So it's not that black and white as Jeff casts a Thought Knot Seer and gets to take a peek at Grant's hand. He has the combo in hand, as well as a Teferi Time Raveler, another Elvish Mystic. You see that Saheeli Ray and a Felidar Guardian, as well as a Sacred Foundry there for Grant. So Jeff taking a peek and seeing which one he would like to exile with the Thought Knot Seer.
Would have to shock the Sacred Foundry to play Teferi. Man, this is tough. Do you disrupt the combo, or do you take the Teferi, which allows him to tempo you?
Just kind of depends what Jeff has. I think you got to disrupt the combo based on the composition of his deck.
Well, yeah, Jeff doesn't have a whole lot of interaction, right? Yeah.
So Grant.
Well, Grant does have the play of Teferi bounce your Thought Knot Seer.
All right, so Shock's in that Foundry and going to play Teferi. Going to bounce Thought Knot Seer. Draw a card from that and draw a card from Teferi.
Play another elf.
Yep. So Grant's in pretty good shape. Going to turn that food into an elk.
And then probably use that elk to defend against this Rogue Refiner.
Yep. Jeff has Elder Deep Fiend in hand. Huh.
Alaric says, so that's what the top of Jeff's head looks like.
Right, so the elk going to bite the dust here. Jeff replays that Thought Knot Seer. He's got the combo again.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, if I took the Felidar Guardian the first time.
Yeah, and how many Felidars? Are all 4 in here? I assume so. Yeah, there's all 4 Felidar Guardians in here.
And I assume Felidar Guardian will be a take also because like he can reset to Fairy, and that would be real good.
Yep. All right, so.
Jeff has a second copy of Thought Knot in his hand.
Yeah, and an Elder Deep Fiend. So. And Grant wants to read Hash Up Oasis. Gives a creature +3/+3, I believe. Is
yeah, no trample. That's usually when I have to reread that card. I'm like, does this give trample? I always think that it does. This is a solid card in an Eldrazi strategy because it taps for colorless mana. It can also give you some green mana. And then lastly, alongside something like a Reality Smasher, giving a creature +3/+3 until end of turn.
Yeah, not the worst. All right, so you see Saheeli hits the battlefield there for Grant. Ping Jeff for 1 and scry. To the bottom.
And that's 2 Guardians down.
Yeah, and I like this. This kind of reminds me of like when you play against Tron, you just attack the same land over and over.
Right.
He's just attacking the same combo piece over and over again. So it's pretty good.
There's another elk here. Yep. So the board pretty gummed up.
Yeah. There we go. They got them all on screen here.
I like to stack my elves once I get so many elves.
Oh, yeah.
Thought Knot Seer is pretty cool against Oko. Yep. You get to take a card, and if they turn it into an elk, the second ability doesn't trigger. You can also do that notably with your own Oko.
Yeah.
There's a Deep Fiend.
A sec. A Mystic. I wonder if you just tap. Yeah, I was going to tap everything down and try and go to work on these Planeswalkers.
Absolutely. So we're going to float 2 green mana in response and then cast Once Upon a Time. This does give Jeff a little bit of info, but you definitely want to use your mana. Only getting a Gilded Goose has to be good for Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. So those 4 creatures are tapped, and Jeff going to punch Saheeli down.
As well as the Teferi.
And ping the Teferi down, yep.
This Elder Deep Fiend is in line to be a 3/3.
Strange. There's a Felder Guardian.
Oh.
Good thing he killed the Saheeli.
Very good thing he killed the Saheeli. There was a part of me that was like, do we go after the Oko here so he can't elk my Elder Deep Fiend? But again, we kind of talked about not a whole lot of interaction in Jeff's deck, so he's got to take care of those combo pieces when he can.
Yeah. Elk your 8-mana play.
Yeah. It did its job.
Totally fair and balanced.
We're going to blink Teferi, which is going to blink the Thought Knot Seer, which is going to draw 2 cards again.
It should draw a second one, right?
Yeah, he should have drawn 2.
Okay.
And again, this is time shifted, so we can't like pause the match. Typically, we would have tried to fix that.
Yep.
Oh, okay. We remember it now.
Figuring
Sweet.
Out, yeah.
Sweet. There's the food.
Wow, this looks miserable.
Yeah. Jeff's going to have a hard time getting through this. He's going to need, like, Reality Smashers. Here's another Thought Knot. Just a land.
You mentioned Kozilek's return here, and that one...
that's a Saheeli.
That's going to find a way.
That's a victory right there, right?
Was it Saheeli? I missed it.
It looked like it, yeah. I assumed if it was, he's slamming it down, so maybe I just didn't see it, right? Metagame percentage at NRG Series. Let me see if I can get that for you. Let me check some stuff out here.
I know Max was working on stuff like that. Been busy.
I can give you, like, coverage metagame, but I can't give you the overall metagame, unfortunately. We'll have an article next week with all that information.
Looks like not.
And then next year we are moving to online deck registration, so we should be able to do more metagame analysis for you guys.
Looks like it was not a...
yeah, I know.
A Saheeli.
He would have slammed it. Can't imagine.
Thought Not Seer coming at you.
Teferi here.
So Jeff can hash up Oasis here.
It's sorcery only.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a beating. Do you have another one? Jeff with another Thought Not Seer.
Okay, it's a Teferi. I knew it was a walker.
Man,
you take the oath?
I think he has to take the oath because you don't want to give him the extra Saheeli.
The problem. Teferi comes down, bounces Felidar Guardian, which resets Teferi.
Sure.
So he's going to draw like...
I mean, whatever.
He's going to draw a ton of cards. I mean, he's going to see more cards with the Teferi than he would the oath, right?
I'm fairly certain this game's over anyways.
I tend to agree with you. Jeff's body language screams just like...
He looks thrilled to be there.
There's a Wicked Wolf.
Jeff picks him up. So we'll get into game number 2 here. Grant going to win game number 1. So just taking a quick peek here at Jeff's deck. He's got 3 Spatial Contortion, 2 Rex Sage, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Wicked Wolf, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Aether Gust, and 2 Disdainful Stroke. What you like?
I like the Gusts.
Yeah, that's about it, right?
I guess, man, the Contortion doesn't even deal with Guardian.
No.
Yeah, I like the Gust. The Wicked Wolf's probably 2, just so you can fight Guardians.
Okay.
I think you're probably going to need them. As to what comes out, I don't even know, man. Maybe is Deep Fiend? Deep Fiend has to stay in because the only way you're winning is by tempo.
I feel like Thought-Knot Seer really sucks, but I don't know.
But
like,
you got to interact with the combo.
I know, and Thought-Knot Seer is just, it's the best way to interact, but Teferi just makes
and
that
I don't
want to
cut Reality Smasher because I need a way to get through.
No.
And I can't cut any of my 3-drops if I want my Elder Deep Fiends in. So
Right.
this is a tough spot for Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the proper board plan is here.
Yeah, just taking a peek quickly at Grant's sideboard. He's got 2 Disdainful Strokes. Those are definitely coming in. 2 Brazen Borrower, probably coming in. 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Deccanstone. Those are okay. And then he has 1 of Veil of Summer, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, 1 Nissa Vital Force, 1 Knight of Autumn, 1 Lyra Dawnbringer, and 1 Detention Sphere. A lot of good tools.
Lyra.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Lyra in a while.
Been a while.
I'm Not Revy says, how does the Saheeli combo work? So you play Saheeli and Felidar Guardian in a series of turns. It can be in the same turn if you have enough mana, but either or, you have both on the battlefield, and Saheeli needs to be able to minus and live. Saheeli minuses on the Felidar Guardian. The Felidar Guardian blinks Saheeli. You repeat this process infinitely. You make an infinite number of 1/4s. All of them have haste from Saheeli, and then you can attack your opponent to death.
All right. Grant's down to 14. Looks like Jeff might attack that Mutable on turn 2.
I mean,
He's got another one.
that's his play.
Yeah.
Okay, Matter Reshaper makes a lot more sense. And there's
Brazen Borrower.
Brazen Borrower to bounce it. That's a good tempo play there.
Yeah, not bad.
And, like, that's really good for Grant because Jeff needs to get on the battlefield early, and if Grant's tempoing...
So he's got Felidar Guardian. He's got Saheeli in hand, too.
Wow, is this
He's
game's...
got 2 of them now.
I'm going to take Oko.
That's interesting.
If Jeff just plays...
He's got to play it.
So the Wicked will fight.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. Okie doke. Well, you got comboed on turn 4.
That looked pretty good. That's, in fact, the best win for Copycat I've seen all day.
Yeah.
Just like curve directly turn 4.
Yeah.
Jeff's deck is a little light on interaction for that combo, but that just means it's kind of like Splinter Twin. Like, it could police the format, and you got to have an answer to it. I know it's kind of feel bad to lose to. The only thing about the combo that I don't like combos that can win from an empty board on a turn. So, like, turn 6, your board's empty, and you're just like, Felidar Guardian, blink my land, play my Saheeli, win. Like, that's feel bad to me. Even Twin couldn't do that, right? You had to, like, end step the X-Arc. So I'm not saying ban it, but I do think it's a little powerful.
It is definitely powerful. So we got a couple minutes left in the round here. It looks like most of our top 8 is kind of sealed up. I'm just taking a peek. We got through our backup match in like 10 seconds.
I know.
So,
that was crazy.
Does anyone got any questions for us? Brad and I's Twitter handles are down below. If you want to shoot us some messages there, that's awesome. You want to post some in the chat, we are definitely ready. I don't want to really get into the top 8 yet because we're going to get there very soon, probably in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll have a full top 8 printed out and ready to roll. So I don't want to speculate, but I know some of the decks that are in, but we'll get to it here.
Yeah,
shortly.
I got to see if Dakota has started typing up deck lists or not yet. Because I guess we have them in Cardboard
They're
Live
all
more
in
than
Cardboard
likely.
Live, I believe.
So we can pull those into a Google Doc for everybody.
Yep.
That'll be nice. Yeah. Sweet.
So did Mono Black do well today? I didn't see any Mono Black. It was a deck I was really interested in. Yeah. Grey Merchant of Asphodel is near and dear to my heart, so I didn't see any, but doesn't mean it didn't do well. I don't know there was very many copies.
How is it Phoenix looking? It's okay. It was very strong kind of first week, but people have kind of tuned decks to beat it. I think Scavenging Ooze is quite strong against the deck.
Matt and Brad, what archetype that you haven't seen today would you like to see break out at some point in the format? Mono Black is definitely one I want to see. There's the Dredge decks. I don't know how good they are, but I'd like to see them. Sphinx's Tutelage I mentioned. So, like, here's the thing.
I don't disagree with you.
Well, here's the thing. Like, everyone's playing these, like, 100-color decks, like you repeat a lot on the colors.
Yeah.
So I remember one time, this is a funny story. I played, I think it might have been against Davis Merced. We played in the in like a win and in or something, or maybe it was just like a win for a game for seeding at a 1K, a standard 1K. He played mono red because that's what Davis does, and I played Sphinx's Tutelage. And I was like, okay, Sphinx's Tutelage. He's like, yep. Next turn I untapped, I Magmatic Insight, and he milled like 35 cards or something, and because he repeated so often.
Right.
And I played another one, he milled himself out like the next turn.
Wow.
Just all of it. It was crazy. So that's one I'm kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if there's one that I'm particularly interested in, and I don't know if like Teamer Eldrazi or Grixis Eldrazi, something with K return I think is kind of like where I want to be. I think it's just a solid sweeper that you can play main board, cleans up a lot of what Devotion's doing, and then post board, like when you flash it back or whatever you want to call it, when you trigger it from the graveyard, just killing all of like Nissa lands would be big.
Sure.
Doesn't answer Planeswalkers, but typically when you're casting an Eldrazi that's triggering that card's going to do something to the Planeswalkers.
Yeah, I like those. What was else was I thinking? Oh, I saw like a Young Pyromancer, like a either Grixis or a Mardu Pyromancer kind of deck. I don't know if they're quite good enough for the format, but they're close.
I've seen Hardened Scales be so good today that I'm really hesitant to be playing a lot of like powerful X1s. Like I think Young Pyromancer is just too slow for the format.
Okay.
And I think Walking Bliss is like everywhere. We've seen it in almost every deck.
Sure.
And that just makes me feel like Young Pyromancer is just not good enough.
Okay. Any Spell Queller decks? I didn't see any of that. Was that
any
great?
Sultai deck's doing good. Pretty much all of the green mana decks are doing pretty okay. So there's definitely some Sultai. Any viable aggro decks in your opinion?
The Abzan aggro deck.
Abzan aggro looked pretty good. I don't hate that one. Mono red has looked lackluster to me.
Yeah, not very good.
Mardu Green looked okay to me. Not great. I think it's got some mana problems. I think it's relying on Sylvan Caryatid a little too much.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that card, you're going to be a little too slow for the format.
Yeah, we saw no Ascendancy decks, but I think it was like one of my big takeaways. I thought that deck would be pretty good. But like A plus B combos, probably kind of tough with Thoughtseize running around.
I mean, Saheeli's a plus B combo deck.
I mean, but it's really resilient.
True.
Right?
I mean, you have Oath and Nissa to find more copies.
And they also have an alternate game plan.
Right, and you have Once Upon a Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Any Soul Flare. There was Soul Flare running around. I don't know how good it did, though.
Goblin Dark Dwellers is an interesting card.
Yeah. Aetherflux Reservoir. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's did Phoenix do well here? It did okay. I don't think we're going to have any in the top 8 currently.
Yeah, we're going to have a ton of deck lists posted up. I know Max is like busy typing away and all that jazz, so I assume we'll have them up by sometime either Monday or Tuesday. So, but
yeah, and if you're looking for those deck lists next week, you can follow us on social media. We'll be posting the info on our Twitter, and it'll be on our website. You can check us out at NRG Series on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, as well as Twitch here. And if you're new here, hit that follow button if you're not already. And again, check out our articles on nerdragegaming.com for those deck lists and info on our 2020 series. And speaking of that, I'm going to write this down.
$150,000 in prize pools. 3 players tour invites, which is awesome. 16-player, $20,000 championship. I'm not very good at math, so I couldn't play the mono green devotion deck today. But 20K divided by 16 seems like pretty decent chunk if I had to divide it up. If you want some info on that, bit.ly/NRG Series 2020. It's case sensitive, so check it out there. Check us out at nerdragegaming.com. I think we're going to take like a short break here in a minute, but overall, anything surprise you today in the 8 rounds of Swiss we'd had before we get into the top 8?
I wouldn't say anything surprised me. I mean, obviously there were some deck lists that surprised me, but I knew going into this tournament that we would see all kinds of things. We would see everyone kind of pull out their favorite standard deck from the last 5 years, 5-6 years, and then update it with some new tools. And, I thought Mono Green Devotion going into the weekend, even before the PTQ yesterday, was quite strong. And then when Todd had such an amazing showing yesterday.
14-0 at one point.
Yeah, I just knew that we'd see a lot of people switch to that strategy today.
Yeah. So just real quick before we bounce, Max says top 8 lists will be posted the second they are announced, which is true, and then all deck lists will be posted by tomorrow. So if Max says that, you can hold him to it.
That's true. Max usually follows through on things he says.
All right. So we're going to take a break here. We're going to do some bookkeeping. We're going to bring you a top 8 and the quarterfinals. Probably be back in a few minutes here. Remember, tune in here. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. Go grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever it is you do. We'll see you in a bit. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I am Matt Bamonte. This is a very excited Brad Brown.
Yes, top 8 time.
Yeah, we're getting ready to start off our quarterfinals here. So we will bring you through the top 8 here of our Pioneer tournament as we blazed a trail to our top 8. So bringing it up right now so you can see.
So we have been talking crap about Ease at Phoenix this entire day.
Yeah.
Just to surprise you that Ease at Phoenix is our #1 seed going into the top 8.
Fantastic. So Brad mentioned Mark Kelly is our #1 seed. He's playing against Charles Martin, who is our #8 seed, and Charles is playing Simic Ramp. We watched him play earlier. On the other half of that bracket, we have Keenan Davidson playing Bant Nexus. Keenan is our #4 seed against Sam, who's playing Abzan Aggro. We watched. Oh, we've watched all these guys today, actually.
Yes.
So Sam,
except for Mark Kelly.
Yeah, and Sam's our 5 seed. On the top right there, we have a battle of kind of some Titans, and it's funny that their names are both green as they're both playing Mono Green Devotion. Cool. So Joe Bernal is our 3 seed against Sam Black, who's our 6. And then Robert Litvin is our number 2 seed against Jack Cummins, who's our #7 seed. So let's start here on the top left. Well, let's do the ones we're not featuring.
First of all, I want to point out 7 different archetypes. In
7
this.
archetypes.
And Mono Green is very good, and both of these players would say that. But coming out of this quarterfinals, there's only going to be 1 Mono Green Devotion. So we're going to have just completely different archetypes in this top 8. It's going to be sweet. All
right, so let's start in the bottom right with Robert versus Jack.
Yeah.
So who you got here? I know Jack's deck looked pretty sweet, had a lot of life gain, incidentally. I feel like it's going to be Jack's to lose here.
I originally thought Robert would have a strong deck against this, but then kind of looking at some of the cards Jack has, I do think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Robert.
Okay.
I think it's pretty close, though. I think that matchup's going to be something like 55% kind of matchup, or maybe even like 52.
Gotcha. All right, so then the Mono Green mirror, we actually got to sit in on a little bit of the conversation, and Sam and Joe were joking around, and Sam said, all right, well, your deck's way better here, which was the main deck.
Right.
And it said it actually doesn't really matter in the sideboard here, so I would certainly take Joe if Sam says his deck's better, and Joe's also on the play, so I think I would take Joe. Any really great insight there?
I mean, if Sam Black is giving me the analysis, I think that just speaks volumes for I don't really need to say anything.
Okay.
So I do want to say, like, seeing these players play this out is really sweet. So, I didn't want to bring you a mirror in the top 8, but we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that matchup.
All right, and then our backup feature match is going to be Keenan Davidson versus Sam playing Bant Nexus versus Abzan Aggro. Who you got here?
Man, I think Abzan Aggro is really fast. But those fogs are going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, my problem is the fogs, and Keenan just has, he's got a bunch of them. It could be good for Sam. There
are 4 Thought Seizes, so maybe he can snag some dig through times, slow him down enough where, he's like forced into finding these fog effects.
Yeah.
But there are Tamios in the list, and we know that Tamios tops discard, so
definitely
we'll have to see how that plays out.
All right, and then our main feature match, we have Mark Kelly, who we haven't watched all day for some strange reason, playing Is It Phoenix, the deck we put in the dumpster.
Squeaked by. Yeah.
So, Mark was one of our 221 pointers, along with Robert Litvin. He's playing against Charles Martin on Simic Ramp, which we watched. I really don't know how to put this one.
If you can flip a thing of the ice really quickly, then I think Is It Phoenix has legs.
Yeah.
But if you let them kind of go off with Devotion and get like a huge Crisis into field, you might just lose.
Yeah, I like Mark's deck because it's a little bit quicker, but with things like Oko shutting them down, I think I'm going to take Charles Martin. He also has the upside of not just being mono green, he also has the blue splash for Hydroid Crisis.
Right.
So I think I'm going to take Charles in the matchup, even though Mark is on the play.
Yeah, to me, it's all about thing in the ice and how quickly you can flip it. And if I'm Mark, I'm probably wanting to, mulligan to those things.
Yeah. All right, so Once Upon a Time here for Charles. Mark leads on a Spire Bluff Canal. I'm going to see if anything weird going on in Mark's deck while you're doing stuff. So there's 2 Crackling Drake, just a mono 4-ofs of everything else. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, pretty stock list here. Maybe move some Crackling Drakes to the main. I saw some in the sideboard to maybe beat up on some Graveyard Hate.
You know what's interesting here is there's no Merchant of the Veil in this deck.
Right. The Crackling Drakes were those Merchants of the Veil.
All right, so you see Charles leads on Elvish Mystic, and Mark has a Wild Slash. It's pretty important here. So going to shock this in and strategic planning.
Yep. There's a thing in the ice. And he's got like 2 copies of Opt plus...
has
A treasure cruise?
Thing in the Ice is interesting against these mono green decks. You
Yeah.
can fling all their stuff back. And
all their lands from Nissa back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty powerful. It's definitely a card you want to flip as soon as you possibly can.
All right,
Now, the downside of the card is you got to be really, especially in Charles's deck, is he has Oko.
Yeah, Charles is, man, this is the slowest start we've seen from these Simic decks. So he leads off on Once Upon a Time into Elvish Mystic into another Once Upon a Time, and that's really slow, all things considered here.
Yeah, that makes me feel like he has an Oko.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hanging out here. He's looking through those cards. And there's a Nykthos, very important. Nykthos is...
important, but not on this board.
Yeah, definitely not great. So Mark going to go ahead and play an island here. And Mark looks like he's got this Thing in the Ice you mentioned there, partner.
Well, see, based on Charles' play pattern, I kind of want to hold up Is It Charm.
I apologize to Mark for not getting him in the feature match area earlier today. That's why he doesn't know to put the right dice on things.
Yeah, we'll get that updated. Here comes an Oko.
Well, now you have an elk.
Opt-in response.
All right, good deal. We got it all squared away. Table judge. Black dice is right. That's good.
Should probably use black dice on the thing as well. Yeah, there we go. Sweet.
Look at that. We've solved it.
There we go. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Matt's going to lose it.
I'm going to lose my mind if we don't get a black dice on there. All right, so. There's another Is It Charm there from Mark.
Yeah.
Mark's hand's also really slow.
He's going to need
He's got a treasure cruise, though.
Ooh, he can discard Fiery Temper and kill this Oko. Yeah,
Oko.
come on.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Do it, Mark.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for Mark, to be honest.
I think it's a really solid play, actually. Is he deciding to discard one of his 2 treasure cruises? I don't really love that.
I think it's probably okay. The Lightning Axe looks pretty poor here, though. So there's a Temper and a Cruise. That Temper's going to go at Oko, as we mentioned here, and then I bet this Alka is going to rumble. Wow, Treasure Cruise.
We're going to cruise first.
All right, so drawing a bunch of cards here for Mark.
So left a cruise in the graveyard here. Charles 3. That's a pretty good start for Mark. And then kill Oko here.
All right. Hey, guess where that dice can go now? All right, you see Treasure Cruise there, really powerful. For 8 mana in quotes, you can delve this card. So cost Mark a single blue mana to draw 3 cards there. Pretty powerful stuff.
And there's a Corso Crufix, another tough one for Mark to deal with. We saw the Lightning Axe, though, so that's probably coming down. All right, see what Mark's got here.
There's an Opt. He's going to scry a card here. He's going to take that one. Another Opt, it looks like.
Man, if only this Thing of Ice was not enough.
You know?
So, like, Charles's deck here, like, showing the power of this blue splash.
Yeah.
But also slowing down a lot for it.
Yeah, there's a Chart, of course, hanging out. Mark's hand's pretty good, but he really needs a
I think
Phoenix.
he's been opting, trying to find these Phoenixes so he can discard them to the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't know that I want this Courser to stick around for too long, though.
Okay.
Could generate a lot of value. You're not really getting any... I guess Charles is at 21, though.
Yeah,
so
he's pretty high.
If you get this blocker out of the way, how good is that? I like this attack. Because if he blocks, then Shock kills it. So 2 mana here. Chart, of course.
Chart.
Draw 2.
Needs a Phoenix. Man, misses again.
There's a Crackling Drake there, though. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, so Mark attacked this turn already, so he's going to get to keep those cards in hand. Man, do you think he just has to fire off this Lightning Axe here?
He could wait till draw step so he can see what the next card is. That's a pretty common play pattern against Courser. I don't hate that.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to choose to do it at sorcery speed, and he's going to kill the elf.
Yeah, and with Leyline of Abundance, it kind of makes some sense here.
Right. But if a land is found under this Nissa, he's casting it anyway.
Under the Courser there?
Or, yeah, under the Courser. Does he have another land?
I
don't think he does.
I don't think so.
I see ley line. So this kind of risky play Mark took really paying off.
Yeah, it's Nissa, Oko, and Hydrid Krasis, I think, are the leftovers here.
Okay. Oko seems fine. If that is indeed an Oko.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no, it's Krasis, Leyline, and Nissa.
Oh,
Those
okay,
three
wow.
cards.
Seems pretty bad then. Here's the Nissa.
So that's 5 mana. Oh, right. Couldn't stop it
Yeah.
anyway because
Yeah,
the Leyline.
it's unbelievable.
And now if this Nissa sticks around, this Krasis next turn is going to be very good.
Yeah, huge.
If it's me, I'm probably turning a forest into a creature.
Okay.
Just so next turn I can make double green off of it.
All right. So Charles going to choose to poke Mark here down to 14. All right. Mark probably needs like a fiery temper here. A wild
There's
slash.
a
Does that do
wild
it?
slash.
Treasure
There's
Cruise. That one's okay.
Yeah.
I'll draw 3 more cards.
I mean, this is the deck that can really utilize.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Has
probably
he found a Phoenix yet?
got to be the best Treasure Cruise deck. He found one. Okay. Let's see what Mark has up his sleeve.
There is an Izzet-Charm there.
Yeah.
So he can kill this Nissa.
He's got a lot of stuff.
He can go Izzet-Charm, discard 2. One of them's a Fiery Temper, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then he discards Phoenix as well. The Temper can kill the land.
Wow.
Or no, it can target Nissa, and then the Phoenix.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff going on here. So he gets to cast that. Okay. So he pays for the Fiery Temper, brings Nissa down to 3. And then he's cast 2 spells so far, right? Oh, no, he cast the Treasure Cruise as well, right?
Right, that's 3 already.
There's strategic planning. So
So this is going to help dig for more Phoenixes.
there's 2 wild
Couple Wild
slash.
Slashes and a Crackling Drake.
All right, not the best.
What do we want in the graveyard? I feel like these Wild Slashes are just kind of mopey
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I agree.
So Mark gets to bring back.
He's been through a lot of cards, and to only see 1 Phoenix, I think, is a little low variance.
Yeah.
But we are going to...
Yeah, Mark going to go ahead and punch down that Nissa. It's really big, though. I mean, he's seen a lot of cards you mentioned, man.
I mean, this is a really big deal. He's drawing an Elf for the turn. This Krasis isn't very good.
Yeah, this, man.
So this land taps for 2. Nixos taps for 4. The Elf's free, so it tapped for 5, but then he doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah, it's not great.
So he can't actually play the Elf and Krasis, right? I don't think that works.
Yeah,
If he plays
right.
if he plays Elf, he can.
Yeah.
Right? He can, yeah. It's just not as I don't know if he's like gaining mana by playing the Elf.
yeah. Mark's done a good job of keeping Charles in check, and Charles has been pretty unlucky off the top of his deck with this Courser Crufix.
Yeah. I think
If
he'd like
Mark-
to gain a little bit more life here.
If Mark finds another way to deal with this Courser Crufix, he's going to be able to shut Charles's mana production down pretty hardcore here.
For sure. And I feel like we need to be making a Krasis this turn to try to find a land. Because we can either draw a land or we can reveal a land on top. So that's 4 mana. There's a land. All right.
All right, so Charles going to go for that play you mentioned of playing the Mystic out here in the second Leyline of Abundance, actually.
Yep.
That is something. I wonder. All right, Mark's got a lot of mana available to him and a ton of cards.
If Mark can kill both of these creatures that produce mana,
Do you have an axe? No axe. He's got 3 lands. Is that 3 lands there? There's a land, 2 lands, and a Crackling Drake. But this Crackling Drake has to be humongous right now.
maybe the Wild Slash was actually okay. Does
We'll
he
get
have 2 Crackling Drakes or just 1?
He has a second one in hand. We'll get a count on how big this Crackling Drake is. I bet you it's a one-shot at this point.
I agree. And now if he can find like a Lightning Axe for the Krasis,
Yeah, wow, and Charles misses a land again.
wow.
I think Charles is going to...
Both players operating like on low variance, really. Like Charles has been able to do most of what his deck wants to do.
Yeah, it's very
And
strange.
Mark's only found 1 Phoenix, so Crazy Gaspack says, P.S. Thank you, Nerd Rage, for leaving the chat open. we got you covered. We like to interact with chat here at Nerd Rage, so you know we want everyone to be able to participate. Just ask that you keep it clean, and you know we don't want to have our moderator step in.
That thing's got to be like a 20 power by now.
Friday Joker says, "Who cares? Drake's is 100,000 divided by 4.
Crackling Drake.
Or over 4.
Crackling Drake is a 20/4 right now.
So if he plays Crisis and it dies, he's dead.
He's just stone dead.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you do?
Yeah, this is not great here for Charles, I don't think. All right, so
Abzan aggro up a game over Keenan on Simic Nexus.
Yep. Yeah, we'll get back up. We'll get other results as they come in here too on our other matches. I know some people asked about the Joe Bernal and Sam Black matchup.
So we make 6 devotion with the Nykthos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's a ton of mana. Up to 7, 8.
Why was it 3? Shouldn't it have only been 2? He doesn't have a Nissa in play.
He has
right?
6 devotion. He has 2 ley lines.
Right, but he made 7 mana. He put on the dice. We'll see how big this crisis is. So I believe he made 6 devotion. He spent 2. That's off the land. So he made 6 mana plus the botanical is. Oh, there's 2 ley lines.
Yeah, 2 ley lines.
I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. I was thinking Nissa and 2 ley lines.
All right, so
it's been a long day,
4/4.
guys. I apologize.
I mean, even if Mark finds a lightning axe, we're done.
Yes.
Game's over. Charles is looking through. I think he's... Man.
Is Crisis, he only played it for 4?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah. And then so we have 2 mana floating still?
Yeah, it looks
Is
like
that what
it.
I'm seeing? So do you think he's trying to find a Vivian?
Yeah, I thought maybe trying to find a Vivian.
So he could fight it?
Or find like Oko or something like that, maybe, if he had a blue land to Oko down the Crackling Drake.
Sure.
Looks like he's missed, though.
Sure. So Vivian plus a land on top would... All right, there's an Oath.
So Sanctum and double Nykthos? Is that what that is? Looks...
I mean, Nykthos.
That's really bad.
But then he doesn't have blue mana anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Charles is doing some thinking. How do I possibly survive?
Jay
from
Bartlett says, no way Drake is 20 power. There's only 7 cards in the graveyard. Well, it counts Exile too, my friend. And we've Treasure Cruised twice.
Yeah. All right.
If you want to see deck lists in the top 8, you can do !top 8. And that'll tell you who all is in the top 8.
Another Nykthos. Those things stack up pretty quickly.
No space in the top 8. I'll help you out.
So people are asking about this Courser thing. This is a new interaction that we're going to see. If you're familiar with Standard previously, how this works is the Courser reveals the top card. When you look at top 3 cards, you don't have to reveal that 4th card at all, and you don't have to reveal them one by one either when you're looking at the top 3 cards.
Correct,
so
yes.
You just want to read up Oath of Nissa plus Courser.
So there's another Phoenix. I think
All
Mark
right.
looking for a Lightning Axe.
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
Like 2 Wild Slashes would do it. What's the 3rd card under Oath of Nissa and Leyline? It's another Leyline.
Second Leyline, yep.
Yep. Which is the Leyline I forgot about, so.
Okay, so Mark going to discard a Phoenix. And a land. There's another Crackling Drake. So I think Mark's just come smashing in with the Phoenix and the Crackling Drake. And Charles is forced to block the Crackling Drake here. So that dies.
Mark does have another Crackling Drake.
Yeah, I mean, he's stacked
And then
up.
he gets to draw.
What do you feel about playing this Drake first in case you hit an axe?
Yeah, I mean,
He didn't hit an axe.
I think that's fine.
All right, so
I
Thing
agree
of the
with you.
Ice on the table.
I also, maybe he drew into Thing of the Ice.
Okay. All right, so these guys in a tight one here. I think Charles is still in a lot of trouble. There's an Oko,
All right.
but that just So, Charles is still in it because he has this Hydroid Krasis.
Yeah,
and he can draw into this
Oko. He can draw into the Oko. I mean, he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
So that's 2 mana. Or 3 mana. Not going to make that mistake again. 3 mana. Go down to 1. Go up to... Oh, all right. Charles is going to do the dice for us.
Yeah,
I'm going to let Charles do it. Freddie Joker says, reprint Armageddon so white becomes playable again. I don't know about that one.
So Charles... He has another Nykthos in hand. I mean, he can make this Krasis pretty significantly huge here.
And then I think it's going to come down to this thing in the ice, potentially.
All right, so Hydroid Krasis coming down here.
So is there a blue in the pool? Is there a green in the pool?
Yeah, well, we're going to figure it out here in just a second.
We will figure that out.
So draws 2 here. He knows about the Oko.
Yeah, you get to see all the cards that he drew, so you reveal them all.
Okay. All right, so this Hydro Krasis is pretty big. 6 power. I think Charles is probably setting up for a... he's probably setting up for this Oko next turn. And Mark's got to try and kill him, and it's not going to be easy.
So, Nykthos.
Yeah.
How much mana are we making now? If any at all. So that's 2 green.
Yep. Back up to 8.
8 green. Nissa.
Nissa.
Now we can untap the blue source.
You can untap the blue source, yeah. And Oko.
Wow. And cast Oko. So Charles just really going off here. So this is... I kind of lied to the viewers. I said there was only 2 mono green devotions, but this is Simic Ramp deck's pretty much a devotion deck.
This game's over. This game's over.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as Charles remembers to cast the Oko in his hand and elks the Crackling Drake, this game's completely done for. I suppose there's a world where Mark's able to flip Thing in the Ice.
Right. Return all of these lands.
Return all of them and kill Oko in a shot. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I don't feel good about it if I'm Mark.
He's already seen...
And he honestly didn't even need
3 treasure cruises as well.
And he honestly didn't even need the blue source there. He could just play Oko because he has Oath of Nissa on the table.
Oh, good point. Good point, yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, he just use the 3 floating mana and just Oko right now if you want.
Alan says, oh, yeah, Oath of Nissa has text. Yes.
Oh, yeah. It has other text other than just Ponder.
Exactly, yeah. Man, that card's good.
It's very good. Charles doing some thinking here.
The funny part is, I think based on how Charles has been tapping his lands, he also forgot.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
So I'm not really going to fault myself if the deck player is struggling a little bit too.
All right, so.
Elk in the ice? Well, I think the Crackling Drake has to get elked first.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Because that's lethal if even a Brazen Borrower comes down or something along those lines. There aren't any in the main, though. And I think Mark only has like 2 cards in hand. It would really hard to win from here.
Yeah. He definitely needs help.
This reminds me of like mono green devotion from when it was in standard, where like the mono green player would just all of a sudden cast a million spells with like Genesis Hydra and all this other stuff.
Oh, right. Genesis Hydra, yeah. Fun one.
And like Charles's turn has been so long, I don't even know what can attack and can't.
I think he's...
Just the Courser, right?
Only the Courser
Which
is
you're not
available.
gonna...
Oh, yeah, there's no way. So you have another Elk. And Charles emptying the pool. Are we moving to Mark's turn? All right, Mark, it is your turn.
All right, that's a land and a thing in the
Yeah,
air.
that's not good enough.
That's definitely not good enough.
Yeah, I think Mark's dead.
Mark is about to have a bunch of elks.
Oh, mercy.
Mark is about to have a bunch of elks.
That turn was absolutely obscene.
Yeah, I mean, he basically went from no threats to 3 threats.
Yeah.
All in a single turn. Made something like 30 mana, it felt like.
Oh, we got plenty of dice, boys. Don't you worry.
Yeah, the backup match might be using it.
That's okay.
We'll live.
All right. So Charles is going to untap here and...
So I like playing the second thing there because one of them will get elked, and maybe you can draw Treasure Cruise and draw into 3 spells and maybe win the game from there. But there's so much non-creature devotion that I think even if you were to bounce all of the creatures, there's a good chance Charles could just redeploy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Staple says, this mono green devotion deck feels like the Tron of the format. I 100% agree. I think that it is healthy for the format. It may need a card ban, but I do not think it should happen on Monday.
All right, so Charles is going to figure out his mana situation again. The thing is, he doesn't have that much really going on.
I love Mascarova's slight sarcasm here. I hope Oko stays because these high-quality elk markers are too good to let die.
Yeah. I think he's got 11, now up to 12 devotion. He's up to 12 devotion here. But really doesn't have anything to do with his... Oh, I guess... Never mind. Leyline has text.
Yes, Leyline can pump all of these creatures if he wants.
Yep. So we'll bring up Leyline of Abundance here in just a second because that card, for some strange reason, has another line of texts.
Salty Shaker says, the elf marker should be permanent marker on the card. Once it turns into an elf, it's just permanently an elf for the rest of the tournament. An elk, sorry. I think I said elf.
All right. See, Leyline, for 8 mana, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. And Charles is going to take that liberty. He's up to 14 mana. And he's going to put +1/+1 counters on all of his things here momentarily, it looks like. Wow. Hey, Mark is as close to dead as possible here, I think.
Right.
Like, the one saving grace is if one of these Thing in the Ice flips, and he's able to kind of reset the board.
Imagine if this Is It Phoenix X played Alpine Moon.
Okay.
And you just, like, named Nykthos. Charles never would have been able to have the turns that he had.
You want to play that in the main deck?
No, I'm not saying play in the main, but we're not seeing this deck play any in the sideboard.
Mark is politely packing his cards up and saving us from putting 1,000 dice on the table. I can respect that. So, Charles Martin going to win game number 1 here over Mark Kelly, the 1 seed. Man, there was just some really powerful turns that Charles had access to. A lot of it was because of the Hydroid Crisis, honestly.
Right. Combining the Crisis, getting through the deck, finding that Oko was pivotal for Charles to win.
Yeah. So we'll take a look here. The deck list should be up on your Cardboard Live extension here. If you're looking for the standings and stuff, those are there too. The final standings, I believe Max was fixing that. So I'm taking a peek here at Mark Kelly's sideboard. They're going to look at each other's decks here for a second as well. So he's got 3 Abrade, 3 Narset Porter Veils, 2 Chandra, Torch of Defiance, a Brazen Borrow, 4 Mystical Dispute, and 2 Sweltering Suns. What do you like here?
Well, I like the Sweltering Suns because you need to be able to clean up all of these mana creatures.
Okay.
I like Narset in this matchup specifically because Hydroid Crisis is one of the things that Charles is leaning on. And if you can prevent him drawing additional cards, that's definitely where I want to be. He's also not that great at pressuring unless he has a Nissa in play. Chandra's Torch of Defiance, I think, is too slow. I think a Brazen Borrower is probably fine, too, if you can just, like, on the play tempo their early mana creature.
Sure.
That might just be enough sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. Abrade is interesting to me because it does kill Courser Kruvix and it does kill all the little mana.
It does not kill.
Oh, sorry, it doesn't. It does not. So it kills all the baby mana creatures.
If it killed Courser, I think I'm on board. But your main board is so well suited to kill those mana dorks anyway.
That's fair.
Unless there's an artifact that you're worried about coming in.
Well, Walking Bliss is the one that's in all these decks too.
Sure, in the main board.
Yeah. So it's kind of close.
But again, they get to see deck lists, and Charles actually isn't running the walking ballista? Oh, he does have 3. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I just can't read.
That's okay. Yeah, he does have them. So I'm pretty close on a
all
braid.
right. Oh, I like that. If they make a 10-10 walking ballista, is a braid
You're just dead.
You're just dead anyway, right?
Yeah, you're just dead. So so Charles, his deck here, he has 3 Scavenging Ooze. Wow, those are great.
Yeah.
A Reclamation Sage, a Sifting Ceratops, a Carnage Tyrant, a Walking Ballista, another one, a 4th one, 2 Sorcerer Spyglass, 3 Shaper Sanctuary, an Oko, and 2 Aether Gust. Their Shaper Sanctuaries seem pretty okay. Scavenging Ooze is an all-star.
Scavenging is huge for sure. Just being able to eat the birds out of the graveyard, make Treasure Cruise much worse. I think that's the easy include. Shifting Ceratops, I also think's pretty solid.
Okay.
It's going to take like 2 Phoenixes to double block it, and it can just walk through a thing in the ice.
Sure. All right, well, we'll talk about Charles here for a second. 29 CPA, we talked about him earlier. He's also a 2018 SCG Autumn Regionals champion. Just a mainstay here on our series, and picking up another top 8 today and trying to punch his ticket to our end of the year championship.
Yeah, favorite deck was Red, White, Heroic, and Thero Standard. I love that deck too.
Yeah, it's good stuff. The that Heroic deck was definitely sweet. Like, and we saw like a port of it today, kind of a port of it today with better things like Reckless Rage and Feather and things like that.
Yeah.
I think the deck's probably playable in some sort. Again, these decks are all in their infancy, so it's really hard to say what's what.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like your sideboard cards are so hard to decide just because the format's so wide open.
Yeah. You see Mark here, I love this profile picture.
air
Just
mods.
gets me, man. It just gets me. So Mark's 21. He is a student. Hometown's Pittsburgh, PA. I think now he's in the Indy area right now. I'm not 100% sure. I think he rode with like Chad Harney and those guys. So 3 top 8s. He's putting a 4th one here. He's had a really good year. So all of his top 4 are in 2019.
His top 8s, yeah.
Yeah, all of his top 8s. So he has over 200 hours into Animal Crossing New Leaf. That's a lot of hours.
Wow, that is a lot of hours.
Yeah.
I don't think I have 1 hour into that game.
This is a great fact. Claims to not be able to hear opponents because of his AirPods. You are not allowed to wear those at the table, sir. And he is not currently wearing them,
That's
just
true,
FYI. Yeah. It says became a Jimmy John's because he's all about that bread.
That's all I got.
That's all I got, too. Favorite sandwich at Jimmy John's? Go.
Ooh, Italian.
Italian nightclub?
Yeah.
The number 9?
Yeah, the number
With hot
9.
peppers, baby?
Not with hot peppers,
All
but
right, well,
still delicious.
I tried.
I'm just not a hot pepper kind of guy. Unless it's on like an Italian beef.
All right, you see Mark leads off on a Sulfur Falls tapped, and Charles leads off on Oath of Nissa. An update from one of our backup matches.
Red Boot says he's a sandwich shop?
He must be. I don't argue with the
I
facts.
don't know, man.
They're facts. They're not called possibilities.
Yeah, they're fun facts. They're inexcusably and cannot argue with them.
From our backup match, Keenan and Sam going to game number 3. So, interesting there.
Okay, so good start here from Mark. Chart, of course, discarding the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Does Charles have a Scavenging Ooze?
He's going to need it and to activate it
Probably
right away.
not playing it this turn, though. You don't want to not get some value. There's a strategic planning.
Yeah, can Mark get this out of the graveyard this turn?
That's going to be really hard on 3 mana.
Sure is. Wow, just passes.
Well, he has an Is It
Charm? Mm-hmm.
so he can counter a potential non-creature spell, like something like a Vivian if he wants. He can also just use it to pitch more cards.
It's just pretty bad if there's a Scavenging Ooze. There's a Courser Crucifix. Mark says, yeah, that's cool.
There's a life gain trigger here.
Yeah, Botanical Sanctum enters the battlefield, and Courser going to put Charles up to 21. Mark has some pretty good lines available here.
He's also got a Fiery Temper that he
Yeah.
can pitch with this Is It Charm, but there wasn't really anything. I mean, we're going to see an Elf, but like, how much do you want to do that on Charles's end step?
Yeah.
If you're trying to return these Phoenixes. Charles really thinking about his line here. Do I want to put anything else onto the battlefield? Looks like Oath of Nissa is going to be the answer.
All right, so.
Doesn't want to draw that Elf. Which
Yeah.
I can definitely understand.
Yeah, seems like it. So, going to take the Forest, put 2 to the bottom, and then reveal this card, and it is another Oath of Nissa. Okay.
Ponder. Whee.
Yeah, Mark did nothing there for his turn, which is a little interesting for me.
Yeah, chose not to discard. Might make Charles think he's got like a disdainful stroke or something.
Yep.
Land for turn. So that's one spell.
Yeah, he's got this. Is it Charm? I'd be surprised if he doesn't look for another Phoenix here.
I think did he have one? I kind of thought he might have one.
There's one.
There's one for sure.
Second,
Two
you got two of them?
Oh, this is huge.
Wow, and he has another opt in hand too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mark gonna get 3 of them. There's no way you want that. So, Mark's down to 19 here.
Right. Picked up another Is a Charm.
Gonna come attacking Charles for 9.
Whew. This is how you want to start.
I'm just thinking about the arena noise right now when the birds come in. Yeah, I want it 3 times. Yeah, just great. So, really nice start there for Mark.
So we went from a low variance bird find to a high variance bird find.
Yeah.
All right, Charles. This is a tough turn.
Yeah, this one is pretty tough.
There's no Nykthos, Leyline in play. He can play a Nissa this turn if he wanted, but that's not great. Vivian Courser fights one of them?
I suppose.
Maybe?
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it does. So Abzan Aggro takes down Bant Nexus.
Yep.
So that's... Sam Black is still up a game over Joe Bernal.
I'm sure that mirror match is abysmal to watch. Just mono green staring at each other. All right.
Okay, and Hardened Scales takes it down over 4-color Super Friends.
Cool. All right.
So a couple of aggro decks punching their ticket into the top 4.
Good deal, good deal. So we've got this match outstanding as well as the mono green mirror of Sam Black and Joe Bernal.
Freddie Joker says, I think casters are allowed to make bird noises when Phoenix enters the battlefield.
Oh, is that a thing?
Apparently we're allowed to. I mean,
Okay,
I just did.
Headphone users beware.
Yeah.
Our poor director, also wearing headphones, says, "Dear God, please." I think we should just do it from now on. It's just gotta be a thing.
All right, so floating 4 mana.
Yep. So 4 devotion here for Charles. Going to use that Nykthos. There's a blue mana now.
Blue. They did chop.
All right. So Oko comes in and turns 1 Phoenix into an elk.
All right, still 2 mana floating.
Yeah, 2 green floating. He's got a couple. He's got an Elvish Mystic here. Just pretty free here. So there's that.
All right.
I mean, it's so annoying that you might have to deal with this. Oko. Now that's hilarious.
Dude, Thing of the Ice is so good in this deck. Like, even if he elks all of these Phoenixes, you could potentially, like, just bounce them back. And all right, let's get frisky.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, somebody needs to stop kicking the table.
Oh yeah. All right, so.
All right, so I think the 3/3 went at Charles, and the 2 Phoenixes went at Oko.
Yeah, makes sense. So Oko's down. And then Charles going to take 3 here, down to 10.
Yeah. I like this play. Like, there's so many Wild Slashes and Fiery Tempers that Mark has access to that blocking with the Courser is pretty high risk.
Okay.
Tanning Gray says, Earthquake!
Yeah, man.
Do you remember when we had an earthquake in Illinois a few years back?
No, I don't.
I do. It was crazy.
No. All right, so. Is it Charms hanging out in Mark's hand?
Again, as always, on this little bit of a downtime, I want to thank you all for stopping by. We've got almost 3,000 people, 2,500 people watching. If you're new here, hit that follow button. I've been watching you guys actively hit that follow button all day long.
Smashing it, if you will. It's been
just feeling the love over here.
You know what? Oko can turn a lot of things into elk, but that follow button, you can't have, pal. You're not turning that into an elk, my friend.
That would be so sweet.
Yeah.
I'm going to call Twitch and be like, hey, can you make the follow button an elk on all MTG streams?
Honestly, we should just have an emote that's an elk, and we should just spam it into all eternity.
I think Lewis Kaplan should have, like, given people his elk ears when he, like, left.
Yeah. He should have turned
someone
else into an elk.
elk.
That's a flavor fail. I'm going to have to let him know.
Yeah.
Very upset, Lewis. All right, so Charles doing some more counting. He grabs out the green mana symbol. He has 5 devotion to work with here. So he's just doing some counting. Nothing on there yet. Go ahead and play that Botanical Sanctum. Gain a life.
There's a Scavenging Ooze next turn.
All right. Up to 5.
Is this a Walking Ballista?
Up to 6, 7, 8.
Ballista for 4?
Ballista for 4. That kills 2 Phoenix.
It does.
Huh.
But this Thing in the Ice is
Yeah, that baby's primed.
pretty primed, yeah.
How interested are you in trying to flip this Thing in the Ice right now to force some action on Charles?
So Mark has an Is It Charm.
Yes.
So I am very, very
Okay.
wanting to do this on my turn.
To the bottom here. Mark's going to draw a card off that opt.
Oh,
Another
there's
Phoenix?
another
Come
Phoenix.
on, man.
Wow. Does he have a Lightning Axe? Okay, he doesn't. He doesn't have a Lightning Axe.
Now Charles is thinking, he's saying, wait. I do not want this to flip.
Dude, if Mark has a Lightning Axe, I don't know that he does.
He has a Fiery Temper for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, tempers aren't very good though when all these Phoenixes are going to bounce back to your hand. You want your third spell to be Is It Charm so that the flip happens. Okay, so we're going to kill Thing in the Ice.
All right, so Charles killing the Thing in the Ice.
That makes sense to me.
So does Mark have enough?
He has double temper, so I think this is lethal.
Yeah, it sure is. You're right. If he does have double temper,
I'm pretty sure he has.
Oh,
double
he has a Phoenix anyways.
Oh, sure,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
a temper as well.
So there's that.
And so he just needs one spell.
He's got a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah,
Yeah. He says, "All right, hey, check it out. I'm gonna draw 100 more cards." So Charles down there.
All right.
Now,
So
back to even.
Back to even. Still seemed a little bit like squeak by win. Like he had to have 3 Phoenixes out of the yard on an early turn, and I felt like Charles was still in a position to potentially come back from that.
Yeah. So what I can tell you about the Phoenix deck, just in general, at least when I played it in Standard, was it does squeak by on like the narrowest of margins. You have to get every single ounce of every card. It might be a little bit different with Treasure Cruise in the deck now, but you had to win by like such slight margins where you attacked every turn to make sure you had to make the best attacks, and you kind of had to put yourself in some weird positions where you could get to these Phoenix. So well played by Mark there. He kind of just was digging through his deck fast, and having an alternate plan of like these Thing in the Ice as well is pretty nice.
Yeah, we really saw Charles respect that by just playing a 4/4 Walking Ballista and then having to blow up that Thing in the Ice. All right, so I can see a lot of people huddled around Joe Bernal and Sam Black's match.
Looks like the other one must be over. So we only have these 2 matches outstanding. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
I see Ben in our director booth. Ben, it'd be nice to know if they're on Game 3 or not. And if they do move to Game 3, maybe we can move them to the backup camera.
No way. No way.
If you don't think they'll go to Game 3?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't they
moving
move?
them seems...
No. When they go to Game 3, we
Sure,
move them.
sure.
Yeah. I mean, we got to do something. That's
Yeah.
That's pretty normal. They're in Game 3? Oh, okay. Not talking to us. Sure.
All right. So these guys shuffling up for game number 3. Who you got?
Charles is on the play. I think I got
Simic Ramp.
But I think, I'm going to go with Simic Ramp. I think Oko gives this matchup some percentage points because you can shut off the Thing in the Ice. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of their primary ways to win.
Yeah, that is fair.
Did Charles shuffle?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So, calling it Simic Ramp and not Green Splash Boo Devotion. I do agree. We didn't name the archetype, unfortunately. But Sam's up a game and they're in game 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell them if they go to game 3 we're going to move them? Okay. Sure. All right. Goo Devotion. I like it.
All right, so Charles going to lead off on Oath of Nissa here. This card's so strong. Looks like there's a Shaper Sanctuary in that hand, though, so definitely brought those in.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense.
Mark going to lead off on a tapped land and say go here. Steam Vents. I think there's a Scavenging Goose hanging out in Charles' hand.
So Charles's hand is interactive, but kind of slow?
Yeah, looks like it. All right, so Charles, Walking Ballista for 1.
Yeah,
That's weak.
that's not a powerful play.
That's weak sauce. Wow, Mark says go. Got to have, like, Is It Charm here, something like that. Maybe Wild Slash. All right, so Walking Ballista.
Mark has a Sweltering Suns in his hand.
Okay. You think any chance Charles tries to stick this Oko with 2 mana available?
He could also turn the Walking Ballista into an Elk, and it'd be a 4/4.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like, I don't know what else this Walking Ballista is doing.
Just
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay.
Just going to play a slow game. Okay.
Yeah, and I think Mark's content to play this too. I really think Mark's just content to play it. So, see Sweltering Suns up on the screen here. So, deals 3 damage to each creature and also has 3 to cycle. So, you can either draw a card or you can deal 3 to everything. So,
Yeah, I don't think we'll be cycling this card very much in this matchup.
Walking Ballista attacks.
Guess you never know.
So, Sweltering
All
Suns
right,
to draw
I
a
stand
card.
corrected.
Wrong.
I stand corrected. Wow. All right.
So,
That might come back to bite him later, I feel like.
I don't know, man.
I guess he's probably got a second one in the deck list, or in the deck.
All right, so I mean, Mark's just holding on to this Is It Charm for dear life
Yeah.
and hoping that Charles just plays something into it.
So counter on Ballista.
Yeah.
Ballista being a 2-power here means the Thing in the Ice can't profitably block. It'll give Charles the option to trade the Walking Ballista for the Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, Charles has enough to play the Oko through Is It Charm now.
Yeah, Is a Charm is pay 2, right?
Yep. See Walking Ballista coming in for 2. No chance of blocking there. And there's another Oath of Nissa.
Okay. So if we're doing this, I'm very surprised that Charles chose to shock first.
Oh, wow. He's going to try an Oko now, and Mark's going to get him. Wow, that is brutal stuff. Okay, so
No veil.
So Charles gets the first Oko. Is it Charmed? Wow, that's a beating. All right, so
There's a Fiery Temper.
yeah, I actually think, is Mark able to flip this thing this turn?
He might be.
Looks like he is, yeah. Chart a Course here.
Discard.
He's got a
Fiery
Fiery
Temper?
Temper. Yeah.
That's what it's looking like.
I don't. Does he have another spell in his hand? Is the question. So there's the Fiery Temper. Gonna launch it at the Walking Ballista, and Charles gonna shoot Mark for 2 here. It looks like. So Mark down to 14. Is this Treasure Cruise?
Charles
Short.
maybe had been baiting like a bigger play here. Does he have a second copy of Oko?
I think he does.
Okay.
Is Mark passing here? No way. Mark passing. Doesn't have another spell. He has a Treasure Cruise in hand hanging out here, though. So, yeah, he's got a second Oko in there. He's got
Courser if he
Scavenging
wants
Goose.
to like play around.
Mark's doing a nice job here of not exposing his Arclight Phoenix's Scavenging Goose the past 2 games. So this Thing in the Ice is now an Elk.
Well, 7/6 is definitely worse. A 3/3 is definitely worse than a 7/6.
Yeah, not wrong. Let's see what Charles has to follow up. I mean, Charles' hands is actually not really that good. There's another Sweltering Suns hanging out in Mark's hand.
Yeah, it makes sense why he cycled the first one.
Yeah. He's got Treasure Cruise. Mark's got a lot of stuff going on.
7/8. Sorry, guys. 7/8. You knew what I meant.
Yeah, that card's great. All right, so.
Been doing this like 11 hours today
Wow,
already.
so Charles actually exposes this Scavenging Goose to a Wild Slash. I think that is pretty interesting to me. So Mark attacks the Oko. And I mean, he has a fiery temper here.
Right.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't light it on fire.
Do you let this scavenging ooze just
Okay.
hang out then?
And there's a treasure cruise. All right. So Mark going to take a different line here. Looks pretty good for him. Yeah.
Drawing 3 here.
Okay, there's a
There's
Phoenix.
a Phoenix. Okay.
Yeah, Mark's hand is shaping up pretty well. Man, this deck is sweet. Does I wonder if Charles has another Oko in hand. It doesn't look like it, actually.
Charles can play Courser,
Yeah.
play land, activate Nykthos, make 4 green.
Yeah, it doesn't look too great here.
Is that another Oko? Third Oko?
There's a Courser Crufix. And reveal that top card is an Elvish Mystic. That one's no good.
It's always a 1/1.
Just terrible. Just
Every
terrible.
time it's been a 1/1.
Yeah, it looks like there's... Man, Charles got some options here. So he's going to go ahead and make a food.
And that'll mean that the Arc-like Phoenix in Mark's hand can't kill the Oko by itself.
Right.
That was a
Shoot
second
another
Phoenix,
one. Man,
though.
that's bad for him. Mark's going to opt here.
I think he needs to find an Is It Charm.
Is it Charm or Charter Course? There's another opt. He's going to opt. That one's not it for Mark, so Mark's going to take another random off the top here.
And remember, Mark's not playing any of the looter adventure cards.
Yeah. Looks like strategic planning. So that's not great.
That looks at a lot of cards for Is It Charm, but now
Yeah.
he can't cast a Phoenix if he goes for that line.
Right.
So it's like high risk, high reward.
Yeah, Lightning Axe is the other one he can be digging for here too, which is something.
Sure.
But again, you mentioned can't deal with the...
That makes me feel like strategic planning, I think, is the right play.
Okay.
If you can hit Lightning Axe and Is It Charm.
Okay.
Or even a Charter Course. Oh, there's a Brazen Borrower.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, so he gets the Borrower, the Courser.
But he still needs a discard outlet for the Phoenixes in the hand, which does not look like he
Yeah,
has.
and I think this is just okay. This is a fine play.
Being able to instant speed this Brazen Borrower on end step is going to be pretty
Definitely.
strong.
So he knows there's an Elvish Mystic on top of the library, so he knows at least 2 of the, I believe, 5 cards left in Charles' hand.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, he's got 5 cards, and he knows, Mark knows 2 of them. Let's see what Charles does. He's got a lot of options. So he's going to turn this food into an elk here.
Likely not attacking.
Yeah, it
That'll
doesn't
be
look
back
like it.
on defense. Redeploying the Courser to try to hit that land again.
Yep, looks like it. So Courser comes down. There's
And it is a land.
breeding pool on top.
Do we shock for it? Again, he can make 4 green if he chooses to shock. 4 green doesn't get him too much, right? It's just an Elvish Mystic.
Just going to eat a couple cards out of the graveyard, which doesn't seem great.
Right. So we're just going to gain a life. And play an Elvish Mystic by the looks of
Yeah.
it.
There's a Shaper Sanctuary on top.
Okay.
Also doesn't look great here.
Now, if Mark can find an Is It Charm, cast a Sweltering Suns,
He's got to do a lot.
he's got to do a lot. I guess now he doesn't want to because the Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, the Brazen Borrower is a good play, though, because it guarantees to get rid of this Oko. So
Absolutely.
it's not terrible. All right, so let's see.
That's
Man,
a Charter
Cruise.
Course.
I think it was a Treasure Cruise, actually. Could be wrong.
I think it was Charter Course.
If it's Charter Course, it's significantly better than Treasure Cruise is right here. So Mark going to lead off on... Yeah, Charter Course, you're right, man.
There's an Is It Charm.
Oh,
and
a
a
Fiery
Fiery
Temper?
Well,
Oh,
the Fiery
yeah.
Temper's not great because he's got so many Phoenixes in his hand.
Well, he's got to get rid of these 2 Phoenix. He's
So, okay, one of them... So, one... Does he have 3 Phoenixes in his hand?
This looks really good.
This looks very good for him.
So there's a Phoenix. Is that strategic planning the bid? Couldn't tell.
So we're going to dig and try to find as many Phoenixes as
digging
we
again.
could possibly. There's another
Wow,
one.
he hits 2.
And another. Is it Charm? Holy.
Wow.
That's 3 Phoenixes. Can he find the 4th?
I don't even know if you're looking this deep right now. Are you? 3 in the graveyard.
Does he have another one in his hand? I think he does. It might be Sweltering Suns. I can't tell.
All right, well.
Either way, 3 Phoenixes is a lot.
And he's got Fiery Temper as well. So there's the Fiery Temper. And he's going to cast it at... Gotta be Oko at this point. Then he just gets to attack for 9.
Right. That makes the most sense to me.
At the Elk?
It's actually 12. Because he's got the Brazen Borrower as well.
Oh, right. Oh, he's
right.
wild slashing down the Mystic, too? Okay, this game just turned on its head pretty quickly. So Mark's going to put 3 Arclight Phoenix in play. And one of these flyers is going to take down this Oko, it looks like. And then he's going to put Charles down to 10. And he's got lethal in play on the crack back here. So that one looks like it's going at Oko. And those 3 are going at Charles.
So Charles is going to go to 10.
Wow.
And unless he has a Krasis, a land...
And I don't think he does, man.
A land takes him to...
Oh, he does. He does have a Krasis.
Okay. But he has an Oko too?
Yeah.
Is Krasis enough?
That's the thing. Is it enough? Wow, this game is close. This game is really close.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Did he just miss lethal? Definitely not. Charles was at 19.
Yeah, he was at 19.
And unless there's a way he could do 19.
He was only going to be able to do 17. He had 3 from a temper, 2 from a wild slash is 5,
sure. Like if
plus the
everything just
12
went
is
face.
17.
Yeah.
Looks like Shaper Sanctuary. Okay.
Would have been good last turn.
Would have been great 100 turns ago. This is for 4 devotion currently.
So 4 green.
I mean, this Hydra Krasis is only a 3/3 at this point, right? It's a 4/4.
4.
It'd be a 4/4.
Yeah. That would gain him 2 to 12.
It's not enough. I mean, if Charles has another removal spell, I guess he's
If
done.
he has another removal spell, yeah. I think he's trying to decide what to play around here.
I mean, you got to jam. I don't think there's another way.
If he Okos and makes an Elk, like that's also lethal, right?
Yeah,
because
just
the
doesn't
3
have enough.
flyers and 1
Yeah.
blocker. So it has to be the Krasis. Is he deciding to maybe try to play it for 3? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Is It Charm only hits creatures, notably. I know everybody was asking if he could do 2 damage. It only hits creatures. All right, there's a blue floating.
Looks like he is going to leave open and just play a 3/3.
Okay. I don't know what he's trying. What's he trying to draw here, you think? Like,
Maybe he just wants that other blocker in the Llanowar Elf for
Okay.
some reason.
he could draw, like... I don't know. I don't think there's anything really I'd want.
So
So there's Oko.
he's only got 2 green. Maybe he's going to play a 1/1 Krasis? Just as a blocker, maybe block the Brazen Borrower. Okay.
So he's elking the Brazen Borrower.
Scavenging is. Gain a life, go to 11. So Wild Slash is lethal.
There's a lot of things that are lethal here.
Wild Slash Plus is lethal.
Okay. Mark has a ton of mana.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever he draws, he's able to play.
He did expel a lot of resources, but he does have this cycle.
He can cycle this. Yeah, he's going
I
to
think his
cycle
other
this.
2 cards are lands, though.
Okay. Well, he's going to cycle the Sweltering Suns and try and find a way to kill Charles, looks like. Is that a Phoenix?
think it was
all lands.
thing in the ice.
Lands. All right, so we got some news on our backup match. So Joe Bernal takes down Sam Black in our backup match here. So Joe Bernal going to make it to the top 4.
Joe on that race for VIP or MVP. Sorry, MVP.
Joe's already a VIP around here.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, Mark's just crashing with everything. This makes total sense. So Charles is going to have to fight. He's going to have to go up to 11 here, and then back down to 2. He's going to trade that Brazen Borrower and the Scavenging Ooze. I mean, it's going to be tough sledding to get back into it at this point, but.
I mean, if any deck can do it, it's Devotion.
That is
but
fair.
I don't know how with 4 potential lethal attackers next turn.
Yeah, he's got up to 5 Devotion here with that Nykthos. And there's Botanical Sanctum on top. There's a Hydroid Krasis hanging out.
Food gains him 3?
I don't.
So
6 Devotion.
Okay, if he leaves open 2 mana, plays a Krasis. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to leave open.
So 6 green.
He could hit an untapped land.
Sure could.
Currently, he's going to play it.
Up to 3. There's a Scavenging Ooze.
Makes a food. Or no, makes an elk.
Elk's the one. Yeah,
Sure.
because he can block 1 here and gain some life with the
With the elf.
with the
Krasis.
the Hydroid Krasis. Yep.
Yep.
All these elks, man.
Yeah, now he has 2 blockers for the 2 ground creatures. Krasis can block 1 of the Phoenixes. If Charles comes out of this,
I mean, it looks like it's getting pretty good here for him. He's going to gain some life too.
If Mark bricks for a turn or 2, I think he could come back from this.
All right, so that's 6 Devotion.
Dead to Dispute.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's Hydroid Krasis, and Mark's got. He's got Mystical Dispute.
He does.
He's
yeah.
got it. Holy cow. Okay, so.
So how much life is it going to gain? Goes to 7.
He's just dead?
Right, yep, just dead.
Okay.
Already played a land for the turn.
Yeah, he already played the lands for
he
turn.
played
So
the Sanctum.
Mark Kelly going to win a really tight game there.
Man, if that's how close that game comes down, I don't think Iza Phoenix is favored against at least the Simic version.
Okay, that was pretty impressive. He fought through multiple Okos. I think 3 Okos that game.
Yes.
At least 2, maybe a third one. Several Hydroid Krasis, gaining life off the Courser Crufix. I mean, wow, that was impressive. That was impressive from the Izzet Phoenix deck.
I agree. I think Mark really showed, why he was #1 seed leading into the top 8.
Yeah.
Played that deck very, very well,
Wow.
and I'm excited to see him to move on to the quarters.
All right, so
or the semis.
Yeah, so let's bring up our social media real quick. We'll chat about where you can find us if you're looking for deck lists, photos from the event, anything like that. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram.com/NRG series. You can check us out at nerdragegaming.com. Also, we're going to have the deck lists all up for you tomorrow, and you'll be able to see tons and tons of Pioneer content, which is awesome.
Yeah, so if you want to help us out here, we are looking to unlock some emotes, so subscribe today. Provide you awesome content every month. We got our team event coming up at the end of this month, and we got Champs next month, and then all of our events next year will be broadcast as well. We're looking to unlock these emotes, and if you're interested in moderating our channel, you can DM us on Twitch. You can also email max@nerdragegaming.com if that's something that interests you. Definitely would appreciate some help there.
All right, so we're going to take a brief break while we get the top 4 players situated into their respective seats. We'll get a feature match all set up for you, and we're going to be back with the last 4 players. We're going to crown champion today.
Yeah, it's going to be sweet.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty. This is Brad Brown. We're getting ready for the semifinals. We got 2 matches left in the semifinals, and then 1
Final,
match
and
to
then we
decide
got a
it all.
winner. Yeah, super
That's
excited.
it. So we'll talk about our semifinals here. We just watched Mark Kelly on his Is It Phoenix deck, and he is about to play against Sam, who's playing Abs and Aggro.
With Anafenza in his deck list.
Okay.
So that's something Mark's going to be on the lookout for. He's going to need to play a little bit careful. Anafenza shuts down all of the Is It Charm discarding Phoenixes, so he's going to need to make sure he can save a Lightning Axe for that creature before he... And the problem is you can't ditch Phoenix to Lightning Axe because the Anafenza will exile it. So he has to pitch something else and then start putting Phoenixes in the yard. It's going to be a little rough.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Mark's deck does have like a lot of like small removal for these baby creatures that Sam has, which is a little interesting. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I would probably favor Sam in the matchup. In our main feature match, though, we have Joe Bernal against Robert Litvin, and Robert is playing Golgari Hardened Scales against Mono Green Devotion, which we've seen a bunch today.
Yep. That's kind of the story of this tournament. So we're going to be watching Joe Bernal versus Robert Lipton. We just saw Is It Phoenix, and I know some of you want to see this Golgari Hardened Scales deck and see what it can do.
Yep.
So let's see if Hardened Scales is the deck that can take down this Devotion deck.
Okay. All right, here we go. We're jumping down, ready to roll here. And Robert's on the play as our number 2 seed. So he says, you have any pregame effects to Joe? And Joe says, no, man, go ahead, do your thing.
Robert, the better Walking Ballista deck on average, I would think.
Yeah, I would assume so. So Joe going to lead off on a Once Upon a Time as Robert plays Pelt Collector on turn number 1 here.
You can find all of the top 8 deck lists if you're interested in what players are playing using the command !top 8. Typed it in chat for you guys.
All right, well, who you got in this one?
I want to say Robert, but I've seen Devotion do some crazy things in this tournament.
Okay. Robert attacking in for 1 here. Going to play Hardened Scales. I think he has an Experiment. Yeah, Experiment 1 here.
Okay. Now his Walking Ballista next turn will be a 2/2 when it enters the battlefield, and he can put counters, put 2 counters on both of these creatures.
Joe's reading both of these 1-mana green creatures, so he's going to read Pelt Collector and Experiment 1, and Joe is going to use the Walking Ballista to shoot the Pelt Collector down, which I think is a very good line.
Yeah. Joe playing a little bit of a control deck here.
Yep.
Trying to decide if he should play another elf, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. So just going to pass back, and it's got a Walking Ballista here for Robert, too. So
and there it is.
That Walking Ballista with 2 counters.
It'll come in as a 2/2, which makes the Experiment 1 a 3/3.
Yeah, going to shoot that elf down.
And now we're
coming in for 3.
Attacking for 3.
Yeah, this is a nice start for Robert. He's got 3. He had triple 1-drop.
Right.
And into it, Walking Ballista to clean out this Llanowar Elf, and he's in a really great shape. Ballista. They're going to play the Walking Ballista game at each other?
Yeah, apparently.
I think this favors Robert, though.
I do. I tend to agree with you. And I think Robert has another Walking Ballista.
Okay.
Which is pretty insane.
That's pretty good. So there's a Hangerback Walker there. Comes in for 3. We'll get the life totals updated for you here and make sure we're all set as Joe. It's another Walking Ballista. It's kind of funny for Joe. Not the best start.
Does Joe shoot this Hangerback Walker? Looks like that's going to happen.
Yeah, Joe shoots the Hangerback Walker down. So 2 Thopters coming in for Robert. All right. Another Pelt Collector there.
I think
wow,
it
he's
was.
got a lot of stuff going on, Robert does.
So now he can cast the Pelt Collector first, and then another Hangerback Walker.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm just going to put some counters on this Pelt Collector as well.
And he gets to come crashing in for 5 here? Wow, Joe's dead. And Joe picks up. He agrees.
Wow.
So Joe dies very quickly to the Golgari Hardened Scales deck there.
That was a clinic. I mean, we just saw Walking Blisters flinging at each other all around. Yeah, that was crazy.
So 5 Walking Blisters there. So, man, wow, that was really fast. Faster than I expected. So Robert was on the play there, which was very important. I'm just going to take a peek here at Joe's sideboard and see if there's anything that looks really appealing. I mean, he's got 2 Whisperwood Elementals, 3 Scavenging Ooze, a Hornet Queen, an Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, a Reclamation Sage, 3 Nylea's Disciple, and 4 Veil of Summers. So Joe's deck is kind of built for different things here, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, the Reclamation Sages obviously can come in. It takes out Hardened Scales, takes out Hangerback Walker if it needs to, takes out Walking Ballista if it needs to. Beyond that, like Hornet Queen can help with the go wide strategy, but if Robert's able to get out a Walking Ballista, that card's kind of medium against it.
Yeah, I think I'm into the Hornet Queen, the Rex Sage, and I honestly think I'm into the Nylea's Disciples, mostly because Robert doesn't have a ton of removal. You saw like Walking Ballista did some damage there, but if Joe's able to like have a decent start and gain some life, Nylea's Disciple is going to gain a ton of life, and I think Joe's going to need that in order to stabilize towards the late game.
It seems to me like Robert's creatures can get above 3/3 very well, though. And the Disciples are 3/3 if I remember correctly. So the card's good. How much devotion he'll have? This card might only just gain him like 2 to 4 life. I don't know how great that is. And then if it's chump blocking, I don't really know. Based on how I saw that game play out, a lot of these dorks are going to die. I think Robert's more likely to keep hands with Walking Ballista.
Okay.
And he has these 4 once upon a times to find them.
Sure.
So I think this one's tough. I actually think the Whisperwood Elemental's an interesting one. You could you're basically making a bunch of chump blockers in 2/2s. It seems like one of the better sideboard cards. We'll see what Joe decides. Obviously, he's going to be making the decision there.
Yeah, pretty tough. So take us through Robert's sideboard here. What you got it?
So we got 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Veil of Summer, 2 Abrupt Decay, and 2 Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah.
None of these cards super interest me. Abrupt Decay might be the only one if I'm looking for a little bit more early interaction against Joe.
Yeah. Man, that's pretty tough.
I mean,
these guys, it's so funny because the format is so early. The sideboards are really undefined.
Yeah.
You will expect that you'll play against like these Soul Tie decks because it just won the Simic Nexus deck. So like there's these Thoughtseizes and Veil of Summers and Leyline of the Voids. And then it's like, all right, well, what happens if I play against the mono red deck?
Right.
What happens if I play against, whatever you randomly pop up against? So that's why Joe's sideboard doesn't look the best to me. This Hardened Scales deck is kind of flying under the radar, maybe until this weekend or so, when you get more results and you're able to see things like that. So Joe's sideboard doesn't really seem built for that matchup necessarily, which is a big deal for Robert.
Yeah, some of the weaker cards here to me are like Hangerback Walker.
Okay.
It just doesn't really interact. It's not really dying in combat. It'll get big. It will help put some counters on like Pelt Collector and Experiment one. Maybe you're cutting just 2 of those for the Abrupt Decays.
Okay.
Thoughtseize, I don't know how much we want to be slowing down. On the draw, maybe you want Thoughtseize.
Okay.
Just to try to interact a little bit. But overall, I think Robert's the aggressor in this matchup.
Okay. Let's talk about Joe here. So Joe is vying for our MVP here, so being number 1 on the leaderboard. And Joe just attends every event, and he does really well at all of them.
Yeah. I mean, Joe's 29 years old. He was a Hot Sauce Games buyer from Chicago, Illinois. He's got 9 CT top 8s and 3 CT wins. He was a 2018 championship competitor, going to be a 2019 by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And then he's got 2 SCG Invitational top 8s and a few GP top 8s as well.
Yeah, Joe actually won our September Legacy CT with Team Redover, so he's already locked in.
Right.
He's looking for that number 1 slot, which is going to grant him free entry to our events next year. So it's a pretty big deal, and he is number 1, obviously, like I just said, in our
right,
race.
And the MVP gets you several bonuses, which you can read about on our website. But one of the big ones is there is like usually a small bonus that we give them in the championship as well. Last year, Matt Hoey was able to change 2 players in any of the pods, which was a pretty powerful, albeit small thing. But, you try to determine what do I think the worst pod is and maybe put myself there.
Yeah, and we'll get some updates on our backup match again. Mark Kelly is playing the Is It Phoenix deck against Sam, who's playing the Abs and Aggro deck.
Well, and if this next game goes just like that again, we'll probably be able to tune in live and watch that finish out.
Okay.
They're still in game 1 by the sounds of it.
Cool. Well, these guys, I mean, I don't really see a lot changing in the game there. Joe had like double Walking Ballista, and it just wasn't enough to slow Robert down. Robert did have Ballista on his own to take down some of the Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystics, but, man, it didn't seem great.
Do you think Joe's boarding out his Walking Ballistas?
That's interesting. No.
It's got to be one of your worst turn 2 play, right?
Yeah, so with like Pelt Collector and Experiment 1, I don't think there's... Yeah, I really don't think you can remove them. I mean, it's too high value.
Okay.
Especially if you can sink a ton of mana into it. Wow, Mark Kelly up a game over Sam.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
It's got a lot of removal.
Sure does. All right.
Looks like Joe did keep the Walking Ballistas in.
Okay. And Joe was on a mulligan. It looks like down to 6. So.
And he values it enough that he's keeping it in his open hand. So
Sure.
that says a lot.
Does he have Leyline? No Leyline again here. So Joe with Elvish Mystic. That's a Thoughtseize.
Robert does.
Wow,
have.
got it. Boom. So Thoughtseize is Joe. Gonna make that hand even worse.
So Vivian's a way he can interact.
Wow, that Vivian.
Voracious Hydra's a way he can interact.
That Vivian's forever away at this point on 2 lands here.
Well, the Mystic's going to have a turn.
Yeah.
Is Voracious Hydra the take? Robert has a Winding Constrictor.
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Vivian's the most powerful card.
Yeah, almost certainly. I think Hydra's definitely right. You can make this Walking Ballista a non-card if you'd like. Joe's Walking Ballista on 1. Tex for 1. Tough guy, Elvish Mystic.
And if Robert's turn here is play Winding Constrictor, this Walking Ballista looks pretty awkward.
Yeah, it looks like it is. So there's that Winding Constrictor we mentioned, partner. And Joe's going to untap. And the Oath of Nissa's the draw, so going to go looking. 3 forests.
Well, not much choice there, but you're not drawing them all.
Right.
And can't add a counter to Ballista.
Yeah.
It's looking like that's going to be Joe's turn here.
Yeah, so Joe's got to pass.
All right. There's a Hardened Scales and a Walking Ballista.
Wow.
Oh, boy. That's going to be a 3-3.
Oh, boy.
And now we can shoot Elf, but then we're like, got to be careful with our...
Yeah, Robert's in really great shape.
Robert would need to be careful with his Walking Ballista if he shoots the Elf.
I am almost certain to kill the elf. You know Joe's hand.
Yeah.
At least one of the cards. Don't know the last one here, but Joe draws. Looks like Nykthos was the draw. That is super awkward right now.
It was a Nykthos. So it's looking like a trade of Walking Ballistas is about to happen. Joe's going to tick up on his own Walking Ballista, which will force Robert to shoot the Ballista, and then Joe can shoot in response.
Yeah, so Joe's going to shoot in response, and they're going to trade him off. And
Robert's got 2 lands in hand with no great way to deal with this Nissa.
yeah, Joe just doesn't have any. I mean, he has, I guess he has. What does Joe have left over? Oh, another Hardened Scales. Jeez. And he comes in attacks the Vivian down to 3.
Joe can find something like a Voracious Hydra here. That'd be very good. Nykthos is generating an extra mana right
4.
now.
He's up to 4 now. With that Oath of Nissa.
So there's 4 green.
Yep. Joe finds a Rex Sage. All right. Put some counters on this bad boy.
It's looking like it.
Okay. I mean, Joe's back in the game.
Is that a Rickshar? I think that was a Rickshar.
All right, so Rishk. Oh, that's even better.
That's also good.
That's a Nissa Voice of Zendikar, and that one is pretty good on this board.
Well, you got to be careful about the fight. So it's looking like Robert's gonna minus here.
Yeah.
Now we can attack the Nissa.
Yeah, he has to decide if he wants. Yeah, if he wants that Vivian Reed to stick around, and Vivian dies down there.
Trading Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
There's a Leyline of Abundance.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game for me.
Is that a Hanger Pack
Oh,
Walker?
boy.
For 4 or 5 counters?
Yeah, I believe it's 5 counters here on this. That is a beating.
All right, so we've got 2 5/5s.
Yeah, 2 5/5. So coming in for 5, Joe down to 10. Joe's got 1 card left.
Yes.
Another Nykthos. I think it's
2
Nykthos
lands.
Forest. Yeah.
Does generate mana, so 4, 5, 6.
He can put counters on this turn, I think. Oh, he's 1 short.
I think he's 2 short, right?
Is he 2 short? Yeah.
So Nykthos makes 4, and then he'll have 2 lands
Oh,
left
he's 2
over.
lands. Yeah, he's 2 short. Wow. So he's got to jump
Attack for 10.
down to 2.
Now Walking Ballista is very live.
Yep.
And Once Upon a Time into Walking Ballista is also very live.
What's Joe got here? Wow,
Just a bunch of lands.
unbelievable.
Wow.
Lands in a ley line again. So
Wow.
Robert Litvin with a quick W over Joe Bernal. Wow.
You know, it's funny. We talked about deck lists we'd play today, and I said, like, Hardened Scales would kind of be in my back pocket. Probably what I wouldn't play, but it'd be on my radar. And that just looked like a clinic against Devotion.
Yeah, just ran him down. So we're going to jump into our backup here. But wow, Robert Litvin into our finals with
Sweet
this
deck.
Golgari.
You know, we were kind of talking about, like, if Devotion's everywhere, how do you combat it? And that looked really good.
A bunch of walking ballistas.
Yeah.
And some aggressive starts.
Big creatures and interaction early.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Wow. All right, so he's going to be into our finals, and then we're going to put one more person in the finals here with Mark Kelly and Sam. So I think Mark is up a game right now. We're going to jump into game number 2 here. And Mark is thought seizing Sam right now.
And there is... Deck list should be updated for you guys on Cardboard Live. J-Rod, Sprinkles. Phil did not make it into the top 8, unfortunately. If you'd like to see the top 8, someone put it in chat for you.
All right, so... And I think the players are flipped around, actually, on our screen. So we got that all squared away now.
I'll fix that.
We got it.
Yeah, on my side, I
Okay.
gotta fix it. Yeah.
All right, so we're all squared away. So Sam has 3 mana available.
All right,
Fleece
there's
Mane
a
Lion?
Fleece Mane Lion. Pioneer All-Star Thought Season, the Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah, man, just the curves. It's a Fiery Temper on that Fleece Mane Lion. I was wondering if Sam might have had a Veil there. That would have been pretty solid. Here's a Cast Down on this Thing in the Ice. So just trading back and forth. Who do you think this favors, just trading back and forth like this? The deck with Treasure Cruise?
I think the deck with Treasure Cruise, yeah.
All right, Rakshasa Death Dealer. Does not have Regenerate available, though. That is... Man, Mark
Sam has 2 Siege Rhinos stuck in his hand right now.
Yeah, Mark finds
Desperately looking for that 4th land.
another Fiery Temper.
Oh, I think this Lightning Axe seems strong, unless there's a Treasure Cruise in there.
Sure.
Couldn't tell.
Mark reading Rakshasa Death Dealer.
All right, Lightning Axe goes to the bin.
Yeah. Mark going to Charter Course. He has Fiery Temper to discard here if you'd like.
Sure.
So looks like that's probably the line. Yep, goes ahead and lights it on fire. I'm going to come smashing in for 3 again.
Good, but not great of a turn, I would say.
You know, okay, so Sam down to 10. He's going to go back up to 13 here with these Rhinos. And he's got double Rhino and a Dromoka's Command.
Yes.
That is pretty nasty.
Is he winning this race? It kind of seems like it.
I think so. Wow, there's a Treasure Cruise there from Mark. That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
When your opponent starts to count their graveyard, that can't feel very good. There's 7 and 1 blue to draw 3 cards.
So, Exterminator says, think you've got who won game 1 backwards. Sam had turn 1 thoughts. He's Mark had 0 lands in play. I think you're right. I think Mark should have the W right now.
You see a Lightning Axe in hand here for Mark, and he's going to discard a land. And, I mean, Mark is firmly in control now at this point. He's got, he's about to load up with another Treasure Cruise too, man. Man, that card is so good. And then he's going to draw a couple more cards with this Charter Course.
I love how Charter Course either fills your hand or helps you discard.
Yeah, this is great.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Mark looks like he's in really great shape.
There's a rest in peace.
He's going to be a little late to the party there.
Man, do you take a turn off?
There's a Siege Rhino.
There's
So
a Siege Rhino.
14 to 13 here. And I mean, Mark's gonna Treasure Cruise this turn though. The rest in peace is just gonna be way too slow. Wow.
Does he have another Treasure Cruise?
Yeah, he definitely found one.
Okay.
He's gonna chart. Looks like first maybe. Oh, deal 2.
Deal 3.
Okay.
Okay. 2 for 1.
And now he can cruise.
Yeah.
Boy, this card's fair and balanced. So another treasure cruise here for Mark. He's going to delve away 7 cards. 6 cards. Okay. Delving it all away. Going to draw a card. 3 cards, excuse me. I mean, Mark's hand is just stacked. He's got a lightning axe in hand now, too. So Sam down to 10. Yeah, Sam's got rest in peace.
A little late on this rest.
Trigger. Sure. You got my treasure cruise. And Sam looks like his tournament is about to come to a close. The way he looks currently.
Yeah. Now this
Crackling.
Chandra is going to come down and start to generate a lot of value. So this is kind of one of those good sideboard cards that you can bring in against expected graveyard hate. It also deals with Anafenza, which seems important.
We're going to put Sam down to 8. That Chandra revealing another Chandra. And Mark's in pretty good shape. Put Sam down to 5, and Sam's dead next turn if he doesn't find a way to deal with one of these 2 threats.
Try to, of course, draw 2. There's a
Man.
Crackling Drake. Whew.
Man, this deck is sweet.
Mark's deck operating on all cylinders.
All right, so Mark Kelly and his Is It Phoenix deck going to make it to the finals. Sam's Abs and Aggro deck, not enough. Mark drew a ton of cards that game.
Yes,
a ton of cards.
Yes.
Treasure Cruise. Okay, I need to go buy Is It Phoenix. I can't do finals. I can't do it. So, really cool stuff, though. Sam's deck was pretty sweet, man. All things told. He's got Gideon Blackblade, Gideon Allies and a card, tons of the new removal spells. We saw old format all-stars like Warden of the First Tree, Fleece Main Lion, Rakshasa Death Yule, Anafenza, Siege Rhino. This is just a sweet smattering of Brad Brown cards.
Absolutely. If looking at the list for me personally, I don't know how well the Wardens, performed for him this weekend.
Yeah.
But I would maybe consider something like Pelt Collector, or even better, maybe a Experiment one.
Sure.
And then Rakshasa Death Dealer. I think we can do better at the 2-drop slot. I don't know what that is. I'm leaning Grim Player. People are saying it's a trap in chat, but at the same time, I want to be able to filter through my deck and find those important cards in certain matchups.
Sure.
Might be something to consider.
Yeah, that's a sweet one. So we're going to get these 2 players situated for the finals. We've got Mark Kelly, the #1 seed on Is It Phoenix, and it's funny, Robert Liffin is the #2 seed, and he's playing this. So we got another sweet format. But I'm excited. I don't know who's going to win, but we're going to take a short break here, get everyone situated, and we'll bring you the finals and crown a champion in just a minute. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Bamonte. We have some explaining to do. I have Robert Litfin in the booth with me. He is our champion. So this is for you, my friend. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You're into our end-of-the-year championship. So Mark conceded to you, I think is what happened there?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mark conceded. Mark is really high up on our leaderboard. He's probably a soft lock to make it in.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're going to be in our 24-player 10K, which
Yep.
is really sweet. Really exclusive event. So let's talk about Pioneer today. So you played this Hardened Scales deck. Okay.
Yep.
So how did you come to this deck?
I think it kind of like there are two different types of decks where like there's sort of the more Metallic Mimic like artifact-based deck, and I just think this gets outclassed by all the one-drops in there.
Okay.
I think like having something to do other than just Hardened Scales and maybe Fatal Push is better. I didn't include any main board removal. Like some are playing 4 Fatal Push, some are playing 4 Thoughtseize, and I just decided to go full-on aggro and totally ignore all that. I think right now, like, there's some lists that are running even like Yorvo and 4-mana and Vivian that are just going a little bit too big.
Okay.
And then also like any deck list I see, like just with advice from friends, just taking it and then adding like 2 lands every time. Like a lot of them are running 20, and I think that's kind of a little risky.
Sure. So taking a peek, is there any changes like immediately that you'd make? I know we just finished the tournament, but is there anything that sticks out that you want to change?
Yeah, Vrishkar. I do not think that card's super good. I'm going to be trying out anything in that slot. Maybe Fatal Push. I don't know.
Okay, sweet. So Pioneer overall, we've had like the first giant paper tournament. We had 160 players in here, 8 rounds plus a top 8. The hottest button topic right now in Pioneer is what's getting banned. Anything you think or nothing? Let it go?
I don't know. I've heard a lot of like really smart people on the topic talk about banning things like Treasure Cruise, and then I've also heard a lot of people say nothing. I don't think things like Oko need to be banned, but definitely like the things that were ridiculous and modern are definitely like what I would look towards first.
Okay.
It's like Treasure Cruise.
Treasure Cruise? Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty good. We watched Mark in the semifinals, and he drew like 1 million cards, and I was like, yeah, there's no way you're losing from this point.
Yeah, like anytime they just get to come back so easily there.
Yeah, definitely. All right, any shout-outs before we get out of here?
Yeah, Austin Hoth, he definitely helped with all the deck lists, like testing every day and then like really tuning the list.
Sweet. All right, well, before we get out of here, I have a lot of thank yous to get to. So I want to say thanks to everybody on Twitch for hanging out with us all day. We got a ton of new followers, new subscribers. If you're new to the Nerd Rage Gaming series, we do these once a month at least. We have another one coming up on November 30th. We're playing a team tournament. And then in a few weeks after that, our championship, the 24-player 10K, which you're going to be able to see Robert in, as well as several other already qualified players. We saw Joe Bernal today. Tons of players. Check us out at nerdragegaming.com. I want to say a special thanks to all the judge staff who worked really hard today, all the players. We went from, if you followed any of this event on our Twitter, which might have brought you to this channel, you know that about a week ago we had the event as standard. We ended up soft canceling the event. There was 2 players registered for standard, and then we somehow miraculously packed the room with 160 players, 2,500 Twitch viewers all day, chilling out, watching some Pioneer. So very excited about the format going forward. Again, remember to check us out, nerdragegaming.com. On your way out tonight, hit that follow button. If you're feeling super generous, hit that sub button, and we will see you next time.